So, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third and last day of the Virtuality Experience. We hope you're enjoying the amazing trade show we've put together for you. Today, we're going to start off the last conference day with Philippe and Quentin, who are going to tell us about their wonderful French AR VR glasses, Bamboo. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Valentina. So I'm Philippe Boulanger, and I will interview Quentin today. To make a long story short, Quentin contacted me about 1 year ago to mentor him after he discovered me in one of my talks. I'm a former executive at companies like Apple, Sony, and I'm a partner in an investment fund. And I am now as well an international speaker about innovation. If you want to know more about me, just go to philippeboulanger.com. It's okay. No, I've done my commercials. It's okay. This talk is about Quentin and his AR VR project called Bamboo. Quentin is a student in a computer science engineering school. He has gathered around him a team of students around one of his dream projects, Bamboo. Quentin, why and when did this project start?
Hello, Philippe. So the project started early 2016. I didn't have enough means to purchase Oculus or HoloLens. So what could I do to put my hand on such a device? An option could be to build one myself. This became a challenge that I shared with other students.
Okay, Quentin, by the way, how old were you when you started that project?
I have, when I started the project, I was 16 years old.
Oh, that's impressive. You are definitely, you are definitely part of this world, of this new world. What have been your first step for the project after this initial idea of challenging yourself with this situation?
So first, I've been inspired by hologram principle, as you can see on the picture, with 4 planes. And we've built a first simple prototype to understand the basic of AR. Here is the pictures of our first prototype in 2016. And I thought that I couldn't be adapted to glasses. Therefore, it was a total failure for us. However, what I have learned a lot, and 2 students joined me to explore what could be a simple design early 2017. For us, the HoloLens industrial design was terrific, and we have been inspired significantly by it, as you can see here.
Wow, okay. Yeah, between a simple plexiglass or cardboard and an HoloLens, of course, there is a significant gap. So what have you done with those designs?
In fact, nothing. We didn't have enough skill and understanding at this time.
Okay, and then what have been the next step?
We had a wake-up call early 2018. We have made a prototype connected to an high-end PC, was working well. However, we had the idea to make it mobile. And a high-end PC is not exactly mobile. So we started to consider putting a PC in the glasses. The closest powerful device close to high-end PC is a high-end smartphone. So we decided to use a smartphone architecture. This example is a proof of concept based on a disassembled Wiko smartphone, a French brand of smartphone. In this prototype, many parts are unuseful, so we can easily remove it.
Okay, what kind of parts are unuseful in that prototype?
There is especially the jack port or the SIM card slot that is totally unuseful, but there is many components. I can talk a lot about that, but I think it's not the good moment to talk about that.
Okay, fair enough. So what is the current prototype status?
So in fact, today we have a functional prototype that allows us to experience the main functionality of the glasses. The prototype is nomad and integrates a wide range of functionality such as hand tracking, surface detection, environmental understanding, and light adaptation with a scene depth scan for ambient occlusion.
Oh, okay. So how, with such a small budget, did you design a pair of eyeglasses that were supposed to be so functional? And by the way, how much did you spend on that project?
We weren't told it was impossible, so we did it. To develop this project, we implemented less than 5,000 euros. Also, as I said before, we have always loved these things of technology, like Iron Man. And so we started by making hologram with the tools that we have at our disposal. For example, only components that could be found in DIY store at first, and then, more recently, only components that you could be found on the market, for example, Amazon or Alibaba.
Okay, so basically you have been using everything which was at hand, and you were not obliged to redesign. This is basically a way to go fast, and it's called effectuation. This is one of the principles I talk in my innovation talks when I'm doing a specific talk for companies. So why didn't digital giants like Apple, Facebook, Microsoft, I mean the GAFAs basically, or Magic Leap, think of it? I mean, if the technology was as simple and as promising as you say it is.
We think at our scale that for at least 10 years, large companies have been formatting themselves in a way of thinking that is rather complex. We think due to a large amount of initial capital. Our great strength is that we started with a very little found, just a few pieces of cardboard and plexiglass.
Okay. This is what is being called frugal innovation. And this is how to in India they have sent some satellites for a fraction of the price of what was done in the US before. So congratulations for that. So what do you see for the future of your glasses?
So the next step will be to miniaturize what we have achieved so far and to make an industrial product for a customer use at a consumer price. This is going beyond a student project. We are considering a Kickstarter launch. However, our preferable option would be to propose our solution to a company having the will to realize a pair of AR and VR glasses easily, quickly, and for more than a reasonable budget. We are open to consider any kind of partnership in that respect.
Okay, so you worked with a team of students. Can you introduce your teammates?
Yeah, sure. So there is Hugo Nanias, who is a chief design officer, an engineering student, and is the essence of Bamboo and the tools that bring every detail to life. In fact, he realized all the prototype, all the visual aspect of Bamboo. So it's a real key person. And there is also Antoine Caputo, who is the chief technical officer, an engineering student, and he represents the futuristic technology of Bamboo because he developed approximately all the software that's run in the Bamboo headset. So we are really proud of his work, and we are really happy to have him in our team.
Yeah, okay, so it is a typical startup setup where everyone is a C-suite person, from the CEO to the CDO to the CTO. No, that's really amazing. Okay, can you give us a small demonstration of where you stand today?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So
Just
how do you expect to do that? Do you have a video?
Yeah, sure. Just
So it is loading, obviously.
oh, it's running.
It's running.
So as you can see, there is the interfaces of the glasses. Oh, there is a technical issue, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Can we have some help from Valentina?
We're on it.
This is the interesting point when you're doing something live. Nothing is working as expected. So we have to we have to cope with the situation. But yes, sure. We okay. Here it is. Quentin, you will have to comment what is happening here at some point. Huh?
Yeah. So here is the switch between the AR and VR. Totally in the headset. So white, as you can see, white and
Okay, Quentin, you spoke while there was some sound, so I think you have to re-explain what we have seen right now in that video.
yeah, okay. I didn't hear the sound. So in this video, you may see the switch between AR and VR. So there is all what we've talked about before, like the hand tracking, the interfaces, and here with just pressing a button. Oh, okay. There is a switch between AR and VR. So yeah, and after there is a presentation of our glasses or future glasses that we currently try to integrate.
Okay, so basically the architecture of the product is the glasses are just becoming not through. I mean, the light is not going through the glasses, such as you can switch from AR to VR, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It is not the reality which is projected onto the lenses. It is masking the reality from the eyes, right?
Yeah, with a technology that we're working on, it's a piezoelectric screen that can be tinted when we inject current.
Okay, clear. Okay, so that's fine. So what I think it's now time to switch to Q&A. So we are going to look at the questions that we have in the chat. So what we have here in the chat, first question. Question in French. Salut la team Bamboo. So I just translate it in English. I've seen your video on YouTube and the interview a while ago. Finally, have you found partners for your project? Have you looked to Photo Lens, Enreal, and other company? So we are currently discussing with potential partners. And actually, I should not say we, because I'm only the mentor of Quentin. Quentin, you should answer to that question because you're the boss.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, as you say, we currently speak with some industrial person in France to push the project further, but yeah, it's in a pretty good way. So yeah, thank you for the question.
Would you have a preference into choosing a company which is a French company versus GAFA or an Asian company, or is it something which is completely open for you?
So in fact, we love to have a partnership with a French company, but we didn't refuse any proposition. So any partnership is good, but we prefer, in fact, French company and French manufacturer.
Yeah, okay. So we've got a comment from Mathieu saying a French product would be cool. Cocorico. Thank you, Mathieu. Yes, so there is a question of Valentin. You are selling pre-order on your website, but what is the state of the dev of the product? Okay, so could you answer to that, Quentin?
Yeah, for sure. So the pre-order on our website is to make market study to know how many people may be interested in our product. So our dev state today is we have a functional prototype. It's a prototype, is not a final version. So in fact, what we are doing yet is to miniaturize our product to put it in the glasses that you see in the video. So the pre-order yet is to, maybe if you are interested in the few months, you may order it. If
so let's clarify. Let's clarify the situation. You cannot pre-order actually on the website. It's a way to grab the level of interest of people and to make them aware of the progress of the project. But you cannot pre-order yet actually on the website, even if it is saying so. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Pre-ordering based on the current state of the project would be a little bit, or should say it, not realistic. I think this is the best way to say it. So, interesting question. Did you find competitors using your same technology? If yes, are they in advance or not?
So, in fact, today, nobody is used our complete technology. There is some open source projects that use some components that we use too, but in fact, anyone use the entire project. So maybe we are in advance, but in fact, we don't really know if there is a little project like us that make it also. So today we may say no, but in fact we don't really know.
Yeah, okay, good point. Actually, we don't know what we don't know. And specifically in that field, sometimes you have surprises of people that have been hiding their project for quite a while, and then it pops up. So it's an interesting point. We see, and we of course know that some projects are up there, including the big ones of Apple and Facebook and so on, using very different technologies, by the way. What I have understood of your project, Quentin, is that your project is a very low cost to produce project, which is very interesting in that respect, and still provides a very high level of user experience and functionality. So coming back to the question that we have had initially, do you think that this project can compete with the GAFA in terms of time, in terms of delivery? Okay. I've lost Quentin. Quentin, are you there?
Oh, there is a micro issue.
Okay. So, fair enough. Let's continue with the questions. We have some questions from Valentin asking if we are hiring. So, if you are hiring, sorry, Quentin, are you hiring any people to help you on the project?
So, if you would like to contribute to the project with us, it's totally possible, but as we say before, we didn't have found. So we can't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I will clarify the situation. This project is a student project. It's not a company yet. So it's difficult to hire when you are not a company yet. Quentin is looking at contribution of various kind, including sponsors or people that are ready to spend some time maybe with the project so far. So it's a question how to contribute to the project. A very interesting question from Oriane. So the device seems to be see-through. Absolutely. So how do you switch to VR? So you have to re-explain. Obviously, it was not clear enough. Quentin, explain how you go from see-through to VR.
Yeah, okay. So in fact, we have one lenses that is used to make AR. It's a see-through device. And we're adding a sort of module that can blind all the vision of the user with a piezoelectric material that can be tinted when we inject some current. So we blind all the vision of the user by tinted these elements.
Okay, so basically you are the lenses on which you've got the augmented reality can opacify, such as you switch to VR. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Another question, which is a field of view, a very interesting question. What is a field of view and how does it compare to current available VR headsets?
So, in fact, today we didn't compare to VR headset. Because it's not in fact, in our glasses, the VR is an option, is not the main part of the project. The main part is AR, augmented reality. So our FOV is the same between AR and VR, but for AR, it's really large. It's approximately 110 degrees of field of view. But In VR, it's a little bit less than what there is in the market today. So
Okay.
we prefer to put on the stage AR more than VR, but we are capable to do the both.
Okay. When you say 110 degrees, you mean horizontal field of view or diagonal field of view?
Oh, it's an horizontal field of view.
Okay, yeah, because I know that some manufacturers are cheating a little bit by saying by providing a field of view which is diagonal. So okay, so 110 degrees horizontal field of view. So any other question? Oh yeah, what are your schedule to have a commercial products to be sold? So Quentin, is your intention to build totally the product and to sell it?
So today is not our main goal. It's an idea that maybe have to be matured, but in fact, we prefer to give what we are doing yet to a larger companies that have more engineer, more manufacturing process, more manufacturer. And so in fact, we don't schedule to have a commercial product yet, but it's an idea that we have.
Okay, so if I will rephrase what you have said to make sure that everyone understands. You have done a proof of concept with your prototype. Actually, most of your added value today is how to manage by software your specific proof of concept. And you would like to have a company that would carry on that project to do the final industrial product for consumer use or at a consumer price, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so actually it's an open question. If you've got any company here which is interested by accelerating such a project thanks to the work which has been done by Quentin and his team, I think it's the opportunity. There is a window of opportunity here which is very significant if you would like to start such a project, or if you have started a project and you see how difficult it is. So Quentin has made great work with his team in that respect, and it's available. Any other question? Okay. So we don't have any other question. Okay. Mettez-le. Thanks a lot. Okay. Thank you guys. So thank you guys for listening. Merci beaucoup à tous d'être venus et d'avoir écouté. If you want to forward, si vous voulez parler de ce projet à des compagnies autour de vous, n'hésitez pas. If you want to speak about that project within companies around you, don't hesitate. You can help the team to achieve an interesting goal. And thanks, Quentin, for the great work you've been doing with your team.
Yeah, thank you, Philippe. Thank you, Valentina, and thank you, Virtuality, for this experience and this tool. It's a pleasure to be here. So thank you for you, aussi, also the public. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys. Really happy to have you today.
Thank you, Valentina. Thank you, Olivier, as well, for the organization of all of that. You've done a great job here.
I will tell him. Thank you so much.
Okay, we got everybody. The YouTube live is set up, so we can start whenever you want, Melanie.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Melanie de Riberol, Project Director at Ubisoft, and I'm happy to welcome you to this XR for location-based entertainment session. In past editions of Virtuality, we ourselves had the opportunity to present our own LB VR experiences and to try others. And well, let's hope that this year's virtual edition, beautifully crafted virtual edition, will once again trigger new discoveries and business opportunities. And for the first group of speakers coming to pitch their vision of XR for LBE, we will hear about time travel and virtual arenas and XR without coding. At the end of the session, you will be able to ask each speaker questions. I invite you to type directly your questions into the live chat and we'll select a few ones. And first, we welcome Timescope founder and CEO Adrien Sadaka to tell us about time travel and share their insights on XR for location-based entertainment. Adrien, you can unmute. Okay.
He froze.
Yes, he froze and he's muted.
Okay, maybe we can start with someone else.
So I'll try, yes. Okay, so, well, maybe we can launch the EVA video if you want, Olivier?
Yeah, sure.
Because our
Unfortunately,
next
Jean,
Jean,
okay, Melanie,
yes, Jean couldn't make here today. Jean Mariotte from EVA, from EVA. For personal reasons, he couldn't join us. So we'll be watching a video presentation of their activities.
Absolutely. And I tried it a little bit sooner, so I recommend you to maybe lower your speakers or your headphones because the sound is pretty high and we have rock and roll music, so it's pretty interesting. But yeah, warning about the sound. I will launch it in a few seconds.
Deuxième game. Va le faire mal. Oui, Dieu de la part de Pampan. On les sent plus confiants, peut-être un team play un peu supérieur. Au central, il va vers la gauche, il a plus qu'à SP. Les TDS pour l'instant, l'équipe parisienne est en train de faire la différence, c'est pas pour le point. Olaf qui fait le kill, on est à 98% et c'est fait. Olaf qui se met en position pour gagner. Il va cap, vas-y Olaf. Dépêche-toi Olaf. C'est gagné.
Le plus original de la paille aussi. After H, c'est validé en free roam, incroyable.
Comme un laser game, mais en 100 fois mieux.
Here we go. Just a quick test with Adrien. Can you hear us, please? Because I'm on a chat text with him as well. But I think he's got some trouble to hear us.
Adrien, you're still frozen.
Yeah, I will pursue the discussion with Adrien on the chat text. I think you just have to go back to exit and go back. So you can move on with
Peter.
Maëlys or Peter. Yeah, as you want.
Okay, thank you, Olivier. And our next speaker is Peter Kortenhoven. I hope I pronounce it well. Co-founder and creative director at Pillars Willow, who will present us their active esports arena platform, which uses wireless full-body virtual reality. So, Peter, it's up to you.
Well, thanks, Melanie, and welcome for having me around. My name is Peter Kortenhoven, and I'm founder of PWXR. And let's immediately cut to the case. We want to encourage people to do some more exercise, and for that matter, it's even one of the UN sustainability goals. So let's finally act on it. Get people into movement again. By having the body as a controller based on proven motion capture technology, we allow people to run, crawl, and even jump in virtual reality, all on high pace and fully connected, for example, using a central server or using 5G, for instance. Doing so, within a deeply immersive world, we started to understand people act differently. They have their entire body available in virtual space, and they seem to be able to dare more, become more intense and expressive. And it's really great to look from the side, while players don't seem to realize their willingness of doing those massive gestures and stuff. It's like watching the game from out the stadium, while not realizing players turn into the next esports heroes of tomorrow. So what we wonder, by having developed such a platform, is it a sport? Is it a game? So far, everyone comes up with an answer of their own. And it's like you present, you have to see it yourself. The first full body XR competition in which 2 teams of 2 players compete against each other in mind-staggering tournaments. We've built VR games before, earned several awards, get great appreciation from out the press, but the thing which we learned most out of that is that virtual reality isn't attractive for spectators. And that's why, while 4 players are competing against each other in virtual reality, the audience can have a look along on the surrounding screens using the interactive director. So it's specified on showing the best pieces and bits of the match, while also using augmented reality and even virtual reality with a standalone HMD, where you can see the match from out God mode perspective, or that you can even adjust the camera for the audience. So you become the cameraman or girl yourself. And the MC shakes up the crowd, encourages the players, and it's like the full stadium vibe that you will get. And it feels like you're live at a real match. Only yet again, is it a game? Is it a sport? Active Esports Arena is a solution that's about exercise and connecting the latest technologies, connecting people, shaping a better world and saying no to violent content, and use this opportunity to make XR in something more positive, in something we want to share. Well, that's of course a lot to be told, but I'd like to show you the trailer. And here we go. Give me 1 second. Oh, and yet again, this is what happens when you're live, because my screen shows something on top of another screen.
I will do the video for him. Do you need assistance, Peter? Do you want me to launch the video?
Yeah, if you want to launch the video, that would be awesome.
Sure. Yeah, of course. Just on
So-
time for the end of the video.
Perfect, perfect. I accidentally dropped out. So, hey, but back to the core. Once played, you see people starting to wonder, being amazed. The 10-minute matches are intense, but always end up in players putting off the headset, triumphant and very satisfied. And after a refreshing drink at the bar, having watched a couple of matches on the side, they all want to do one more thing, and that's improving their scores and rise up in the ranks. So we always say the proof is in the pudding. So come experience it yourself, whether it's in the Netherlands or somewhere else abroad, because we're Netherlands based. But soon a lot of new arenas will open, and become part of Active Arena yourself if you want. We know there's a lot of interest from our international sport clubs as well as sports organizations. And finally, it's not only a solution for permanent locations. And if I'm having a look over here, then I can show you. And let me see. You can also put out in the open. And that's something which is quite extraordinary, because we don't use line of sight technology from the outside. So we don't need camera tracking or whatsoever. It's just the suits, which contains the motion capture technology. It's a central server, and actually this match was played on 5G in the Amsterdam Johan Cruyff Arena. But what we also have done is playing matches with other soccer clubs, such as this one, which is PSV, our official partner in this. So there are a lot of possibilities by having this unique tracking method, and it's extremely easy to set up, because in 1 hour you're able to play and to go for it. So this is more or less my presentation. Thanks everyone. Enjoy your day, and look forward to answer some of your questions.
Yes, thank you, Peter. Does anyone in the audience have question? I see nothing in the chat. Okay. Well, I have a question actually. So you showed us some soccer, and how many different contents do you have currently on this platform?
Yeah, what we've built is a platform which is made ready for competitions. So our current project which we make exists out 1 minute challenges which follow up after each other. So if you have a match which takes approximately 10 minutes, then if you do it right, you can have more or less 10 challenges. If you are a really high-paced player, then you can have 15 challenges. And what we do over time is come up with new content, new challenges that feeds the tournament, which feeds the competition in such way. So it's really focused on replay value. And that's also what we notice from our sports is not to come with a broad variety as 20 different games, but to have each solution having continuously new levels and DLC coming up. So this is one. Of course, on the backside, we're working on a little bit more, let's say, more pleasant surroundings. Of course, this is sci-fi, but maybe you want to have a farm or whatsoever. But it's always based on coming up with updates, with new content. So once you have played, you want to replay and to show against your opponents that you're better and that you are able to get a little bit further in the competition with new levels that appear, with new skinning and those kind of things. So it's slightly different than completely new games.
And where can it be tested, tried today?
We have our flagship store in Eindhoven, the Netherlands, and we're talking with a dozen of companies who want to adapt it. So we expect 21 to be the year in which we can really expand. And for now, we're still searching for partners in multiple ways, such as the sports industry, because what we notice is normally people use their controller, or if it's about using the body, most of the times it's about shooting. And this is non-violent and it uses the entire body. So it's a solution for sports organization to connect to gaming society, though they're not only about using the controller with Viva, for instance, but they also show something which is beneficial for your entire body. It's like a body and mind solution. So on that part, we're searching for those partners. On the other part, we're searching for location-based entertainment centers who want to have this as a shop-and-shop solution. And especially, for instance, nowadays, you see the malls also want to have these kind of solutions, but it should be easy to set up, which this does more or less.
And talking about setup, we have a question in the audience asking which headset do you use? We've seen several headsets in your images, so
it's hardware agnostic, and that's the unique aspect of it, because mentioned earlier, you want to set up something which can be living there for longer than 1 year. So if a new series comes out, we provide support, and we also integrate it into the competition. So for now, for instance, you can use an HTC Focus or an Oculus Quest, and they can all connect in the same match. It doesn't matter.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Peter. I think it's time to switch to another speaker. So I don't see if Adrien is back in the game. Adrien, can you hear me?
I hear you pretty bad,
Yes.
but can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm here.
Okay, so we welcome Adrien Salacas, Timescope co-founder and CEO, who will share their insights on XR for location-based entertainment.
Thank you very much, Melanie. And hello everyone. Thank you, Olivier, for having us today. So when the industry thinks about location-based entertainment, we mainly think of spaces which are implemented into different types of locations that provide fun and interactive experience to the public. And that sometimes are not directly linked to the locations where they are in terms of content, in terms of storytelling. So at Timescope, we've always thought of this topic a bit in a slightly different way. And since the beginning of the creation of the company 5 years ago. So we consider that locations are actually very, very interesting playground for XR experiences, whether they be retail locations, cultural or venues, touristic landmarks, or any kind of locations that welcome that has visitors and trying to provide a nice experience to them. So I'll try to share with you some insights on the content that we delivered for about 100 different locations, including locations such as a very famous one like the Arc de Triomphe, or the Hôtel de Ville in Paris, or Place de la Bastille, or a little bit less well-known locations like small museums in Normandy, or historical places where you can see nothing when you go there, and like battlefields when we show how was the war before. So what I can share with you today is what seems to be important to us, given our feedbacks and given our different experiences on developing contextualized content linked to the locations when we install and when we provide our solutions. So first of all, I would say that the first and the most important thing is to understand what the location needs to do, what's his problem, whether it's some locations have trouble, for example, explaining, showing the history of their location. People come to experience a historical moment to see, for example, if you take Pompeii, you go there in Italy, you go there and you want to see you want to feel how it was in the past. And so the issue there is to show the public how it was and to make them really experience the past. It's the same for locations such as war battlefields or big monuments, where people really are seeking to understand and experience the history. So in other kinds of locations, it can be other problems. For example, in some locations which are more architectural buildings, the issue is to um, understand the buildings and understand um, the story behind different uh, types of buildings that make up the whole monument. So first thing is really to understand what the location wants to provide um, to its visitors or to its customers. The second insight is to be contextual. So it means that um, uh, for locations, it's often very tempting to offer an experience which is not really linked to the location, and so it can be in some. It doesn't have to be completely directly 100% um, linked to the experience, but it needs to have a link. And so it's really, for example, on a cultural location, um, you won't develop an experience which which speaks about something which is more which is linked to gaming, for example, and you need to find a way to incorporate the experience into the context of the location. Um, and then a third insight would be to uh, to add value to the on-site experience. Many places have this issue, which is I need to people are interested in to come and want to see something which is actually not really accessible. History can be something, but it can also be places which are not accessible to the public. So and many other things. So um, the idea of giving access, of adding value through giving access to something that the user cannot have on a regular visit would definitely be a third recommendation on XR content. And then the last one that we encounter in all of our projects, even when they are retail projects, is to speak to everyone, to be really easy to understand. To it doesn't it needs to be easy to onboard on the experience and to do the experience. Um, for people who are really used to 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 VR, AR, and also for people who are doing it for the first time. So I hope those insights can be useful to them, and I'd be happy to follow up on this conversation if you have any question.
Thank you, Adrien. Um, Anyone in the room has question for Adrien from Timescope? Don't be shy. Adrien, can you let us know what are your latest installations, latest Timescope installations?
Yes, so um, we actually we developed. We are well known for installations through VR self-service systems. So, but we are also working on very new types of solutions that include AR or that include other types of deployments. Um, Let me think of. I have in mind lots of projects which are coming, and and given during the COVID time period, we didn't install much things during the the lockdown. So I'll give you some insights of what's coming. Um, so we have a mix between installations that are self-service VR systems. For example, we will install a time travel experience that will be happening in a famous touristic spot in Vendée, where we will show how, which is called the Passage du Gois, close to Noirmoutier, where when we will show the whole history of the Passage du Gois and how it became uh, a natural road without the intervention of mankind, and so that's a project we're working on. We are also and in a totally different um, type of experiences. We are working with a museum in Belgium, which is located into the Zwin National Park, and we'll deliver an exhibition that will include a VR system, but also video mapping and augmented reality solutions that will help see um, in many ways how this whole area has changed. It was underwater, now it's not anymore, and how it has changed through decades. So two types of really different projects.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the details. Time is running, so I have to switch to the last speaker of the first part of the session, Maëlys Chusseau from Minsar, who is going to tell us about how Minsar does provide solutions for doing XR without coding. Thank you, Adrien. Hello, Maëlys.
Hey,
Thank
hello
you.
everyone. So let me, okay, everyone sees my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, so let's go. Hey everyone, hi everyone. Thank you very much for listening to me today. So my name is Maëlys and I'm a researcher and digital VR artist. I'm currently working on a PhD thesis about XR technologies applied to cultural heritage. And I also work at Minsar, which is a no-code platform which allows anyone without any technical background to create AR or VR experiences directly from an immersive headset. Can be Magic Leap, HoloLens, Quest, or a tablet or a phone. Then the experience can be shared to all XR-compatible platforms, again, on immersive headsets or simple phones. So what do I mean by create AR/VR experience? I mean that Minsar is a tool not technically for creating content in itself, but for putting pre-existing content into a scenography, a storytelling, an experience finally, and then share that experience. It means that once in Minsar, you can technically import any kind of media you want, 3D, sounds, videos, pictures, animated models, and put them into a scenography in your virtual or physical space. Then, all of this without any line of code. You can design different ways your visitor will be interacting with the objects, sometimes triggering animations or even the opening of other experiences also designed in Minsar. So the core of Minsar is actually spatialized computing, which means that Minsar is permanently scanning and understanding your virtual or physical environment. First, to be able to integrate and render your virtual elements correctly according to your physical or virtual environment. For example, being able to occlude a virtual object if it's placed behind a piece of furniture, for example, and thus create a very strong feeling of presence, okay, which is inherent to the XR technologies. But most of all, Minsar offers different types of what we call anchors, that is to say, different ways to attach your experience to a physical or virtual world. Among them, you can use the image anchor, for example, which allows you to attach an experience to a specific image. As you can see here, the work of street artist Nicolas Baron, who used Minsar to make his fresco come to life. In this way, people have a new way of interacting with the urban space through this method, okay? They just have to scan the QR code next to the fresco in order to see the characters come out of the wall. Another experience, another example, which is even more relevant in terms of location-based experiences as we know them today, Nicolas Verome could have used a spatial anchor, which is technically, the spatial anchor allows you to attach your experience to a specific place in the physical or virtual world. So imagine I'm a curator and I want to create a virtual exhibition in one of the rooms of my museum. Okay, as you can see, for example, on the right part. So it's not a museum, right? It's the MinSAR offices, but it's an example that we use in our tutorials. So I'm a curator and I want to create a virtual exhibition. So it can be an experience showing additional videos, information, animations around the physical objects, or it can be an actual exhibition with virtual collections like this here. All these statues are actually sketchfab models. So my first choice in this case will be the spatial anchor, because then my experience will be openable only in this specific room of my museum, and all the virtual scenography that I have worked on will be instantly reopened exactly as I designed it on the visitor's device. So the spatial anchor is quite interesting because it seems to be a combination of two different philosophies, actually. On the one hand, it is ubiquitous because it can be opened on any compatible device, but on the other hand, and contrary to most XR content that can be opened pretty much anywhere, a spatial anchored experience will be reopenable only in one specific place. In this way, in MinSAR, people can create different worlds, different experiences coexisting exactly at the same time and nowhere else. And for museums, it's a huge benefit because, for example, among millions of things, it allows them to build multiple exhibitions exactly at the same place without any loss of space. And at the same time, they preserve the interest of physically coming to the museum because, as I said, the experience will be only openable there. So, well, there will be a lot more to say, but I think I've used all my time. So if you want to know more, come see us at our booth here in Virtuality if you want to know more. And I will be animating a masterclass this afternoon at 3 p.m. to show you more precisely how all of that works. So thank you very much. I hope I was clear, and I'm waiting for your questions.
Thank you, Maëlys. I think it was perfectly clear. The masterclass will be on your booth at 3 p.m.
Yes, absolutely. In our auditorium, in our booth. Yes.
So I'm just trying to see if anyone in the audience has questions about MinSAR technology. You can type them in the chat.
It means I was perfectly clear. Cool.
I think actually it was quite, I think, quite clear, and
Okay, I see a question.
I don't have more questions, but yeah, I have one question from the audience. Can we use it in a PC?
No, because the whole point of MinSAR is creating a 3D experience in 3D, in an immersive environment. So you can use it on your phone or in an immersive headset, which is the goal of MinSAR, is really to create your scenography in your own environment and not have to go through a 2D, to transpose your environment through a 2D screen.
And does it only work using QR codes as a trigger, or do you do image recognitions and other?
So for now, okay, there are two questions, so I'll try to answer both real quickly. So for now, you can use, to see an experience that was published in MinSAR, you can use a QR code or a link. You can also export your experience for social media, so you can open a MinSAR experience as an Instagram filter, for example. Or if your phone or your device is compatible, you can see the experience directly through a web browser. So there are actually a couple of ways that you can share your experience really quickly. I can explain that a little bit later. Are the augmented objects interactive? Yes, if you can of course design all kinds of actions and triggers and relations. For example, if you can design that if you tap on an object, something else will appear, or the object itself will open a URL, a website or something like that. Any need of coding experience? No, absolutely no. The whole point of Minsar is to create these kinds of complex experiences that would need to develop without any line of code. This is really the point of Minsar. And which AR/VR device do you recommend for a good Minsar experience? Well, definitely the Oculus Quest 2 to create an experience that you can open both in virtual reality or reopen them in augmented reality. And this is actually the point of my masterclass this afternoon. So I invite you strongly to come and see that.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Maëlys. And we can switch to our second group of speakers. So I hope everyone, I'm not checking if everyone is on stage. Second session, you will hear about XR brand content and immersive experiences, as well as the importance of audio in XR, in virtual reality. So first, let's welcome Olivia Charnet, who is account manager at Backlight Studio, and she will tell us about their new OZ experience, as well as their way of working on the location-based entertainment market. Olivia,
hello.
I see you. Okay, I hear you. Thank you.
Great. Hi, everyone. Hello, I'm Olivia. I am the account manager at Backlight, like Melanie said. And Backlight has been around for 13 years, and we're specialized in XR for brand content, arts, and location-based entertainment. I want to thank the organizers for having us. And today I'll be talking a little bit about Backlight's LBVR creations and their key features, and try and give you some insight into what we've learned about location-based entertainment over the years. So for the past few years, Backlight has invested a lot of its creative forces into location-based entertainment. First, by releasing Eclipse, our multiplayer escape room set in space with haptics made in Backlight in 2017. And today, we're proud to say that we're among the best in class and the most awarded studios out there. So we became experts on what we call hyper reality. Hyper reality is VR with environment effects on top. A great example of that is Toyland Crazy Monkey, one of our crown jewels. This 35-minute game can welcome 2 to 6 players. You can think Apocalypse Now meets Toy Story, and the players will travel and fight in 100 square meter free roaming. The floor beneath them vibrates, and between each fighting scene where they're free to walk around, they'll need to go sit on a dynamic chair, which in the virtual world will take the form of a helicopter, a plane, or a Jeep. And these vehicles will take them from scene to scene, making the whole experience a full attraction. Another great example would be Ice Cube Protocol that we released last year. It's another gaming license in VR where the floor vibrates, but there's also smells, heat, wind, cold air that come and enhance the immersion. This month, we are also launching Le Bal de Paris de Blancali, which is another take on VR entertainment, meaning the performing arts world. So this experience will take 10 visitors at a time along a virtual free roaming opera. The haptic feedback, which is extremely important for us, will come directly from 3 dancers equipped with trackers but no headsets, who will dance around and with the visitors. And this is a unique experience at the crossroads of pure entertainment and artistic performances. Now, it was important for us to give you insight on the recipe of what we think makes a great LBVR experience. Obviously, a few key points are crucial: qualitative rendering, strong storytelling, clever interactions, haptic feedback. Make it multiplayer as well, that doesn't hurt. But I'm guessing many of you already know these features and use them. At Backlight, we've taken things a little bit further with developing smart footprints as a way of creating our experiences, or some of them, because fooling the customers by having them feel like they're walking around a huge decor while actually limiting the physical space is not only a wow effect of the experience when, you know, at the end people take off their headsets and say, wait, did we really stay in this tiny place all this time? It's also extremely important for any operator, because it allows them to get high quality experiences while saving cost on rent, right? And an example of that is Eclipse. So you may go and try Eclipse at one of the 20 venues opened in Europe, or at the first one in the US, which will open in roughly 2 weeks, to see that for yourself. Now, as I said before, we do work for brands as well. So it became crucial for us to clearly differentiate our XR expertise from branded content from our experiences dedicated to LBE. And this is why we've regrouped all these incredible entertainment and cultural licenses under the same name, Oz Experience. And this is a huge advancement for us because we're really striving to bring structure and best practices examples to a market that is always evolving, but also trying to find its footing. Oz Experience will encapsulate our location-based entertainment offer composed of diverse, rich, and exclusive experiences in VR. While each of them is a unique take on VR, like I said before, and you've seen that from the titles that I've detailed to you, as the entertainment, all of them do reflect our vision of VR, which is blurring the lines as much as possible between reality and the virtual. And that's it for me. Thank you for listening. Feel free to reach out via email or LinkedIn if you want to know more.
Thank you, Olivia. Turning to the audience. Okay. Hi. Does anyone have question for Olivia? I hear. Oh no, sorry. I said there was some hand waving. Okay. No question. Yes. No, just a comment. Hyper reality. Yeah, I loved your term of hyper reality. Clearly the future for location-based VR.
Yeah, we agree with that.
And so the Oz experience is already on. I mean, this is custom for each brand.
It's not
have
custom.
Examples.
Sorry?
Do you have examples of brand content produced for the Oz?
No, it's not for brand content. It's really for entertainment content. So it's really gaming within an offer. So what we do is standardize some types of different installations within Oz Experience. And those are for operators like VR standards, and it's mainly for entertainment. So that's really different from what we do with brand content.
Okay, I thought I understood you wrong. So I thought this one was for the brand content. So I guess we have no more question, and it was all clear. And I'm sorry, trying to see if our last two speakers are here. So yes, I can see Vincent.
Yeah, everybody is here. We are 15 minutes left.
Okay, so welcoming now Vincent Perceval from G4F, who will pitch their services of audio production and audio integration and tell us more about the importance of sound in XR for location-based entertainment. Hi, Vincent.
Hi, Melanie. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes, very well.
All good. So then I'll just start with the presentation, a video. I hope that the sound was not too loud because looks like there's problem with that in the application. But yeah, so let me just introduce you. That was the introduction to GFRF. So we are a company specialized in interactive audio production. For, let's say, historically, we're coming from the game industry, but of course, we're doing a lot of VR application, everything interactive, actually, and we need interactive sound. So we are, let's say, a one-stop shop for your audio needs. This is the tagline. And so let me just jump quickly to the PDF. So this is done. So yeah, we are specialized, of course, in sound production and all the new VR, AR hardwares brings a lot of new technologies, even if we're used to work on, let's say, binaural downmix experience. So we have say a long history in that, and we comply. We work with most of the technologies and software API providers around the world. We are the French-wise ambassador, which is one of the key technology for audio spatialization in games and in LBE2. So I will skip everything. You know, we got some critics there. Different really experience from games to VR to also culture. We've done a lot of project with Arte, with Les Poissons Volants, and also the sound and the multilingual localization of the Histopad for many castles in France. And just to talk about the today's topic, of course, I will not focus it on the sound, of course, but Jens Thomas is one of our composer from G5 Talents. I was the composer of the first Void experience in Salt Lake. So let's say we got a lot of feedback from him on building new hardware, building something from scratch. That was a crazy experience from them. And we've also talked a lot about this topic with the Futuroscope, because they've been working on the Sébastien Loeb experience, and with a lot of challenges, because the experience should remain short and but still, you know, being something really original, and with the hardware that is evolving. It's really fast nowadays. So my feeling, this is really personal, is why and how this content, why and how we are attending this LBE is, of course, if you need an outstanding hardware configuration, because of course this is something you shouldn't be able to do at home. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to attend this LBE. We see a lot of exclusive experience and content, of course, and I think this is key. And the co-op experience also, because you see a lot of course, VR, multiplayer VR facilities all around. We've been, you saw the EVA presentation earlier during this topic, and I mean, this is something really interesting, is how can I enjoy an equivalent of the laser game experience in VR, and this is where actually we cannot compete at home because of latency, I would say, but of course it's gonna change in the near future. But and yeah, also yeah, we see a lot of companion apps, visitors apps with clear added value. This is for more museum or other experiences, but we just saw the Minsa previously. So there's a lot of applications like this, which is more, let's say, added value to the visitors. And all in all, I would say this is really, really it's exciting in a way because you can develop really exclusive and high quality, top quality content, because this is the key. And if you check the 4 items listed there, I think, of course, it's going to be a success. And of course, think about your audio, because it's a crazy challenge on all these applications. Think about the headphones, think about the hardware. It's really important for the experience. And yeah, closed, semi-open, open headphones. All the challenge of the sanitary conditions nowadays, how you clean your headphones and so on. And of course, the overall sound of the experience. So a lot of stuff to check. And we can help, you know. That's it, I would say. Merci. And if you have any questions, of course, feel free.
Yes, thank you, Vincent. Thank you very much. Any questions in the audience? Oops.
So LVAR audio only experience? No, not really. We've talked about, actually there's one nearby at the at Saint. We've been talking with Narrative, which is a company developing such experience, audio only. We would love to do one. So if you have concepts, let's talk. But we did not yet, we do not have done something like this. But this is definitely something we are looking for, especially with the mobile nowadays, and the tracking we could do, because one of the key features is, of course, the head tracking and the positioning, and we see a lot of evolutions during the last years. So yeah, it's really exciting.
Okay, so you mean you could track, you mean if you could do like audio immersion in a location and track where the customer are?
That could be really interesting. Some of the experience you already you can experience nowadays are basically binaural, but not always head tracked experience. One of the, let's say, the trend we see is, of course, having the head tracked, so the headphones tracked, the headphones positioning within the location. And then you can think about real-time spatialization, which is something we do in video games every day, you know, but for real. And then you experience real-time spatialization, and you can play with the space, the let's say in virtual space, you can play with the virtual space of the real space. And we've been watching all the research from there is Microsoft on the topic, and everything related to space, convolution reverb, you know, volume scanning, and things that you can apply to your audio signal in real time is something really exciting, because you can really feel the sound like if it was in the real space, but generated virtually. So you can really create some crazy experience. And yeah, Apple XR, same thing. You will have a lot of project, audio dedicated project coming in, I guess.
Another question.
Yeah, this is one of the
Sebastian.
challenge, the Bose glasses, and yeah. And we saw, actually, Google and Microsoft did a lot of research on that. There was, I don't remember the name of the research program, but of course the HoloLens is doing this, and you have a real-time scanning of the real volume and the real object you have in your location. and you could use that to do real-time processing on the audio. So you can recreate, for example, a clone of the reverb of the location you are. I mean, there's so many things to test and to experience. For sure, the audio is, let's say, underestimated today. Even if there's a huge explosion of the podcast and many stuff around the audio nowadays, so it's getting better. But yeah, for sure, we can do we can do crazy things with the techno today.
Yes, well, in at Ubisoft we have a head of music who says always that don't forget that music is half of the image. So
exactly.
we are not allowed to underestimate it.
Exactly.
And I think, yes, looking forward to if you do some kind of audio-only experience immersion, that will be certainly very interesting. I haven't tried that. I've heard of a few things like that, but that has certainly some potential now. Thank you very much. We had to skip the last presentation because we could not find the last speaker.
Yeah, Guido is not here, and
He's
actually,
on the booth somewhere.
this
He's
is,
in the...
I don't know, but anyway, this is the end of this session. It's time because we got another one in the other auditorium. So I would like to give you a huge thanks, Melanie, for being here. Thank you very much for moderating this session. And thank you to all our speakers and to the audience. I invite you to go to visit some booths if you want. And if you want, we got another conferences. It's a keynote in the Auditorium A with Andy Fidel. I think it will be really interesting. So I invite you to go to the next keynote, which will begin in 2 minutes in the Auditorium A.
Thank you. Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye.
So it's my pleasure to present Andy Fidel. The floor is yours. Ready when you are.
One, two, 1, 2. Hi, everyone. Well, I will assume that my audio is loud and clear. All right. Well, first and foremost, thank you very much. I want to congratulate the Virtuality team because I've been coming to this event for 3 days now, and you made it happen. You know, thank you for pulling through and for making this conference digital and accessible to everyone. It takes real work to put something on like this. And believe it or not, I'd say it's harder sometimes in VR. We're very much physical beings, and we very much enjoy physical experiences. Yet with what's happening right now in the world, we just don't have that luxury. This COVID-19 pandemic is changing what we can do and what we can't do. The media keeps saying we've got to social distance, and I don't agree with that. No one said we couldn't be social or that we have to cope with all of this in isolation. On the contrary, with times like this, we've got to find ways to come together. We have to activate our communities and look after one another. And I'm very grateful for my VR community and friends. They've made this year, however difficult, so memorable in so many beautiful ways. So thank you, Valentina and Oliver and everyone on your team. It feels really good to be present in this digital platform and get to connect with other XR Imagineers from around the world. My name is Andy Fidel, and overall, I consider myself a spatial network evangelist, meaning I'm completely invested in the social side of immersive reality. I study the impact of VR and AR on digital communications and what the future holds for human connection. My background is in journalism and social media marketing. I've always had an interest in visual media and storytelling, how we can leverage social media to build a supportive network. How do we create value content to better engage and share information? And most importantly, how do we build digital relationships to build a global community? Get Social is a philosophy. It originally sparked in 2010 when I first grew interest in social networks. I've always been somewhat of a nomad. The more I travel, the more I find myself using the internet to stay in connection. Social media, unlike traditional media, is a two-way street. You can't respond to a newspaper or talk back to a voice on the radio. And we certainly can't pull a Willy Wonka and step into the tele. Get Social is an action verb because it requires active contribution from participating parties. When you apply this to business and marketing, it requires brands to have a certain level of public engagement. You're not just using social media as a loudspeaker, but you're contributing to a higher conversation, whether that's hosting a webinar, running a Twitter chat, doing live video, or simply getting involved with the industry. But despite it all, social media is essentially media distribution and media engagement. We only really connect with one another when we get into direct communications. So that's like picking up the phone or getting on a video call or starting a private chat with someone. And even then, there's still a massive disconnect because we're not communicating in real time. There's always this lag between our comments, our outreach, and our invites. And that disconnect makes it hard for us to build genuine relationships because they're all essentially scheduled on a calendar. There's also the fact we aren't really ourselves on social media. It's oftentimes a portfolio. We tend to selectively share the positive aspects of our lives, like our success, our achievements, or our most beautiful adventures. And that also creates a disconnect. And one of the negative features of social media is how we cherry pick our lives and compare them with others, when really a relationship is a wholesome reality, which includes our hardships, our moment of despair, of anger, of compassion, of love and chaos that essentially shapes who we are today and who we'll be tomorrow. So what happens when you add spatial computing? Today I want to talk about the future of digital communications and explore the social side of immersive reality. With the rise of spatial networks, what does it mean to have a virtual identity? And what does it mean to be part of a virtual community? It doesn't make much sense to label social VR and AR social media platforms. Granted, there are many similarities, but I think new words are needed as we push the boundaries of communication. Spatial networks are the future of social media because there's a significant difference between media engagement and real-time networking. You don't interact with digital media feeds in virtual spaces, but you're engaging with real people. So when you think about it, what is social in virtual reality? It's you, not your media. The fundamental difference between social media and spatial networks is social media shares information and spatial networks are shared experiences. And in these shared moments, we create memories, and that fosters a deeper level of community. One of my favorite moments in virtual reality is Campfire. You've probably heard of it. Campfire is a public hub in AltSpace VR by Microsoft. And no matter what time of the day, there is always someone there, meaning there's always a conversation to join. It's like the public park in your city or your favorite coffee shop, except there's no real notion of day or night, open or closed. It's a persistent public space in the multiverse. I usually do marketing or community management kind of work, But one experience that opened my mind like no other was my time at Altspace as a campfire moderator. I got to fully immerse myself in this universe and connect with people on a much deeper level, taking part in their creations, their worlds, ideas, their events, dreaming up new ways to surprise each other. It became more than a job, it became a passion, and that's because I became part of a community. The people I saw and I spoke to every day or every week, they didn't just share the positive aspect of their lives. I wasn't following an optimized feed. We connect in the present moment and share the reality of our lives, the good, the bad, the ugly, and sometimes silence speaks the loudest. There's a particular moment that I love in social VR, and those are the pictures. We have this tendency to forget that we're avatars, and we really do smile at these moments. And they always make me laugh because I tend to just linger on, and people will ask, "Did you get it? Did you get it?" Can I stop smiling now? Because my cheeks are starting to ache. Finding community in virtual reality is essentially about presence. Social VR is not really a search engine at this point. Unlike Twitter or Facebook, you can't necessarily find people or groups of interest with tags or hashtags. So how do we find each other in the multiverse? Well, by joining or creating events. One of the greatest things about virtual reality is how accessible anyone can strike up a space with an intention. And that's how Get Social naturally found its way into VR. I first started with themed meetups, like Gender Talks, or the SEO Geek Out, the Women in VR, or the Rise of Virtual Beings. At first, my event series, they started out very organized. I'd make a special presentation, or I would try to get a new speaker every week. But over time, I realized that my favorite moments of the event actually developed after my presentation. Basically, when I stopped talking. People of equal interest and oftentimes more experience were joining my events, not just once, but on a weekly basis. So I started to cut down on presentations and let go of the infamous mute all button in social VR. And eventually, all my events became social. And I learned that the most interesting and organic conversations took place when you opened the space for others. Today, the Get Social channel is a digital hub for emerging technology enthusiasts and creators. We've hosted over 750 events in virtual reality with the aim to engage people in future conversations. We do fireside chats, conference extension, holiday calendars, and experiential hangouts for community and enterprise, making local conversations global discussions. Another strong moment in social VR I'd like to share was Burning Man, the multiverse. It's always been an item on my bucket list, but I'm always on the opposite side of the earth. And I had serious plans to join the experience in 2020, which obviously fell short with COVID. But instead, something magical happened. Burning Man came to virtual reality. I was so excited because that meant I didn't just get a chance to participate, but I got to build my own camp. And so from May to September, I was in VR every morning and every evening with my team. We built everything using an Oculus Quest and collaborative tools provided by Altspace in the BRC VR. I also want to give a little shout out to Mira, a fantastic world builder and VR developer, someone I'm very honored to have met in virtual reality. She gifted the whole community with a great number of enchanting objects like fire spinners, hula hoops, wings, ears for the bunny march, and these tutus and unicorn masks, and my ultimate favorite, colliding stars. I also had a chance to collaborate with other VR creators and developers like Giuliano Lowe. We built a lot of infrastructures together, and I got to learn a bit more about architecture and about design. Ultimately, it was a shared experience. Inspired by my time at Campfire, I didn't just want to create an event space or a piece of art, but a public hub for people to join at all times of the day or night. We had a central meeting space, an info zone for new VR users. We had flying exercises, an education builder. We had an outdoor classroom, a meditation zone, and a mingle lounge inspired by my time in Morocco, a public stage, and a special DJ clubhouse way out in the desert for major events. It was one of the most spectacular experiences I've had, whether that's physical or digital, because I really felt immersed and covered in virtual dust. And the connections I made in that short amount of time were raw and honest and intense. Again, it was about the shared experience, not just the event itself. And to this day, I still have powerful relationships with my team and the people I've met and collaborated with on the playa. All this has brought me to here and now. I truly believe spatial networks are a driving force for human connection. And right now, we really do need to come together. And so we created a new Get Social community experience that just launched in December, our new Winter Wonderland festive experience. It's a moment where I just want people to come together in virtual reality, trying out a new experience hub. Again, a place that would be open 24/7, that people can join on their own time or can come and see our calendar of events. We made an ice rink, we made a cafe lounge, a holiday giveaway, an exciting VR and AR advent calendar, with comedians and performers and DJs coming together to make this happen for communities at large. At this point, we're expecting over 100 international events. The goal of Winter Wonderland, just like the Get Social philosophy, is to create an open public space for social networking between professionals and immersive enthusiasts. A big thank you to our generous sponsors and supporters like Minsar and Educators in VR, who are donating events and helping us fund artists to take part in this experience. But I also want to thank the VR community, because we often come together in these moments, in these large initiatives. I wish I could name them all, but quickly, I really want to give a big thanks to my team, like John Williams and Dave and Nira and Ben and Bobby Carlton and Gianna Lowe and even Sarah Hill. I really appreciate your support and encouragement as I wander across the multiverse, exploring the social side of immersive reality. And now I would love to open up the stage. Coming from Get Social, I do love to connect with the people in the room and answer questions and get a chance to have a conversation and perhaps talk about your questions or your ambitions in spatial networks or in virtual reality. And always, if you're in world, please say hi.
Thank you, Andy.
Well, that's a great question. Where can we virtually meet next time? Well, we host Get Social events every week. Right now, we do have this open world called the Winter Wonderland. So you can drop in at any time. And I'm usually there between 8 a.m. Los Angeles and 8 a.m. p.m. Los Angeles as well. We do have events like music, but we also have some open mingle and chills where we just open the ice rink, for example, or we have snowballs, or there's the cafe lounge. There we can play a game of chess. I actually don't know how to play chess, but I definitely look forward to learning it in, in virtual reality. And there's the website that also connects to, we have a Discord channel for the spatial network. And that's a place where I bookmark everything that I find or read about regarding social VR or social AR. It's something that I used to do privately, but then was asked to share it publicly. If I'm doing the research and bookmarking and reading, might as well share with everyone else. We're also on Facebook. We have an open group, and obviously we're also on Twitter. Maybe a show of comments. How many people use social VR perhaps on a weekly basis? Especially now with all the quarantines. That's a really great question. So I got a question that I mentioned the campfire of Altspace, and if I think the virtual representation of the space can help break the ice, or at least improve the involvement of the audience. Absolutely. One of the things I noticed when creating experience hubs is that it's not just about the beauty or the design of the space. A lot of times we need an icebreaker to connect with one another. So that can be an interactable, like a stick and a marshmallow that we can roast on the fire, or it could be a game of basketball. It could also be just picking up food or beverages, something that we can share upon or even laugh about. There's also a lot of really fun interactables in these spaces, whether they make funny sounds or sometimes to activate certain objects, you have to collaborate. One of my favorite objects are the colliding stars. So you have certain stars that connect with other stars, and then it creates a firework. Same goes. We like to put fun stuff like trampolines in the space, or we like to have spaces where people can come together with social games. But if we were all in a space with nothing to do with our hands or our bodies, it gets a bit static. And we can increasingly see that between folks that are in VR or in 2D mode. So having objects and things to touch and to drop and to throw around is just a way to kind of go up to someone and make that initial connection. Another thing to think about when making public spaces is, where do people come together? There does need to be an obvious mingle zone. And that's something that we learned with our burn camp. At one point, we just had a lot of carpets in this really wide open space. And then we had a lot of, more secluded private spaces. And so at one point, people were asking, well, I don't really know where to go into this space. And so in the end, we added a fire pit. And that was just a symbol and a place for people to huddle and come together. Same thing when we created our more, our quiet zones or smaller mingle zones. We would put things like couches. Again, light always brings people. Interactables, things to touch, brings people together. And so I think those are the three keys. It's to have interactables, objects, something to actually break the ice between each other. Having a public zone where people can come together in larger groups, and then also having places where you can have more of a private conversation. So for example, without hopping completely out of the world, if you want to have more of a one-on-one experience or conversation with someone, I really appreciate worlds that are a bit large. It doesn't have to be very large. We don't have to walk for 10 minutes to go out into the forest or something. But a little teleport here and there to go to an isolated space so we can really connect on a one-on-one level, or hop back into the center where the group experience is happening. And so that's something that we also did in our Winter Wonderland. I think the campfire, the fire itself, again, light is something that brings people together. It's been an item that we've used in a lot of our spaces. Definitely curious to know and to figure out different items and symbols that bring people together. And the second part of this question, another part to keep in mind is that spatial networks are cross-platform. A lot of these platforms are available not only to VR headsets, but to computers or to iPads or to iPhones. So it's really important to think about the objects and how people are able to engage with them. And you want to try and make the experience as cross-platform as possible. That's a really great question. Do I think VR social network for work will be a thing one day? We already have a professional social network. Absolutely. I think it's already starting to just unconsciously and very discreetly just design itself, because social VR has always been a bit of the black sheep in the VR and AR industry. But we have a lot of spatial networks. I think right now we're at over 20. And so, they're all fabulous in their ways, and there's always a specific reason to go to certain platforms versus others. Ultimately, I do think everyone should just hop around, because you're really missing out if you really just focus on one platform versus the other. But for example, you have Rec Room, that definitely has a large quantity of a Gen Z community, also a lot of millennials and Gen X. So it is a diverse community, but there's a lot of teenagers and just young adults. And that's because they really focused on gaming or esports. There are treasure hunts. There's just so many games you can play as a group. Even the avatar, it's a cartoon drawing. All of it's kind of I don't want to say Lego pieces, but we just all look the same, and we have these fun little items and things that we can wear. And so that, that platform, I personally use it to do the virtual tea parties, so something really fun on the weekend and something just to hang out with my friends in VR. On the other hand, there are platforms like Engage that are much more realistic. Even the clothing that we wear, they're not as colorful or as funky as like having Halloween costumes or being a Christmas tree. They have clothing that are much more professional. You can suit up with a tie, or you can be, with a polo shirt. Even just the graphics itself attracts a certain level and different types of events, like conferences, like workshops, or talks on meditation and wellness. And then you have other platforms that are complete free-for-alls and totally custom, like VRChat, where you can do absolutely anything you want. And right now their numbers are so big, it's just you're walking amongst the internet. So I definitely think that certain VR platforms will define themselves. And I definitely think that we're also all in it together to raise awareness and to talk about these new platforms and the benefits that they have. and we're not in competition. I think everyone's just kind of, you know, creating and carving out their niche. Oh, another question. So I think Horizon will have an impact on it. Facebook launched Facebook for work, so why not Horizon for work? Why not? Absolutely. I honestly, I haven't had a chance to visit Horizon yet. I'm over in Europe, so we haven't been given access. But what I've seen online, what I've seen from the videos and the streams from the VR community, it seems like a diverse platform. And knowing Facebook having such a group experience, a personal experience that's quite private with your friends and family, and then you're absolutely right. There's Facebook pages that is much more business oriented. I'm not sure, but I would definitely see Horizon kind of expand in all those tiers. It wouldn't just be a place for gaming, or it wouldn't just be a place for business meetings. It's definitely a platform that has so much developed. They are one of the first social networks, and so they're just so ahead of the game in terms of like how we are using the internet and these social networks to connect, to build community, to share content. They've expanded where we can telephone each other, we can video call, and so I definitely see Horizon. I'm hoping it will have all the functionalities that Facebook has.
Andy, I'm sorry to cut you, but we've run out of time. Thank you so much. That was super interesting. We're gonna have to start another session in Auditorium B about how XR can accelerate the learning process. Thank you all so much. This was a really, really interesting conference.
Three for each session. So you should have, right now I see on the presentation screen, Loic's content for Lenovo is up right now, but she's not until the second session. So if you wanted to go ahead and load your content up for the screen, that would be fine, at least for a cover sheet.
Yeah, actually, the first thing I show is a video, so I'll wait until the
Oh, perfect. Okay.
And then
Fun.
I'm going to try to swap from the video to a presentation. So we'll see whether I can perform virtuality acrobatics like that.
Correct. Okay.
On our side, we are ready. We are live in the auditorium. We are live on YouTube. So whenever you're ready, Randy, you can manage the presentations.
Excellent. So, bonjour tout le monde. This is a session for how can XR accelerate the learning process. Thank you for everybody joining us at noon there in Paris time, very early here on the East Coast. My name is Randy Brown. I'm the director of the Virtual Heroes Division of Applied Research Associates, and we're having a pitch session today. We actually have 3 presenters during the first session and 3 presenters in the second session. So we want to get started very quickly to give them as much time as possible. And so our first presenter is Christophe Mallet. He is the CEO and co-founder of Body Swaps.
Thanks, Randy. Hi, everyone. So I'm Chris, live from Hackney in London, UK. And that's the first time I do a presentation wearing my winter slippers. So that feels quite cozy and nice. So I'm the co-founder of Body Swaps. essentially what Body Swaps is, it's a flight simulator for soft skills. And so instead of simulating, landing a plane or handling an electrical storm, we're simulating landing a job or handling a difficult conversation. And just like a flight simulator, it's realistic, it's impactful, it's safe, and it's cost efficient. So let me show you first a quick video of what it looks like, and then I'll tell you a little bit more about what we do and how we do it. So is the video going to load? Interestingly, it loaded 2 minutes ago. It doesn't seem to load now. Give me a second. I'm going to try again. That does not seem to be working.
No, it's working. Chris,
It was working?
yeah, the sound is okay in the audience, but speakers doesn't have the sound. It's okay. Yeah, but please keep the video because you're launching. It's important.
I'm sorry, guys. It seems to be very, very buggy. That's okay. I'll go to the PDF instead, and you will have more of a still view of what it looks like. Okay, so when we created Body Swaps, we really wanted to answer one question, which is how do you really develop soft skills at scale? Not ticking boxes, but actually transforming behavior to improve the performance of the team, the well-being of your employees, and the performance of the organization as a whole. You may have seen that before. The challenge today is that there's a trade-off between scalability and effectiveness when it comes to soft skills. Coaching is extremely effective because it's based on practice, on personalized feedback, and that's great to transform behavior. But that's also at $500 per hour for a coach, just not something you can scale. On the other end of the spectrum, e-learning is great to acquire knowledge. But in e-learning, you will learn about management. You won't learn to be a manager. And so even though e-learning is very scalable, it doesn't have that practice element that is necessary to really become better at soft skills. And so what we propose with Body Swaps is simulations that have a level of learning performance that is close to coaching, but a level of scalability that is close to a digital solution. So what's Body Swaps? The way it works fundamentally is that we have a library of off-the-shelf simulations. Each simulation is on a particular skill. Those are ready to play, ready to deploy at scale. On top of that, we've built our own behavioral analytics engine. That means that we can give feedback to the learner on their behavior, but also allow organizations to get a new realm of data, and that's behavioral data, and to start making decisions about the company based on human data and not only financial. The platform is available for virtual reality, for mobile, and for PC. And finally, because we know that deploying new technology requires a lot of human resources, not only tech, we support our clients, like those ones, when it comes to the deployment. What makes Body Swaps very interesting, the first element really is the learning format. And again, answering that question is how do we leverage that technology to transform behavior? So we work with behavioral scientists and learning designers, and that's essentially the Body Swaps format. We built some Lego blocks almost for learning. Those images are from one simulation, which is around active listening. And in that simulation, you meeting Sam, the guy in the black shirt, he's sexist, towards Sophie, his colleague. Firstly, you're going to observe Sam and Sophie, and you're going to be able to pick up Sam's sexist behavior. Then face-to-face with Sam, you're going to have a conversation, your typical branching scenario where you're choosing A, B, or C. So far, that's pretty standard stuff in VR. What makes Body Swaps unique is the intervention. And in the intervention, you're giving Sam your feedback. So your task is to give examples of what he did and said that was wrong, list the impact it had on Sophie, and suggest ways to improve. And you're doing that just like I'm talking to you right now. There's no script, you have to improvise. Then we take that voice data and that spatial data that we captured from how you move to recreate that scene, but put you in the shoes of Sam. So you are on the other side of the table and you watch yourself back from his perspective, and you get to viscerally feel, okay, this is how I speak and what I said. Then we complement that with the behavioral data that I mentioned. So that's, semantic analysis, body language, decision-making, and self-reported data. And that enables us to give the learner very personalized behavioral feedback. And that self-reflection coupled with the behavioral feedback is what really accelerates the transformation. As I said, Body Swaps is available on all of those three formats. And the idea is not only to reach more people, the idea is blended learning. That means that if you're going to transform a behavior, you need practice. And so VR is not going to replace face-to-face. VR is not going to replace Zoom or e-learning. It's going to complement those technology to add a dimension, and that's around applied autonomous skills practice. Practice active listening, practice it many times on your own, and this is how you're really going to transform your behavior. 94% of people who've tried Body Swaps would recommend it over existing forms of training for soft skills. After a single simulation, 85% reported a significant increase in their confidence to apply what they had learned, and 84% said that they would actually apply immediately what they had learned in the simulation. So we have simulations on the basics of workplace communication, like active listening, gender inclusion, challenging non-inclusive colleagues. We released yesterday a new series around inclusive leadership, so targeted at managers around conflict and feedback. And right on the other side of Christmas, we released another series on employability skills. That's it for us. You can give it a try. We have demos available if you just go on our website. Otherwise, I will be in our booth, which is Hall 2, G1. I'll be there all day. Just ring the bell on the desk, and I'll be happy to answer any question. Thanks. And sorry for the video again, but you can go on the website. The video is there. Cheers.
All right. Thank you very much, Chris. That's very interesting. So with the body swaps, you're trying to really provide a kind of a reflection and a mirroring experience. That's really, really the key here for people to see, like you said, nonverbal cues that they may be throwing off, not just, checking answers in a box, correct?
Yes, it's correct. And that all comes from a raft of academic research led by Stanford University and Mel Slater around being embodied in someone and interacting in a simulated social environment. How does that influence your behavior? And there have been studies around, domestic abusers. There have been studies about what happens when you are in the body of another gender, another race, what happens when you see yourself giving feedback to someone. And they all conclude medium is extremely powerful to transform behavior in the long term.
Well, that's excellent. I mean, I think that I would be interested in seeing this applied to the specifics of the emotional intelligence movement and all the things that people are trying to learn about themselves and the way they communicate. So that looks awesome. And so, Chris, we don't have any questions coming in on the chat right now. We
just
need to move
just
to
a quick word, Wendy. Just to Chris, sorry for the video, but can you please send it to me on contact@virtuality.fr, and if we got 5 minutes at the end of the pitch session, I'll be happy to share it with the audience. Okay?
Fantastic. I'll do that right now. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Thank you, Chris. And so our next presenter is Vincent Perceval. He's the CEO and owner of G4F. And so Vincent, time for your introduction and time to go.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So I'll start with a video of the company. It's always better in video. So long story short, let me open it. Olivier, it was working on the previous one.
Yeah, it should work.
Should work. I don't know why. We could start maybe. Let me try. Yes. Do you see the video? There's a real bug there, right?
It works, Vincent. No worry, we can see it.
Okay. Yeah, but I got the impression that it's going back and forth. Right, some limit.
Correct. It's not running properly.
Skipping back a little bit. It's moving forward a little, but not making
Okay,
perfect
Vincent,
progress.
I will manage the screen. You sent, it's the same that you sent
Yeah,
before,
yeah.
right? Okay,
Yeah.
give me 2 minutes, please.
Okay, Vincent, I believe he was probably going to take the same approach and ask you to give him an upload of the video so that
I
he
just need a
can
few seconds.
add that. Oh, okay, perfect.
Okay, got it.
I have uploaded it again. Let me try with this one.
Please let me manage the screen, Vincent. Vincent, I got it.
You got it? You got it?
Yeah, I told you. No,
do
please
it. Okay. I
Yeah.
stop. I stop playing.
Okay. I had it. Okay. Sorry for the inconvenience. Technology sometimes it's not easy to manage. Yeah, sorry. I'll come back.
Okay, Vincent, it looks like he is going to try to run it from his account, but okay, he's going to jump back in here real soon. So, Vincent, would you like to talk about G4F briefly while we're waiting for the video to load back in?
Yeah, sure. So maybe you can switch to the PDF. The idea was just to. It's always simpler via video, but let me.
Right, I know it's
something here.
always the best.
I got a PDF. So
Yeah.
just I can need to. Yeah, so the PDF, so G4F, it's 12 years old now, group that I have founded after being the audio director at Cyanide Studio, which is a video game studio. And so now it's a group divided into 5 divisions. One is the production division. So we are, let's say, experts in interactive audio production. One is localization. So we do translation, adaptation, and dubbing. We produce sound effects. We got G4F Records, which is a music label. We distribute original soundtrack of games, and we are also we have a talent agency. All in all, we are experts in, let's say, audio content and writing and localizing. And we've worked on, so of course, we worked a lot on everything related to interactive audio. So from simulators to e-learning to a lot of different content. I have a few samples after that. So this is some VR project, the Invisible Hours with motion capture, Mandala, which is a multiplayer experience, Universal War 1, which is an adaptation from a comic book, with Studio Nix, who is the neighborhood, Paper Beast, who is a recent release from Pixel Riff. We've done the music, Within the Walls, etc., etc. And also a lot of content for culture, from cinematic VR to visits in AR, and also things that I didn't put some slides of it, but for groups like Total, Vinci, big industry, let's say, group. We worked a lot on the e-learning solutions, and so we are expert in audio, and so recording the audio in different languages for this kind of experience. And back to the topic, how XR can accelerate the learning process. We are convinced, but as probably everyone here, that XR is really has been a revolution in the learning process. I think of really different example, like with Naval Group, we've been working on the really simulators, and imagine that people that, for submarines, for example, once you got the crew, every test, every time spent in the submarine cost thousands and millions. And so, of course, being able to test it, experience the maintenance, everything related to your job, I mean, but virtually is really something that has been a revolution for all the industrials around the world. And same thing for the maintenance, for other groups like NC or the Cognac, because we are in the Cognac Valley, but we get a lot of samples of the digital clone. We have talked a lot about the digital clone, but the digital clone is really interesting if connected live with the IoT, and then you can really interact with real-time data, real-time content, and if then the XR is really something really crazy, because you can have access to a lot of augmented content and in real time. So this is really revolutionizing the way you repair stuff, the way basically for all the maintenance. This is really something that has been it's a revolution. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much it. This is the only real point that I was looking to talk about, because we have a lot of experience in the entertainment, but from what we learn from, I have another samples, which is Total. They are sending people on gas platforms, and you learn. You can learn everything up front. You can visit the site up front. You can the virtual one, and it's really a plus. I mean, once you are on site, you know already the space. You know the rooms. You're not discovering it from scratch, and you are already trained. So for training, this is a revolution. Yeah.
All right, perfect, Vincent. So would you say that the key value added, it appears for you all, is with just the extremely high quality audio production to basically improve immersion for learning experiences? Is your focus or the largest part in improving that level of immersion for learning?
Exactly. In terms of, let's say, we are expert from, we are coming from the game. In game, you specialize the sound in real time, and you're here to have a great experience, to immerse the player into the experience. And what we do nowadays with Naval Group or Thales or the big industrial companies is trying to replicate the good practices we've learned from the game into the industry. I have an example, for example, for Naval Group. We've been working on their platform, navigation platform, and they never thought about the sound on the platform. The chief officer was just hearing some alarms, really stressing stuff, but without added value, without any information. What we've done is just adding the specialization of this alarm. So once you were on his seat, he was hearing the alarm from where the problem was coming in. And, for us, it's just our daily life, specializing the sound in 3D in real time. For them, that was a revolution because they were hearing the sound from where the problem was coming in. Stuff like this. I mean, it's really taking the best practice from the interactive entertainment and bringing them to the industry, into the learning process. And there's also, I think, a huge gap of improvements on the UI nowadays, especially in AR.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's awesome. No, thank you very much, and thank you for presenting for G4R. And
just
so everyone,
a quick word,
presenter...
Vincent. Sorry, it was really great your presentation without the video. Sorry, we weren't able to play it, but just as a reminder for people, you got a booth in the hall number 2, and I guess your video is available on the screens from your booth, right? Vincent, do you hear me? No, he left. Anyway.
Yeah, I have seen that at their booth. So our next speaker is John Mathieu. He's the managing director at Tactile. And so, John, please take it away. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy. It's actually Tactile, even though we're in a French audience.
Sorry,
it's pronounced Tactile. No
Just
worries.
like it should be pronounced. Okay.
Exactly. Bonjour tout le monde. Maintenant, c'est l'après-midi, so we're going to change to good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to walk us through how we've been thinking about our solution and how it pertains to learning. We've got some really exciting data from a number of our customers. And switching it up a little bit, I'm going to try to close with a video. So if that can work, great. If not, we'll end it early. But I do have some slides and some data to walk everyone through. This might be a little repetitive for folks that joined my conversation yesterday or presentation on remote learning or remote assistance, distance. But really, Tactile was created to solve the problems that we have here in front of us, a massively retiring workforce, an aging workforce. We have younger people coming in that don't want to use traditional training methods. And so what we've created is Manifest to kind of bridge that gap so we can provide knowledge when and where you need it. And that knowledge is created by the existing experts inside of a company that already have that experience. And so we're able to capture that before they retire and walk out the door and pass it off to younger folks in a really exciting way through spatial computing, mixed reality, devices like the HoloLens, the Magic Leap, iPad, Android, tablets, and phones. And really, it's been a fantastic 3 years that we've been on this journey. And we've been able to work with a number of customers around the world. And from those experiences, we've been able to pull in some really interesting data as to really the secret sauce that augmented reality or really mixed reality has provided in terms of people learning more quickly, and then also retaining that knowledge much more effectively than traditional training methods. So one of the companies that we work with in the United States, so we have a number of customers here in Europe, is PBC Linear. So PBC Linear is a company that makes some very precise instruments for use on nuclear submarines, for example. So ball bearings, steel rods, etc., that are machined to a high level of precision. And what they've been able to do with our software is capture all of the knowledge from their leading experts in the field of manufacturing these very specific devices and hand it off to people that are kind of younger in their career. And they've been able to take what is typically a 3-week process down in training down to 3 days. Now that's huge, super, super significant. So that means that they're able to take someone brand new and get them up and running in the same week that they joined the company to a level of proficiency that would typically take 3 weeks. And so as they add more and more skills to this individual, it doesn't take another month for them to get up to speed. It's literally 1 more week. And so they're able to grow a very proficient workforce very, very quickly. And in particular, during this pandemic, they've had a lot of challenges in terms of getting their more experienced workers onto the worksite floor because they're at higher risk of COVID. And so what they've done is they've allowed those more experienced workers to continue to work from home and use the remote assistance feature we have inside of Manifest. So not only are people seeing these step-by-step instructions appear in front of them in a mixed reality environment, they can actually call an expert. And so it's a second kind of digital helper that allows them to be able to understand the material much, much more fully and really retain that knowledge so that they can really be effective on that work shop floor. We've also worked with the U.S. Air Force. They have a very stringent training process. Traditional training methods take months, and then people have to pass certification exams. And they saw a massive reduction in error rate down to 0 using our tools. So we know that U.S. Air Force using Manifest from Tactile is able to create environments where people are learning much, maybe not always more quickly, but they're retaining the knowledge and committing much fewer errors on their training exams. Now, when we talk about the Defense Department, when people make mistakes, people can die. So the reduction in errors for defense departments around the world is massively important. And we're excited that we've been able to show how Manifest can really dramatically influence that in a very, very positive way. But it's also just as important, perhaps not just as important, but very important in manufacturing environments, because when people make mistakes on the manufacturing floor, the machines shut down. And that means that they're not manufacturing whatever they're supposed to be manufacturing, and they're not making any money, which can, of course, affect the life of the company and then the lives of all the people that are actually working for that company. So we know that there is something going on inside of Manifest that is really driving down reduction, a strong reduction in errors that can either save lives or save the life of a company. So we're super excited about what we've been able to experience with our customers in that case. We have another example here from a company called PGT Industries. They have a 2-hour machine maintenance procedure which traditional methods takes, again, 2 hours. But again, with Manifest, they're able to drop it down to 40 minutes. The anecdotal data from this experience is that people are just remembering the steps more easily. So when they go back to do it a second time, when they're aided with Manifest, they can quickly go through the content, mostly because they've just remembered it better from the first time. So we know it's not an environment where people are being tested on their training or their knowledge acumen, but it is showing up in really interesting ways. So just by using our software, people are able to get a better understanding of exactly what they need to do. And so that's been very, very impactful for them. So we have all these case studies up on our website. So it's tactile.com. So you can go into the details on what we were able to achieve with the U.S. Air Force. Another Defense Department, New Zealand Army, also saw similar results where they saw a 36% reduction in errors. And then we also did some work with the U.S. Navy where they also saw a reduction in errors and really taking people that were completely untrained and getting them to understand exactly what they needed to do so that they perform the step-by-step procedure together with Manifest, but also were able to perform it without our software. So we're super excited about what they were able to achieve as well. And at this point, I'm going to cut into, this is where it gets shaky, I'm going to cut into a brief video that shows how we've been able to recently introduce decision trees or branching inside of our software so that individuals can react to real life situations. So I'm going to cut to video here. So everyone pray to the demo gods. You got it? Do you want to try it?
Yeah, my recommendation would be to get a question from Randy right now, and we will conclude with the video. So
okay,
Randy
perfect.
can ask one question, and
That's
during
perfect.
this time, I manage the video. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, awesome, great. So John, so it's amazing what you and everyone at Tactile has done in just 3 short years. So would you say that the Manifest platform, the key value add for this in learning technology is the ease of creation of this learning content, or in the accuracy of the content that is being created by it? I mean, to me, it seems like the key
Great
is that
question.
you've been able to have people create this very quickly.
Yeah, so I think our number one differentiator is the creation of the content itself. We don't have any experience in defense or manufacturing or public sector or anything. It's really those subject matter experts that already exist inside of those organizations. What we've done is created a great platform that they can use. Typically, I'll show up at a customer site, and that subject matter expert that I've met with in the morning is creating content in as little as 30 minutes of me arriving. I give them a 5-minute training on the HoloLens, a 5-minute training on Manifest, and then we walk up to a machine and they start creating content. So that's with no developer, no coder. It's just their expertise, our software, and a great device like the HoloLens. And they're able to just make things that are super impactful for their companies. So it's really, that's it. Now, garbage in, garbage out, right? We got to make sure that the stuff that they're creating is good, but they can go back and change it just as easily as they created it the first time. Again, no developer, no coder. They fire up the template, as we call it, the step-by-step procedure, and they just edit that individual step that might have gone wrong in some way. And then it's supported by video and audio and PDF schematics and all the other bells and whistles you need to be able to really understand the information in front of you.
Okay, well, let's try to get that video played then.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's see. Let's see what happens.
Conclusion.
All right, great. So I'm going to try to watch this, and there is a slight bit of audio here. Some people hate our music. I'm not a big fan. No, it's not working. You see that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what
That's
happened.
okay. Why don't we let it play a little bit, and I'll try to walk through it, because it sometimes has a buffer and then it goes okay. So
anyway, we are a little bit
The
late,
front
so
door to
if
access the toner cartridges.
Good.
No, it's running okay.
You had something
It's
to
running
say,
okay.
John?
Yes,
No,
it's running fine. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I can just talk. No, it was running.
Oh.
It was running well.
Are you kidding?
No, that's what I was telling you.
Sorry. Okay. Let's
try it again. Okay, thanks.
Looks like it might be picking back up where it left off.
Yeah, I think we might be in good shape.
I think I will reboot on my side. I think it's the end of the event. My PC is starting to getting
and
a little
for
bit
Linux
tired.
and Capgemini and Lenovo, we do
okay.
have a little extra time since we only have 3 sessions in the second session.
This
so.
is
Sorry,
about.
I will reboot, and I think I will get a better access to the screen management. But actually, I need to reboot. Okay, I will come back.
Okay.
Okay,
All right,
I will
John,
try to load it
thank
on my own. On my own here. So
Right.
let's see if this will run. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Yeah, it works.
Well, it
It's,
works after a couple of seconds. Hold on.
Okay.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's our software.
Awesome.
This is someone who's going through a step-by-step procedure. They are
The front
presented
door
with
to access the toner cartridges.
they have to change the toner cartridge. Of course, we shot this during COVID, so we didn't get on a manufacturing floor. I apologize for that. But he's not quite sure which toner cartridge to change or how to change the individual ones. So he's presented within the next step of a decision tree. So he can say he wants to replace the yellow one, the magenta one, the cyan, the black, whatever. They might be different steps. So we have the ability, based on what he's seeing in front of him, to choose the right one, and then it takes him down the path of what it takes to actually change that. So then he gets a little bit more information. He can watch a quick video.
Cartridge. Pull the handle to unlatch the cartridge and remove it from the printer.
Specific cartridge. Then we have a holographic, spatially anchored arrow showing exactly what cartridge needs to be removed based on his choice, right? So if he had chosen another one, it would have highlighted a different one. And then this is as easy as it is to create this content. So I talked a lot about our differentiator. So we have an individual here who is creating the training procedure. He's doing a voice to text complete. It's an Azure service we have inside of the software. So he doesn't have to type anything, which is a laborious process on any head-mounted device. And then he's able to create them one at a time. And then he can create child steps off of these main options to whatever level of detail he requires or the job requires. So again, the content creation is super, super easy. So we have the ability to select a different digital twin if we want, if that's part of the decision tree process. We can select another standard operating procedure to embed in this decision tree if that's the desired result. But again, that subject matter expert knows how to do this himself or herself, and so they're able to author the step-by-step instructions super, super easily for anyone else to follow. And with that, that is Choice Notes Manifest. If you're interested, we have a booth here right around the corner from the Microsoft booth, and we're tactile.com. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, John. We're going to move on to Jeff Sieberex, who's the CEO of Numix. So, Jeff, you're up. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello to everyone. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we do.
Perfect.
Okay, nice. I will show my presentation. So I did some updates because it seems the video is not working. So I replaced my video with some screens.
You can talk, Jeff, because it was working for John. I think this is on my side. I have some trouble to launch videos, but I think it works for you.
Okay, we will try then. So I'm the CEO of Numix, and we build innovative immersive learnings. We work mainly for large companies in the industrial field, like in gas, electricity, automotive, aerospace, and so on. And today I'm really happy because I will present you Deep Twin, our immersive technology platform. It's for learning beyond reality. So the industrial working environment is a complex one, even often dangerous. Training staff and maintaining their skills to ensure operations, quality and safety are at the heart of companies' concerns. By enabling a total immersion in any environment and any situation, virtual reality is a golden opportunity to be trained to deal with complex, stressful and dangerous situations, usually difficult to replicate. So the question these days is not why, but how. How can we efficient immersive training modules be produced with a real impact on the behavior of the trainees while still capping costs and production time? There is off-the-shelf solutions. If they are financially interesting, they remain generic and cannot answer specific needs. Authoring tools can build immersive training courses without needing any particular knowledge, but interactivity and realism are too often limited. And the custom-made approach is often high quality, but very expensive. So based on these observations and the strengths of our experience, we have created Deep Twin. This technology enables us to develop immersive training simulators through digital twins, meeting industry's exact needs. Without compromises, Deep Twin offers custom-made quality tailored to the individual needs while keeping costs and production time down, for which we can see up to 60% reduction. Deep Twin, it's a host of ready-to-use features dedicated to immersive learning. A unique simulation engine able to replicate your industrial environment and workplace in the slightest detail. A powerful configurable training engine, which enables the trainee to practice your methods totally freely with the right to make mistakes. It's an active learning approach thanks to the realistic replication of an operator's work, which really enhances memorization thanks to spatial memory. And you have powerful tracking tools, training assessments, a revolutionary multiplayer platform for group training and collaborative experience. It is compatible on any VR headset, standalone or wired, PC, and even tablet, so you can monitor VR session on it. And of course, it's an intuitive user experience with an optimal comfort, which is really important for the virtual training. So no, I will try to show you the video. If it doesn't work, I've prepared some screens. Okay, let's go.
That's smart.
No, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but just can you cut your microphone when your video is launching? No, yeah, as before.
I think it's the same problem. It's not a... Okay, I will continue with the image. I had the time to prepare. So let me continue. I will show you some use cases of different projects that we showed in the video, in fact. So this one is for YFP school. They train students in the petrochemical area. It's severe training to learn how to maintain industrial pumps. It is so multiplayer. Of course, you can do it with one coach and different students. You have always here the possibility to follow the procedure. You are not constrained to do every step in order. You have freedom. This one is in the hydroelectric dams. I will go fast now. So you have to manage the management of the floods in virtual reality with all the stress and unexpected events that can arise. Sorry. Here is an electrical training where you have up to 60 very technical steps to reproduce in reality, in virtual reality. So you really can learn and practice in different situations. This is one of our last work for a Swiss company in the gas field. So you have to, you can train yourself on gas leak search. You will have to apply every technical procedure to be able to find the leaks. And it's really, you are doing the same gestures in real life, the same operations. You look at concentrations, and there is a full simulation of the gas behind the scenes. Okay. Last one, it's the fact to train on the emergency when you have an accident on this kind of elevator platforms. Okay, so to finish, the objective here is to be aware of danger, to have the right reactions, and have full knowledge of working methods. And all this will not be possible, of course, without our passionate team dedicated to your project success. We have educational engineers. Their work is to understand yours, and of course developers and 3D artists to create the environments and everything that is needed. And we are in Toulouse area in France, and we are also official YSD partner with Oculus in HTC. So with Deep Twin, learn by going beyond the limits of reality. Thank you for your attention. If you want to know more, see the video. You're welcome to join us at our booth, C5. We are located Hall 1. And I will really be happy to have a chat with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Jeff. We're short on time here, so everybody please go to booth C5. I'm really interested in looking at the simulation engine capabilities, especially your free play functionality. That looks really fascinating. So thank you very much, Jeff. We need to move to the next speaker, Marie-Julie Picot, and she's with Capgemini. Marie?
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, but I don't see the screen. I don't know if it's only me or if for me it's
I'm on it. I will put the presentation.
Because I think I see the previous one with some problem.
Right, yeah, that's still up right now with Deep Twin. There you go, should be loading that right now. Here you go.
I got it.
Okay, you see it or?
Yes, Marie, can you see the Andy 3D slide?
for me not, but I propose to see on my PC and see if it's the good slide. Sorry for the problem today with the loading.
We're on slide 2.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Marie-Julie Pécou, I am in charge of the product on this 3D remote. But the objective of the meeting today is to introduce activity on training and XR. So if you can go to the slide 3, please. So into Capgemini, we have a very large team working on all the subject of XR worldwide, more and more also with Altran that is coming into the company. You can see on top different use cases where XR, of course, are interesting, and the objective today is to talk about training. Her activity is really to help industrial customers to define the good use cases, the good technology, and so on, and to define the roadmap to create MVP and to support them on operational use. We have big partnerships with big actors like Microsoft or PTC, but also Diota, that is a company in France for augmented reality. At the right, you can see some example of accounts where we are working with. So in Toulouse, of course, we work a lot with Airbus on this activity, but we will discuss also about a specific use case in Germany with BMW. And at the left, you can see also some example of return on investment using this new technology of XR. You can go to the next slide, please. So for immersive technology, the approach we have, because we have also a big activity on training and pedagogical support. So the first objective clearly with a customer is to define the framing and so to choose the good strategy with the good pedagogical needs and the good technology. So after we are able to select, because we can see that there is a very large range of technologies for training, because we have virtual reality a lot, but also AR or mixed reality. So clearly the objective is to understand the requirements, the context of use, and to propose the best solution. And of course, after to work with a customer to deploy and to use every day this type of new technology. So if we go to the next slide, we see some different example of use case. So like I said, the first one, we have some customers that don't really want to use virtual reality because they prefer to keep contact with the reality. So we are more on mixed reality or augmented reality application. Of course, this customer can do this because they have some equipment on which they can work. So you can see on top, so I'm sorry, but I can share the video today, but you have it and it's easy to find it on YouTube because it's something we have done for BMW. So if you write BMW, Capgemini, and training HoloLens, you will find it. The objective is to propose an application on HoloLens in order to train operators before going to the assembly line. So in front of them, they have a cockpit of the vehicle, and they have the 3 modes, so the demonstration mode where they see virtual element installation on the real system. Then they have the training mode where they can do by themselves the installation. And at the end, they have the evaluation mode where all action are tracked and the instructor will be able to say if the person is ready to go to the real assembly line. So this is a mixed reality application. For Airbus, it's very different because it's not possible to have an aircraft to train operator for maintenance, for instance. So the majority of training modules are in 3D from a very long time because they have started to develop 3D trainers 20 years ago, but more and more they are doing also with VR and Oculus Quest or new equipments. So the second module is this aspect, the capability to have all the training module in virtual. It's interesting because you can do something you are not able to do in reality for safety and so on. The last subject for us that is very interesting for training also is more what we say 360 environment with interactions. So you can see the real environment, but it's 360 photos. And on top of it, you are able to create interactive area in order to access to information and to train operators. So it's also an interesting way to train without recreating all the 3D environment. So we can go to the next slide. So it's some example of realizations, and you can see those for BMW. And the last slide, if we go to the next, I would like to talk to you about a product that we propose into Capgemini that is Andy 3D Remote. It's a remote assistance application. So the objective is to connect people that are in remote locations, and more of our customers are very interesting to use it for training. So you can have two conditions. Of course, you have a training on the job because the newcomer can contact an expert and be guided by him step by step and doing the operation with a minimum of training. And you have the other context. Today, more and more training session cannot be performed because of travel. And so we can imagine to have an instructor with an HoloLens in front of an equipment, and he can show the operation through the video stream coming from the HoloLens to other colleagues that are far from the location because they are connected with him with the remote application, and from PC they will be able to see the operation, and these operations can be saved in video and replay later also for other new trainers. So this is a new concept and a new approach for remote assistance. And of course, you have also a lot of cost saving. I don't know if you have questions.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, Marie, I think the recording is going to be cutting off here in about 5 minutes for this session, so I want to make sure that Loic has a chance to present from Lenovo. But hopefully people can come to your booth and see the Andy 3D Remote.
Yeah,
it looks like an amazing telepresence capability and training platform.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marie. And so our next speaker is Loic Beauvaillant from Lenovo. So Loic.
Hello. Yes. Did you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. So I will try to push my comments directly, or you will too, because I don't think I can see.
Now you can do it, Loic. To be honest, we got some troubles with videos today, but you can try. Maybe it can work.
I'll try. So quickly, I will just to present me quickly. I'm the AR/VR technical and business manager for EMEA at Lenovo, and I help customers and partners in their digital transformation around AR/VR use case. So to make some POCs and pilots and deployment. So I will send now a video. Let me know if you see the video. Just introduction.
Fingers
about
crossed.
Synchrony. It's running or not? I don't.
Yeah, it's
No,
running.
unfortunately,
Not
it's
until
looping.
the end. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
looping.
looping. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so let's see. I can share my
So
presentation.
right,
here.
if you could speak to some slides briefly, and hopefully everybody in the audience can visit Lenovo's booth after this session while
Sure,
Loic's
quickly,
getting your
yeah.
slides set up here.
Yeah, and don't worry, you got your 5 minutes. We will run a little bit later on the other keynotes. Okay?
You
Okay,
see,
thank you
you
very
see my
much.
slide? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
perfect. Think reality.
Okay. Thank you. So that's just to introduce. You see my slide, but not the right one. Sorry. This one. So this is quickly, I want to introduce Synchronality platform quickly. Is an end-to-end in sense that it consists of a software, hardware, and services platform. Okay, so it's designed to be flexible and open to other devices and solutions in the market. So which means incorporating best-in-class third-party components. So that's our goal is to be a one-stop shop for the customer, and services become critical for the deployment and scale to be scalable. So here, just to be quick on this slide, because everything is in video, but you can come at our booth about any questions you have. So we have a cloud platform and services to provide all the solutions provided by the turnkey apps and solutions you see on the slide. So we have a Lenovo certified solution like Uptail, like HoloOne here, and as an example solution. HoloOne is providing all the components, the software component to provide a remote expert, a workflow, and a workspace solution, collaborative workspace solution to share 3D models, PDF, any documents coming from the workflow. So that's very interesting for AR, and Update is providing VR solution to create your own scenario by using Update Studio that is already connected with the Synchronality platform. So that's a very interesting approach we have, because we want to open more and more, and we announced next year an API to connect more software in the platform to be available in any devices in the market. You see here the Lenovo A6 device. You see the Mirage VR3, it's a new VR headset that we launched in June. And you see RealWear HMT1. We are working with Microsoft to be available for the HoloLens 2 in January, end of January, so you can manage all the devices in one place. That's the goal of this platform. We provide also a Unity SDK to create your own use case for AR with the A6 device coming from Lenovo. And we support any customer to provide professional services, engineer, developers, and all the ecosystem we are working. And so that's very interesting, because we provide some startup to work together on a project, POC pilots. And we can also provide some architects to deploy the solution on-prem, for example, on Azure and AWS. So we talk more about a kind of MDM to manage the devices, user and groups, and that is really new. And yeah, so just after, if you have any questions, let me know. This is the device we talk just about quickly, Synchronality A6 device. Synchronality A6 device we announced last year. It's powered by Qualcomm Snapdragon 8045. That is equipped with the depth sensor, VPU, and 13 megapixel RGB camera, 2 fisheye. So it's to be clear, it's to enable 3D visualization, spatial mapping, object recognition capabilities. Glasses is lightweight, less than 350 grams, separated by a compute box you see on your right. This is Android 8.1. So that's very adapted on the industrial use case for the factories. The most interesting thing behind that, this is the removable battery that offer more than 4 hours, almost 2 hours of power, but in an intensive way. So that's the A6 version 3 available in the catalog at Lenovo. So we are working closely with some big project today. I cannot say anything on that because this is private project, but very soon you will see something coming from this use case. The main use case we are covering, so we are working in partnership with HoloOne, who have built a comprehensive mixed reality suite application called Sphere. This consists of workflow support for guided workflow trainings, step-by-step instruction mainly. We provide a remote expert, so that's part of Sphere application to connect to an expert anytime, anywhere. Digital workspace offering a real-time collaboration in AR workspace, so you can share any data coming from Synchronality portal, and you can push that in real time. I can move on the virtual reality. Just an issue on that. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
One last minute, please, Loic.
Yeah, sorry. So there is here a very interesting bundle we've done with Uptail. So this is the premier VR solution provided with Uptail, and we are working closely with Schneider Electric, for example, together, and PSA Group. And so we want to continue to work on integrating more and more solutions like All-in-One Uptail now on the platform. So here you see that we integrated the Lenovo VR S3 device. It's a trade-off device co-branded by Pico and Lenovo. So it's available now. And this is all-in-one device, 4K display. And we have
Lance, you are live. The floor is yours.
All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Yeah, sorry we're a couple of minutes behind schedule, but I assure you that will neither stop us or prevent us from having a good time. So my name's Lance Powell. I am, at the moment, teacher of a course called Virtual Worlds in Bahçeşehir University, which is in Istanbul, Turkey. Previous to that, I was working within VR as a researcher and developer a little bit. So I do have that background. So if you are at any point interested in these things as well, feel free to ask. So yesterday, as I was here at the conference, I had the chance to see Stefan Idiak. I'm sorry for the pronunciation, but he did a speech on virtual worlds as well. So for the people here and the people on the YouTube stream, or watching the YouTube stream that might have seen that, I'll try to speed through the information he covered and focus on the things that I'm finding most interesting at the moment. So without further ado, my visuals. So to help us visualize the things I'm talking about, I scoured through some old paintings and came across A View of London Bridge by Claude de Jong. And again, I'm sorry for the pronunciation. But I brought it up because I've been thinking about the parallel. Oh, I am not showing that image. Okay, here's the painting. And I thought of this painting because I've been thinking of the parallels between the world and the virtual worlds. And the world, it can go under other titles like World A or the material world and so forth. So I want to start off by talking about what happened between years 1974 and 2015. So what happened in this time was the development of a few precursors to the modern virtual world, and one was Dungeons and Dragons, or D&D, which is a type of role-playing. And within D&D, we had a taste of formalized world building. So this was important to the culture of young people because many people who are developers within virtual worlds now have that background. Like they played D&D, they may have had a favorite class. So it's deeply embedded in how they think about what they do. Alongside that, we had MUDs, or multi-user dungeons, which were played on networked computers. They began around 1978, and in these spaces, people were collaborating to build a world through text that was made in real time, and you kind of negotiated what that space was. And the things you did in these spaces, they had a real effect, even if it was based in imagination a lot of the time. But then in 1995, we get our first 3D visual representation of these worlds through Active Worlds, which is a virtual world that is still active. Like, it's still on. You can download Active Worlds for free right now if you wanted to. And I mean, it looks old now, but it did its job at the time, which is getting people into virtual worlds and learning how to navigate that space. And all of these were within the genre of fantasy as well, which is important because of who was in those spaces. So then in 2003, we have Second Life come about, and I won't spend a lot of time explaining what it was because Second Life is very well known, both as a place for its digital economy. They have a local currency called Linden dollars, and also the users and players in that space, they created goods that they would then sell and then exchange the currency for real world money. So people were like engaging in a local economy that had an effect in the real world. On top of that, they thought of educational and professional uses for that space because people were meeting and collaborating, sometimes prototyping, particularly within architecture. But on top of that, they were having a fantasy life. So a lot of people had real seeming relationships there, including building families within that space. So with Second Life, we were able to do these things within the virtual worlds. And what it gave back to us is the money, which I mentioned, but also a fair amount of research. As sociologists and anthropologists were finding out that right under their noses, there was community building happening in real time. And they could study in a way they never could before, like how communities form, like how these human networks are made and the importance of different aspects of them. So if you're ever curious, search under Google Scholar for like Second Life mermaids, and you'll learn a lot about mermaid culture within that space. But also there was productivity, since, as I said, meetings for schools and workplaces were happening there, on top of relationships, which like we cannot measure these easily numerically, but they shouldn't be undercounted as well because they were important to the experience. But this has been studied a lot, and what I'm most interested in at the moment, and what I want to share with you, is what happened within these worlds. So if you are just have casual knowledge of virtual worlds and online gaming, you might not have heard of a couple of these. So one of them is Club Penguin, which is virtual worlds to come out in, I believe, 2005. And at that time, well, it was marketed to children, particularly because you had a lot of like pre-listed dialogues that you would choose from rather than typing sometimes. Everything was very cartoonish and cute, but with all of that in mind, and like very young users who were very often under 10 years old, they were engaging in a local economy as well. That economy did not transfer to real world money, but people could play games and do different activities to make money locally that they could then use to buy items from a catalog that they could use to decorate their igloos and things like that. Similarly, Roblox came out. Roblox is like a massive virtual world that is still active and has been active for the past 2 decades. Minecraft is probably the most famous one. Has been it's been touted as a very pro-social virtual world because people, especially young users, are able to express themselves creatively within those spaces while developing friendships. And Habba Hotel, which has also been around for a while, and shares those same cartoonish elements. So when you think of these things and what they're doing there, it's important to understand the nature of it, because a lot of these activities, they mimic real world activities in a way, like playing games, having fun, getting money from what you do, like buying things that you use to decorate your place. These are not activities that can be done effectively for many people of that age. So like the first experience many like 7-year-old and 8-year-old children have with like getting money and buying things, it did not happen in the real world. It happened within virtual worlds. And before I move on to the next slide, it's important to understand exactly how many kids were playing these things. So you might not have heard of Club Penguin, but you know, like tens of millions, if not hundreds, like played inside Club Penguin. Like it was very important for people of that age. And the same is true for Roblox. Roblox is in the hundreds of millions of users, and it's still going strong. Like especially now during the pandemic, Roblox and Minecraft in particular have been strong sources of social contact for young people. So we have these platforms and we did these activities, and what came back to the real world for the parents at the time was a digital babysitter. But more importantly, what happened to the kids is cultural normalization within that space, or as we call it, nativism. So in the past, we've talked about digital nativism as being about computers and when you were introduced to them and the internet and these social networks and so on. So that kind of nativism, digital nativism versus digital immigrant argument has been going on for a while, but I would like to extend that argument to be about virtual worlds as well, because for people of that generation, people that were children in the 2000s, they know all about these things and they're quite comfortable with that space, as many like parents allowed it, and yeah, and it has a big bearing on how they developed as people and how comfortable they are with it going forward. So 2016, something else happened, which is the consumer brand virtual reality headsets came out. And with this new medium, along came a lot of new platforms, a lot of virtual world platforms, because we could suddenly experience these things in a new way. And, excuse me, these include VR chat, most famously, alongside Rec Room, which is my personal favorite, and like Altspace, like has been a good event space as well. So there's been a new energy put to virtual worlds because of the new technology, and this is happening at the same time people who experienced Club Penguin and Roblox and Minecraft as they are like reaching a university age, like as they're you know, becoming university students and young adults and gaining their influence within the world. So the world as it was in 2016 to, let's say, 2019, so before this year, well, it had a lot of counter incentives or reasons not to offload a lot of real world activity to virtual worlds all of a sudden. So when people had meetings within a virtual world like Second Life, for example, there was a lot of resistance because people are very used to the same way of doing things, and having things like festivals and concerts and conferences, there are a lot of people who like get money and benefit greatly from like having things the way they are, just keeping things in the real world. But of course, in 2020, we were introduced to the novel coronavirus, and those counter incentives just disappeared because we couldn't do these activities anymore because we were no longer allowed to meet with each other in person. So suddenly we find people just rushing to send all of these activities to something virtual, whether it's as simple as a Zoom call or something like this very conference, Virtuality, where we can like meet and chat within a 3D space. Okay, so I am getting short on time, but it's just to say that in the near future, after we have a vaccine, yeah, suddenly there's going to be talk about what to do next. Actually, there are already a lot of murmurs about that. So, now that we've built an infrastructure for doing all of these things in virtual worlds, shall we suddenly move everything back to the real world, or world A, when it becomes available again, when it's safe to meet in person again? So many people would have it this way. A lot of people talk about how they miss the world as it was. To my mind, that sounds like conservatism because it's throwing away the lessons of this year. And what we should be doing is taking advantage of what we learned through COVID-19. Sorry. So what I'm suggesting is just coexistence, a hybrid model. So we do things in both the real world and the virtual worlds, and treat them as more or less co-equal. And the reason to do this should be clear by now. It should be clear from what happened here in 2020 with the novel coronavirus, because we have other impending dangers on the horizon. I mean, there's no reason that we couldn't have another virus come along in the near future. And like every few weeks, I hear about a new one that popped up in a new place. And I think a lot of that is COVID trauma. Like people are worried about this experience being repeated. And that could be a reason to keep things in the virtual worlds, at least as a backup plan. But there is also the environmental cost, because that can't be undercounted. You know, with rising temperatures and so forth, it complicates how we move throughout the world. But I think maybe the leading factor pushing us towards taking a lot of these activities and keeping them as virtual, or at least in the hybrid model, having a virtual version of things, is cultural normalization. Because the younger generation has already had like long-standing contact with the virtual world through the games that they were playing in the 2000s, in the mid-2000s. So while the people with the most influence at the moment, people in their 30s, 40s, and 50s, are saying, let's go back to normal, don't undercount the voices of younger people who would like to give the virtual world a chance and see what can happen. And we can see like some taking hold of this lesson already, as like Google and Twitter and Facebook have already announced that they are going to make their teams largely hybrid. And much of that work, I would guess, would happen in virtual worlds as well. So that is my case for it. And yeah, if you have any questions, please go ahead and ask. And just thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lance. If anyone has any questions, we still have a couple minutes. Feel free to pop them in the chat. Michelle is saying, thank you, Lance. Ernest is saying, thank you for your talk. That was really interesting. Very interesting, actually.
Very interesting. No, thank you. You're very generous. Yeah, so I can chat a bit to fill the time if you're thinking of a question, because I kind of came to these ideas because of the virtual worlds course that I'm teaching at the moment, because because the people that I'm teaching, they are the early adults I was talking about. And like, I thought I knew a lot about virtual worlds, like going into the program. But I'm kind of a newer generation in a sense, even though I'm older than them. Because like most of my contact and analysis happened within virtual worlds in virtual reality. But the truth is, like, the things that were happening in Roblox and in Club Penguin, well, those are the things that I've had to learn now as I'm teaching them, just because I was like a little too old for that in a sense. Like somehow I don't know, time is weird, but I'm old enough to enjoy, appreciate, analyze, research, develop within VR, but somehow too old for things like Club Penguin, which has been around for 15 years. So that's been quite interesting to me. So I also take part in a number of events in Rec Room and Alt Space as well, both for educational purposes, entertainment purposes, and just to have fun. But yeah, anyway, that's my background. That's where my ideas came from.
Thank you, Lance. Well, to be honest, you made my day because I hadn't thought about Club Penguin for a while. And you just brought back many memories. And yeah, well, those were really nice. Let's say a really nice introduction into virtual worlds, and to be organizing a trade show today in a virtual platform is a really beautiful evolution I never thought of. So thank you for that. You personally just made my day.
Yeah. I mean, I hope we don't give up on it. And like, even if like we all go back to Paris and the trade show is open, that there'll still be something here for the rest of us as well.
For sure.
Yeah. Are there any plans?
Well, we don't know what's going to happen next. We'll see what happens next year. But now that we've done the trade show here, we believe it's necessary to have hybrid events. We believe that is a real future. So yeah, in any case, for us, for virtuality, that's where we're aiming. What we're aiming for. I'm sorry, I'm extremely tired.
No, it's okay. I have a bad cough today, if you didn't hear. Yeah, not a good sign. But
well, I don't know if anyone else has any questions. Otherwise, I think we can wrap things up.
Okay, awesome.
But thank you, Lance. It was really, really nice having you.
No, thank you. And yeah, if anyone wants to chat, I'll wander the floor for a bit. So you can friend me and we can talk a bit outside.
Thanks again from the entire Virtuality team, and hope to see you next year, virtually or in person.
Okay.
Bye.
Let's go to Paris next year. Right. Bye.
Bonjour à tous. Welcome everybody. We will begin the session in 1 or 2 minutes in order to wait for everybody to come in. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Let me introduce myself in a very short fashion. I hope everybody can hear me well. Admin will give me some warning if it's not the case. So I am a journalist. I am in VR business since almost 20 years. It is because my main focus is virtual worlds. So let's say I am an avatar since 20 years, and I was Mr. Second Life in France for a while. I had the pleasure also to work with Ranch in Second Life, a great AIJ project that remained for 2 years. And the director was Stefan Adaniak, and I think he's in the audience, and I used him. It was a great experience. I will still talk about in Second Life right now. And so I use this platform, Second Life, in every possible ways with brands, company, artists, real-life exhibition, art science, and so on. So mostly I use it to think VR from the very standpoint of an avatar. So I assume you trust me enough, and let's begin. So this topic is very large. What I'm gonna tell you is mostly content on my website, which is in French, but it's neurocrat.com, but I will post a sum up of my talk later on with hopefully some extras. So you may ask why neurocrats? Well, I asked myself under what type of political regime are we when we are in virtual worlds? And I came to this first conclusion: it's a neurocracy. Neurocracy is a concept from a French philosopher, Gilles Châtelet. He passed away in 1990, I think. And neurocracy is not very well born. It's half an anarchy, an absence of government, and well, dictatorships, a dictatorship of technology. But I tend to demonstrate that virtual worlds, creators and users try to countermeasure this postulate with feature, sometimes adding more technology, for example, open source, blockchain, and so forth. So that's the paradox. I wait for democratic tools, might come. But I would underline that ethical technology may be appealing to the creators, but not always to the users. It is better to wait and see what the community is asking for, want to do with the platform. For example, open source is surely a great feature, but can you build a fast-growing economy on it? Blockchain is great, but it is so secure that if someone loses password, no custom service in the world can give it back to his users. So, well, it's not always the right choice. So from this, I derive a little definition of what a virtual world is. The virtual world is the fruit of the individual freedoms that compose it. So technology is dictatorship, but sometimes it gives powers which of these individuals have the same powers. The powers is understood here as tools. For example, in Second Life, we have communication, constructions, and programming powers. It's the power of the avatar is a main entry to choose, for example, a virtual world to host an experience of yours content. So let's go back to the main topic, Metaverse as a Service. So some people may ask, Metaverse, where do I sign? Most of us see or cast the Metaverse in the future. We have said it's coming, it's over there. Just let me put a little mock-up I did one time about this. Here we go. How can I confirm? Is it on? I don't know. Sorry, I just try to manage with the PDF. All right. Here we go. Here we go. It's coming. Here we go. I think it's up. I think it's up. Okay, so it's a little mock-up I did when it was rock solid when Facebook bought Oculus about the metaverse. I would say we must stand skeptical if one day someone tells us metaverse is happening next Friday. I don't say that Horizon, for example, won't be awesome, but if you look at metaverse in sci-fi, movie, literature, what is the common point? One genius architect built it and lost the key, one nefarious company, one fascist government, and even the machine taking over us, aka the Matrix. So in this future, we are victim of the metaverse. We are not even be aware of it. We don't know how it works. Because it's a metaphor of an overruling system we never asked for, right? And freedom is abolished. The metaverse has a project for you, but it's not yours. So why do we have this vision? Well, I'm not taking shade at the gaming industry. I'm a gamer myself. But when it comes to 3D environments, gaming has shaped our minds. Even when we talk about a simulation for trading, we call it serious games. And when we are talking about virtual world, where you have to build, it's called a sandbox. Let the kids play. So basically, when you are grown up, it does come from a studio with a story. And when I wrote Real Player One, the movie also, I was like, where is the blockchain? Where is the open source? But more than this, where's the user-generated content? Has it not survived our century? But rejoice, because when you look at most of the virtual worlds, okay, sorry, because I think I have a problem to upload. Okay, no. Okay. This is the mockup I want to show. So, excuse me. So, rejoice because when you look at most of the virtual worlds right now, they are engineered exactly at the opposite of what you see in movie. For the most part, the message has been heard, the prophecy has been told, and I think it's your turn to hear the message. The metaverse is or must be co-built, fashioned by us collectively. So I would say that all the bricks of the metaverse are there. We may like a common protocol, but maybe it is an impoverishment of the concept of meta. We may just need API. We have API, therefore the metaverse exists. Worse than the guy saying it's coming next Friday. I'm saying it's right there, right now. So let me show you another little. Here we go. So I made this little. I hope it's on the screen. It's the interpretation of meta. Can you confirm it's on the screen, the little graphics on the admin? Because yes, okay, great. So it looks a little cryptic, but it's the way it's the position you can have toward a virtual world, virtual worlds right now. So the first one is the one-shard universe. It's a common view of what the metaverse could be. So the circle is the universe, and the little triangle are projects. So it's when you zoom in, well, it represents pretty well what we are dealing with right now. For example, I have projects inside the virtual world, but I think it's a figure more avatar to avatar projects. For example, in Second Life, I built, I don't know, a club, and I invite DJs and people coming to my venue, and everything have fun. But I am melted with all other projects. Everything that I need is in the very universe. What I need to build, what I need to communicate, and everything. But if you zoom out, it's not a very well representation of what is the metaverse right now. The second one is more up to date. It's the hub representation. That means that you have a central engine, let's say VRChat, for example, and well, you make the content on Unity because there is an API with Unity. You make the content, and then you plug it to the hub. So it's an interpretation of meta also, because you have a lot of satellites around this very virtual world. So some are linked to the culture of the virtual world, but some could be just a room, just using the engine and not be connected and have its own culture, have its own, it could be a performance or that kind of things. The third one, the third graphic on the right, is some projects. I call it cross reality, like cross media in some ways, but dealing with virtual worlds. I would say that the same project could be on several virtual worlds. It's not exclusive from the precedent way to see the meta, but let's say, for example, the famous festival Burning Man. It was held on almost 10 different virtual worlds, VRChat, Second Life, many others. And for example, right now we could be here, and then we can break ice and go to Rec Room, which is partly a game, and we can maybe have a bowling all together, and you know. So that's the way. It's a nice interpretation also of the meta, that we use all different virtual worlds with different characteristics, and have a cross reality through that. So let's take another point. I want to talk about the keynote. I want to talk about a revolution. So, as a long-time avatar, I shared a burden of virtual worlds. They were early in the time frame of virtual reality, and now they are latecomers in the game radar. So you may ask if it's only a shortcut because of COVID, but I will demonstrate it is not. So let me show you another, a little, whereas we have the slider between, because something goes. Here we go. So let this little schema. So in the 90s, you had Jaron Lanier. I say it's the first Google and first Glove. And then you had Second Life in 2003. And it starts a line. And this line is persistence. And then you have Palmer Luckey prototype in 2012, I think. And then you have VRChat, we start a line also. So it's a lot of options. But what I want to say here is that those lines are representing knowledge that you may not aware of it, that started sometime very long time before. And this knowledge has to be, some things can be extracted from this knowledge. And that's why I think persistence is very interesting, because Gears delivered the famous presence, for example. But what does he say about the reality of the environment? Not much. It could be a loophole or square lost in the cyberspace. And even so, when you take the helmet off, presence is gone. But if this environment is persistent, it's still there. I'm going to be rude. It doesn't need you to exist. It's a property of the environment. And that's the revolution. This environment is a reality through persistence. And so you can say virtual worlds are realities by themselves. So persistence empowers you because of the causality principles and so forth. What you do or create there is here to stay. It's meaningful, has consequences, can be passed to others. You can inherit it. You can evaluate yourself through identity, because you have to behave. I would say, because it stays. If you are here, identity, you have to behave because it's in your history, right? So you can make this world a better world, and you can be a better person. I mean, as an avatar. So I have a little mantra. Persistence is more subtle than presence, but it survives it. So I'm going to be very bold. I say presence is one leg. Presence is one leg of virtual reality, and the persistence is the other one. It can be developed separately, but at the end of the day, the ultimate simulation of a reality, the main reality, is a perceptive reality through layers, for example, with a past, a present, a future, which would stand as a virtual world, for example. So let's just show you this. So this is my avatar in 2003, and this is my avatar in 2020. It evaluates through persistence, and also because of content creation by users. So, for example, my avatar, the first avatar was the avatar given by the platform itself, and then people in the Second Life work on the features of the avatar. So even my eyes, my hair, my skin, they are all from different creators, which are not Linden Lab creators, not the developers, but creators from the platform itself. So what would be my advice? Even if you are not looking for persistence for your project, you must know when you go into the Second Life, into a virtual world, it's an experience world and an experience domain. You don't have to reinvent everything, and that's partly what you are looking for. Let's call it a mutualization. You save resources, money, time, but not only, because there is life out there, users, culture, and economy sometimes. You may not need it all, but you got to know it, because it can interfere with your projects for the good and sometimes for the worse. For example, I was there in Second Life when I participated when every brand's company came into Second Life at once back in 2006, 2008, and saw the media. And when the media saw the brands leaving Second Life around 2010, they said the world is dead. Why? Because people saw Second Life was living upon advertising model, and didn't have the sufficient audience to sustain it. And that is true. So if the announcers leave, the world is dead. But that was not the model. The model is user-generated content. So as long as the people create and sell their creation, the economy can survive everything. More than that, the longer the world subsists, the better the creations are, so the price raise. With an even population, you can even expect the economy to level up. So now, for example, Second Life has a great big GDP. It's $150 million real dollar each year, and 64. I think this year it's 64 millions are back to the avatar. So it's revenue sharing. Yes, economy. I would say that people love to play and communicate, and those activities are more than furnished, but people love to make money. And especially when you stay in a virtual world for a long time, you want to have some revenue from it. And it's not that hard in virtual world as long as you consider it as a real job. It follows a simple rule: real life objects divide, virtual objects multiplies, and your production cost tends to 0. So the other rule is it's the valuation of virtual objects. So, and if your project has no economy, it's hard to bring up for a given time experience, obviously. You may want to understand the mechanics of how to evaluate virtual objects from virtual worlds and pull it into your experience. For example, you have the simple rule of copy, modify, transfer. That means that if the object is only transfer, if I give the object, I don't have it anymore. So it's a way to evaluate an object, for example. But if it's copy and transfer, that means I still have the object and I give it and the person can copy it anytime he wants. And if it's modify, he can modify the object at will or not. And it's all the different ways to evaluate a virtual object. So it's interesting to study those environments just to extract that kind of information for your project, even if it's a standard project. So we can harvest some advice from there. For example, the analysis tools are often not the good ones. They often need to analyze virtual worlds. They often analyze through the spectrum of web apps, games, social networks analytics. And it's pretty never fitted for virtual worlds. First thing is to understand that avatars not clicks. Virtual worlds are breathing avatars. Some comes in, some departs. Because it's very chronophagic. You can possibly want a virtual life for your users, a long-standing one that you wouldn't want for your own kids, right? So the population may not be the only or very good indicator of the success, or even if it's a good take or not. For example, in Second Life, we are like 8,000 to 1 million active users, and we make more money than another virtual world, which is Roblox, which has something like 60 million users. So you see, we are very much more productive. So that's not always the good way to measure. You know, there's other things we must invent to analyze virtual worlds. I said the best way so far, because we don't have the good analytics, is to take the tools from real life. How many people we would expect from, let's say, a real life exhibition or a real life concert? Most concerts are not 80,000 people, right? About the audience, you can emphasize commitments, engagements, immersions, obviously, as long as you give the avatars the power to be committed. So that must be a part of the questioning about how your experience is crafted, but also what the avatar can do in this very platform you may choose. And also, as it is not social networks, they are not social networks, because fundamentally you may meet more people that you don't know than people you know in virtual world, which is a BA of social networks sometimes. So I would say virtual worlds are more what happened in Vegas in Vegas. So get ready to use social networks to communicate about your experience. That means, how do I extract content? How do my audience do so? And in what quality? Does it render well? What happens there? Should I hire a special staff to do so? Etc. So I would say there is a media. gears is a modality, or our modality, and virtual worlds is a reality. And it's missing something here. It's the avatar. The avatar is a vehicle, but not only to drive yourself. It's a vehicle of emotion. At first, we thought presence about ourselves. What do I feel? But mostly, it's in virtual world. It's what the other one feels about you. How does he feel about your presence? Not his presence, but your presence, the one, the alterity presence. VR was first conceived by Jaron Lanier as a language, and the avatar was the words. So the avatar is a little bit understated, neglected. I am close to say that the avatar will be the next iPhone because it has features, functions, power. I'm pretty sure company will compete one day with those features. How does it relate to now? Well, avatar features, capacities is the main entry to choose a virtual world to work with. Some people would say, no, it's the content. Yes, but the content is mostly up to you. So it's not. It is what you bring. It is not what you're looking for in virtual worlds mostly. So the avatar is a strong way to, to choose between all these different virtual worlds we get to know now. I think I don't know about the time. Maybe we can go and maybe if you have questions, we can go through some questions. So I'm okay with that. The admin is, yeah, Q&A. So I'm trying to the question. Yeah. That is not bad, yes. Thank you, Stefan.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you
Let
very
me
much,
raise the
Nicolas,
sound.
for your presentation. Are there any questions? Yes, you have a question. Can you expand the concept of interference, please?
Oh, the fact that some things might interfere with your project, that's the question.
Yeah, the question was to expand
Yes, all right.
the concept.
Well, it always go back to the little schema that I show. Conceptually, well, it depends of the relation you will have the project where the project stand in the virtual world. For example, if it's in Second Life or something that is like Second Life, there is there's some virtual worlds that use Google's also, and you can build and everything, but it's a one-shard universe. That means that your universe, your project will stand next to another project. I take an example. For example, if you want to make, I don't know, if you want to make a 3D Vatican, for example, and across the street, Pornhub wants to make is I don't know, establish a build there. Well, it interferes, right? So it's something you have to consider when you deal with 3D and virtual environment, because there is a common territory. Okay, so hopefully right now the new virtual worlds are more working with rooms. So you are the master in your room, but sometimes the conflict can happen with the culture. For example, in VRChat, mostly people are now, at the very beginning, people were like with attaché case, and they were looking like business people, because it was the first thought of the creators that maybe it will be used for companies to have conferences and everything. But now, when you look at the community of their chats, it's mostly manga people. They always have Pokemons and manga girls and everything.
Guys, so everything's set. You guys are live. The floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Thanks. So hello everyone. Thanks for joining us today. So we will talk about a large subject today, that is to say design a communication campaign with XR technologies. But we have 30 minutes, so we have to be brief, I think, on this subject. So we will talk precisely about how and why designing a communication campaign with XR technologies, that is to say in AR or VR. During this panel talk, I wanted to take you on a journey from the ideation to the distribution of an XR content for your communication purpose. To accompany me today on this journey, I invited Isabelle Rabier, which is just next to me on my left, virtually, obviously, founder of Joli Moi, Marion Carré, co-founder of Ask Mona, Andy Fidel, social experience expert, Melvin Bonafé, co-founder of the creative agency NDA Paris, and Ivano Salonia, art director and XR artist. So I think we can start with the first question, and you can, I think, introduce more introduce yourself when you take the mic. So my first question is, why did you choose XR technologies in your creative process? And I think I will address this question more to Ivano, as you are an art director and XR artist. Ivano, can you hear us? Oh, I think we have a problem. Okay.
Ivano, you are muted. I don't know if you're talking, but your microphone is off.
Okay, but I'm not hearing anyone else talking. I'm here
Oh.
waiting.
Maybe check your input settings. We can hear everyone else.
Okay. So,
maybe you can join the audio on YouTube Live if that's a problem. I'll send it to you right away. I'll send you a link.
Or I'm not sure if you can ask a question. If everyone is listening, I can also talk, and you can stop me. Yeah, so I think it's easier.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Maybe if you want, you can join the audio on YouTube Live. I'll send you the link right away.
Yeah.
Oh, Okay, so okay, I think we can like wait for Ivano to arrive, maybe for him to answer this question. Oh, okay, Ivano left, so I think we can pursue on. Oh, Ivano is back.
Yeah, I'm back and I can hear you finally.
Oh, okay, perfect. So I will like ask you the question again, but why did you choose XR technology in your creative process?
Well, I mean, for me, I have a background in like 2D design, like regular normal design, and I've never done 3D before working with virtual reality. So for me, it was like the first approach. Um, and what I really liked that it kind of gave me superpower, if I can say that, because designing in, for instance, like I do a lot of design in virtual reality. So I put my headset on and I'm already in the space. What this give to everyone for sure is a sense of scale. So working with extended reality, working in VR specifically, really adds a lot in terms of space. Just to give you an idea, I have a little video that you can see me, how does it look like. Hopefully this is going to load. But I don't know if I answered the question. I will show this for a few seconds. I'm not sure if you guys can see.
Yeah, we can see.
So this is this is pretty much okay. So this is pretty much me working in VR. And so basically, like what it adds a lot from regular 3D design is that being physically there helps you a lot to understand what's going on. So for someone that didn't have any background with 3D like me, it was absolutely like magic. So and you know, like for sure it's good to design in VR when you're creating VR experiences, mainly because of the sense of scale, which is the at the moment VR is the only medium that give us that sense of scale. But for instance, I've been doing also design that is not for extended reality, it's not for AR or VR. Sometimes it can just live on a 2D screen or 2D surface. So my work right now, it is trying to investigate which are the boundary in between XR, so using this as a medium to design, but also to experiment. And another thing for sure is like designing in VR, it gives also a special taste, you know, like it gets, you can do stuff that normally you wouldn't be able to do with, I don't know, with Photoshop and Illustrator, even when it comes to do to the design. I'm trying to load some images in the meantime, but I'm not sure. So for instance, this is like a 3D environment I designed. And you can see it's kind of an operation room. And the idea that I designed while I was there. So this helped me quite a lot, but there's other stuff like, let me see, like these things here, where I design like a brand identity in VR to design, you know, to live on a 2D regular screen. But for instance, for this Circular Fashion Summit, I scouted in there. So you can see how extended reality helped me both to work for VR and AR, but also for regular um, to the asset. I don't know if I answered the question, or I hope I
Yeah,
didn't steal too much time.
thanks. This is really clear, and in fact, we can see like designing with XR technology is also like a way to create for XR and to distribute it in fact in AR and VR, but also to display your work into like regular supports. And in fact, that's the I think the real impact onto a communication. In fact, it's like it's also a content you can use like regularly, and that's maybe a point because sometimes people can be afraid of using a new technology, but in fact it's just a new tool and you have to be used to it. And that's lead to my next questions. In fact, so when you use XR technology, you want to offer something else, something more. And I want to ask maybe more to NDA, why did you want to offer an XR experience to your client, and why did you choose to use this technology?
Hi Gaetan, thanks for the question. Hi everyone. So I'm Melvin, and I'm one of the 4 members of NDA. Just to start, I will explain who we are and what we do. So we are 4, and we are photographers, film directors, and 3D artists. We consider ourselves as a visual artist, and we work mostly with digital. And we work for fashion industry, fashion designer, and research and development in luxury for luxury brands. And usually from the beginning, we always have been creating fantastic universe, very influenced by pop culture. And we always have been mixing at the same time photo, video, and 3D. And so by mixing photo and mixing 3D, we've been mixing reality with virtuality. I can show a first example of, I will show a few examples of what we have done and how for us this was already XR experience. So this is the campaign we did for Alphonse Maître Pierre, and the idea was to show at the same time an imagery, that was taken from the game The Sims, and to put it with real models and with his collections, his real collections. So we designed everything around those 2 models and playing with the codes of The Sims. About this work or other works, Vogue told that we were post photographers, and I think this is really making sense, because post photography is a way of amplifying photo or video, and I think XR is a way to amplify photo or video in a new way and with new tools. We really have the feeling that we are kids dreaming of a future and dreaming of what is possible. I remember when I was a kid seeing an elephant flying, and I was telling to myself, wow, Walt Disney is able to make an elephant fly. So how can we do that in the future? And I think the XR is able to do this for us, is to create like something impossible. And by doing those kind of projects, we have been able to show it and clients were able to tell us they had also dreams, and those dreams have been shown by 3D, by photo, and now by XR.
Thanks a lot, Melvin. Like, in fact, you're right. Every creative like medium, like photography, video, and now XR technology are linked into a same way to communicate and to make people dream. In fact, that's the best power of a communication campaign, to make people dream. And I think that's why, and we have two examples here from Isabelle Rabier from Jolimois and Marion Carré from Ask Mona, in different sectors, because like Isabelle is on the beauty sector and Marion is on a culture one. So they decide to integrate AR or VR into their business process or to implement this kind of experience for their customers. And I wanted them to testimony about why they choose this technology. Sorry. Maybe if you want to start, Isabelle. Isabelle, I think you are on mute. Oh.
I think there's a problem with your connection, Isabel. We can't hear you correctly.
Oh. Yes, I think there is a problem. Oh no, we can't hear you. No, maybe you can try to reconnect yourself. I think maybe it could help. And maybe in the meantime, Marion, if you want to answer the question.
Hello, I hope you can
Hello.
hear me well. It's okay?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay, perfect. So I'm happy to be on stage with you today. It's the first time I attend to this kind of events, but that's nice. So I'm going to talk to you about how and mostly why we decided to integrate augmented reality for all customers. So at first, I'm going to talk about a little bit about what we do at Haskona to give you some context. And then I'm going to talk more to answer to your question. So what we do at Haskona is that we create conversational agents for cultural institutions. So it means museums, theaters, monuments, for example, to help them open dialogue with their audiences. And we do that because we believe that it has an impact on the relationship cultural institutions have with their public. We think that they can have more horizontal relationships, and then that it can lead to more access for people to cultural institutions. And to give you just one example of what we do, I'm going to talk to you about the chatbot we developed for the Louis Vuitton Foundation, which is called 12V. It's a reference to the architecture of the place. And 12V is here to give some, at first, some practical information. So, for example, the programmation, when it's open, when it's closed, but mostly to answer to people questions. So, for example, if you're wondering, like, can you come with your children? Is there some stuff specific for them? Or if you can come, I don't know, with your dog or something like that. Any specific question the bot can answer. Of course, if the cultural institution decided to answer to those questions. But the chatbot is also here to make people be able to play with the Louis Vuitton Foundation For example, for exhibitions. Right now at the foundation, there is an exhibition about Cindy Sherman. So it's closed because it's locked down in France, but it will reopen soon. And the chatbot, so you can play with the chatbot to have like a quick introduction about the exhibitions and to discover more the subjects. And when you are in the exhibition, you can talk to the assistant and send some pictures, for example, to the assistant to have more information about artwork. So then the assistant share to the user like archives, photographs, and stuff like that. So here is what we do right now. And we decided to integrate augmented reality to our chatbots because at first, augmented reality is a wonderful pedagogical tool for museums. I don't know if you're really familiar with the museum sector, but for them, it's a great tool first to like enrich the in-situ visits, so the visits you are doing inside the museum, so then they can be able to share more content about artworks or also to animate them and give a different experience of the artwork. But it's also a great tool to open their collections and to make people be able to experiment, for example, at home during a time of lockdown. It's really useful, and it can create different kind of relationship with the artwork, to be able not to only see this in a museum, for example, but you have like a Picasso at home in augmented reality. It creates different connections and relations. So we would like to extend the conversational virtual experience of our chatbots by adding some augmented reality module on some of them. And for us, it's important to see how it can be complementary with what we already do. And I think that's an example, but for like 3D scans of artwork, this could be a great way for people to discover them through augmented reality, rather than just see the scan on their mobile or on the computer. So that's an example of what we really want to do. And because at Askmona, what we do is that we create a lot of contents, but it's mostly written content like scenarios or stories around artworks. And we would like to be able to create augmented reality contents with tools such as, for example, Minsa, which is really useful when you don't have like you don't code the augmented reality, and that would be great for us to be called that, to be able to create content that implies augmented reality on our own, and to as a complementary with what we already do on chatbots. So then the chatbot can become like a media with really different content inside. Thank you for your attention. That's all.
Hey, thank you, Marion. Thank you, and you're exactly right. I think like it's powerful for museums to have this kind of technologies. In the meantime, Isabel tried to reconnect herself, and I have her on the phone, and maybe you will be able to hear her. We make a test. She will speak through me. That's a bit of awkward saying like that, but let's go. Let's try.
Hi everyone.
Do you?
Yeah, hi everyone. I hope you can hear me fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, at Jolie Moi, I'm Isabelle Raby. I'm the founder of Jolie Moi, which is a new kind of platform in the beauty industry where we reinvent beauty advice, and product sales through digital experiences. Especially, we have developed different algorithms and chatbots to identify consumer needs, and then we connect our consumers to a community of over 1,200 independent people who advise mainly digitally the end customer. So as you may imagine, you know, the lockdown period and this year has been really intense for us, having more and more people asking for beauty products online. And what we realized is that for some categories of products, especially our independent sellers, which we called beauty stylists, truly needed some help, basically, to help in the experience, in the customer experience. To give you just a very concrete example, for instance, you know, you may have heard of some technologies that help you try on maybe eyeshadows or lipsticks or foundation or whatever. And what's really interesting in Jolie Moi's business is that basically we have lots of conversations, thousands of conversations taking place online between our customers and you know, beauty stylists, which are like personal shoppers. But the limit of this, especially when you can't test the product physically or you can't meet physically, is the try-on phase. And technologies such as ER allow us to basically create new experiences online to help our sellers demonstrate the product, talk about the products, and especially make their customers try out the product, which has a really great conversion rate. So for us, it's really important in terms of business, and it can lead to a lot more conversions for fully digital experience when it comes to beauty products.
Thanks a lot, Isabella, for your testimony. I will end our call for me to be able to continue.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye. So yeah, in fact, as we can see, XR technologies are really powerful in terms of customer experience, and in fact, we are going to storytelling, to a real story living, and that's the power of XR technology. Make people dream, going to storytelling, to story living, and I think the biggest power is like when you merge this with social media and social interactions. And that's why I want to ask the last question to Andy, which is a social experience expert and here today. So what is the social media and the social experience value of XR technologies?
Hi, thank you. So that's right. I focus on the social experiences that help brands build an organic community. And I think social media was a big step forward. But again, like I talked about earlier this morning in my talk, it's essentially content creation and content distribution. What I'm most interested in is how do we develop an engaging and supportive community, a local one as well as a global one. And I think social XR is a great tool for startups, particularly, who are coming into a pre-existing industry and who need to find and connect with their future brand ambassadors. I love brands that utilize spatial networks for office hours, themed meetups, or monthly presentations. It's a chance to come face to face with who is actually using your service or product and get valuable feedback. With the rise of entrepreneurship and competition in this tech and XR ecosystem, I do believe people will gravitate around relatable, accessible brands and founders that strive for a positive impact. It's also an inexpensive way to host events or mini brand summits because it requires such a minimum budget. What you're really providing here, the community, is your time, your energy, and your passion. And I think today, in the world that we live in, that has gotten so isolated from one another, that service and that time that you're offering is priceless.
Thanks a lot, Andy. That's you're so right. Like engaging people into your communication campaign is, I think, the last point, and this is, I think, where we're gonna end this journey together, because like as we seen, like from designing to engage the people, XR technology are really powerful, and I think we're gonna see a lot of great communication campaigns in the future with XR technologies, and more engaging, obviously. So thank you a lot for joining us today, and see you. And if you want to ask more questions, we will be in our booth D8, just next to this auditorium. Thanks a lot.
Thank you all so much. That was great.
Welcome, everybody. The session will begin soon. And Bernard, when you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. So I'm very pleased to be here, and I would like to thank the organization for this invitation. So I'm going to talk about digital twins for virtual commissioning and PLC training. And first of all, I will present myself. After we talk about plant simulation and virtual simulation, and virtual commissioning, sorry. And after I will present two softwares, Home.io and Factory.io, that we have developed with a company called Real Games. And these softwares are used for automation training. And at least I will conclude. So my name is Bernard Riera. I'm professor at Reims University. And I belong to a research unit called CRISTIC. And in this research unit, we have computer scientists and automation engineers, automation researchers. So I'm interested in discrete event systems, programmable logic controllers control, and control education. And by the way, I'm also the scientific advisor. I've been the scientific advisor since 2008 for the company Real Games. So let's talk about plant simulation and virtual commissioning. In fact, plant simulator for manufacturing systems, it's not something new. In fact, it's a real-time digital model which is able to simulate the machines, the operative part. And after, it's possible to connect this simulation to a real PLC, programmable logic controller, or simulated programmable logic controller. So like that, of course, we can see that it's something which is very interesting because you can test the control part before the real commissioning. And this kind of simulation can be used, of course, in industry, but also in education. So if you are able to model and to simulate the plant, in fact, in the industry, as I said previously, so it's very interesting to verify and to validate a controller before the real commissioning. It's what we call virtual commissioning. And in addition, if you have this kind of tools, you can use it in order to train operator on a simulator. Behind the walls of plant simulation or simulator, there are simple things, but there are also most complex devices like digital twins. And it exists a lot of softwares from a simple simulator to a complete digital twins. And the idea with this kind of simulation, it's to save time and to increase the productivity. As you know, today we talk a lot about Industry 4.0, and inside that, the idea is ready to digitize the factory, and the idea of the digital twins is very, very important. In this case, it's not only a use offline, before the commissioning. The idea is also to use the digital twin in order to improve the control of the plant during the production stage. So we can easily understand that it's something possible and interesting to use this kind of plant simulation for automation training. And we can call that educational or pedagogical virtual commissioning. Of course, the main interest is that it's without risk. You don't need big machines, so you save space, no maintenance, low cost, and it's complementary to real systems because you can simulate breakdowns, failures, for instance. The main problem is that having this kind of simulation, very often it's unrealistic simulation, it's not interactive, and it's often unattractive. And what we have noticed, it's in fact there is a big gap between the simulators used for training and in the schools and the video game simulators used by our students. So in our research and development partnership with my lab and my university and the company Real Games, the idea has been to develop innovative simulation softwares which can be seen as digital twins in order to use them for control education and training. And our approach is to propose digital educational resources adapted to the new generation and in order to favor the process of investigation and allowing the teacher to imagine and set up multiple problem situations while remaining the master of the game. It's to say that the teacher is still in the loop. And behind that, the pedagogical hypothesis for bridging the gap between theory and practice in engineering education is, in fact, we think that the 3D digital twins really gives to students a situational awareness in order to understand what it happens. So it's really a positive factor in discovering, understanding, and learning. And in addition, the interactivity that you can put inside the simulation is very interesting, and it's a playful aspect which can promote motivation for the students. With Real Games, we have designed and developed two pieces of innovative simulations, two pieces of digital twins. The first one is called Omayo, and in fact the idea is to bring a whole house into the classroom. And the second one, it's Factory.io, and the idea was to build and bring your factory into the classroom. So let's talk about Omayo now. Omayo was a 4 years research and development project, which has been partially funded by the Ministry of Education. And the idea was to design a virtual house, open, able to communicate with outside, and which can be adapted to STEAM education. It's to say science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And the idea was to have a software with simulation, a digital twin, which could be used from middle schools to university. So I'm going to show you a video like that. It's the best solution to understand the concept. Hello again. So I hope that it was possible to see the video. With this virtual house, it's possible to do a lot of different courses about control and STEAM education. Of course, you can study a lot of things like energy efficiency, like PLC, like power saving strategies, home automation. And it's possible to connect this software to Scratch 2 and 3, to App Inventor, to Python, to MATLAB. So it's really a digital tool which can be used for a lot of different things. The second software, the second simulator, it's called Factory.io, and it's a real-time 3D factory simulation. And this project, in fact, the idea was really to propose a new generation of industrial system 3D simulation, industrial digital twins for PLC, SCADA, manufacturing execution systems, and Industry 4.0 trainings. And it's exactly the same technology that we use with Factory.io that we have used with Home.io, which is to say Unity 3D. Let's look at the video in order to present the main concept of Factory.
Welcome to the next generation of 3D factory simulation. Factory.io takes PLC training to the next level, turning any computer into a robust PLC training kit. Plug, play, and explore over 20 ready-to-use industrial applications. Practice real-world control tasks without the risk of damage or injury. Factory.io works with any PLC brand and the most common automation technologies. And you can even upgrade your existing PLC with this space-saving solution. With more than 80 parts to explore, you can build an unlimited number of industrial applications with as many I/O points as needed. Use digital values to start or stop machines and analog values to weigh items or control liquid levels. With Factory.io, the whole classroom can gain access to industrial applications at the same time. Factory.io is the next-gen tool for PLC training. Download full-feature 30-day trial at factoryio.com.
To conclude about this very short presentation, it's only 15 minutes, really this kind of softwares can be seen as pedagogical digital twins, and we really think that it's something that could be very useful in education. With this software, you get a practical, an immersive, and a motivating experience for automation education. I would like to say that Home.io has got the quality label from the French Education Ministry. And one thing which is very important for the challenges of the Industry 4.0 is the training. And we have to propose tools in order to facilitate the education, the training for people. And in addition, with this kind of tool, the two worlds of information technology and operational technology, in fact, you can link them together. And it's something which is very, very interesting because you can test new technologies with a simulation and which is something that it's not easy to do with real devices. We have managed a lot of experiments in order to see the interest of this kind of tools, and we have proven the pedagogical interest of these tools, of these softwares. And in addition, these softwares are used also for benchmark for research activities, because it's also something very interesting. You don't need to have the real system. You can have a simulated system to test your concept, your proof of concept. Thank you for your attention. And I would like to say that I will be with my colleague and friend, Richard Martinez, in the booth. I don't remember. I'm sorry. In the booth, Institut Français, sorry. And I will be very pleased to show you what we do and to answer to your questions. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, of course, I will be pleased to answer.
Thank you, Bernard. So we have no question. I'm going to close the session. Thanks, Bernard. And we see you in the booth of the French Institute. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
But he can hear us right now. You can mute your microphone before opening of the session.
Hi everyone, we are ready to start this panel if you're ready on stage.
Perfect. Here you go.
Hello, hi everybody.
Hello everyone. Hello, hello. Hello everyone, hello speakers, hello attendees. So welcome. My name is Morgan Boucher, head of XR at Orange. I'm very proud to moderate this panel today on Cloud XR and challenges and perspectives for XR streaming and mass market. So let me introduce you to the three panelists today. First of all, Stephanie Beaufort from Becom Research Institute, in charge of
Hi,
sales and
everybody.
marketing manager. We will have Kwesi Nikolov as well, CEO of Quark XR, and Anthony Pinto
Hello.
from NVIDIA as a senior solutions architect for professional visualization. So we can expect a strong impact of Cloud XR for the future, and we will introduce the topic today with great speakers. So let's start with you, Anthony. So welcome. Could you introduce your XR Cloud projects and vision at NVIDIA? I'll give you the floor.
Okay, so let me load my slides. So my name is Anthony Pinto, and I'm a senior solution architect for professional visualization and team member of NVIDIA's newest SDK, NVIDIA Cloud XR. Cloud XR 1.0 release is an early access program from developers.nvidia.com. And while I'm super excited to talk about what we learned during our early access program and how our early access users influence the 1.0 SDK, I think it's important to talk about how XR is being used today. Both the success of XR and some of the limitations we believe are keeping XR from realizing its awesome potential. Let me switch. So I have I want to remind everyone listening to this presentation that very demanding capabilities like rendering large data sets with photorealism have become paramount in design and marketing. To offer these capabilities in interactive, immersive experience is a heavy compute lift. Comparing VR, for instance, to gaming, we see that rendering two eyes at high resolution at 90 frames per second, a typical VR workload, is almost 7 times the workload of rendering a high-end fidelity game. This need for powerful compute is the reason HMDs are tethered to high-end GPUs. You have to remember VR is a great magic trick. We trick people into believing that they're in different places with real objects like cars, characters, and buildings. And when it works, it's incredible. They can design, create, and learn, but every time they feel a tug on their head, it breaks the illusion. For a split second, they lose the illusion and it breaks their concentration. And because of the code, they're constrained in where they can go. Architects, for example, can't walk around a new building. Instead, they have to teleport. And again, it's breaking the illusion. Here are some famous examples. The left-hand panel shows engineers exploring the Bell helicopter design. Middle panel shows the filming of a Mercedes commercial. And in the right panel, we have Steven Spielberg directing the movie Ready Player One. All of these examples were incredible successes, inspiring innovation and producing amazing results. And each example is tethered, but also having another thing in common. All these cases would have been less awkward if these experts were constrained by the VR codes that they have attached to their headsets. Certainly, all-in-one headset or mobile devices eliminates the tether. But the limitation of this device is obvious, especially when you think of the size of the data set in enterprise settings and the needs for high fidelity, beautiful graphics. There's just not enough compute power to create a truly immersive experience with all-in-one devices. To guarantee the freedom to immerse, move, create, and collaborate in a beautiful virtual world, with large enterprise datasets, we want the best of both worlds. The power of a high-end NVIDIA GPU and the ease of use of a mobile and mobility of all-in-one devices. And the best of both worlds is the vision behind the NVIDIA Cloud XR solution. High performance computing and rendering done on servers, with results sent over the network and visualized on lightweight devices, all with the performance required for high fidelity context-rich XR. Of course, 5G networks with the promise of single-digit round-trip latencies with enough bandwidth to deliver streaming XR to large number of users is a significant enabler of the vision behind Cloud XR. What we learned during our testing of Cloud XR is a good Wi-Fi 5 network would also work. The caveats with Wi-Fi center around three basic parameters: latency, bandwidth, and network jitter. If either bandwidth is too limited or the network jitter, essentially noise in the network, is too much, the VR AR experience degrades rapidly. Latency in the network, essentially if the user is too many hops away from the server, is also a problem in Wi-Fi network delivery of XR. And that's all reason that leads us to Cloud XR. And from there, I will let Stephanie continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Anthony. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Yeah, hi everybody. So thank you, Morgan and Orange, for having me today. Today on my presentation, I will be focusing on mapping and relocalization side of things, because this is where Becoming is having a strong expertise and solutions. So what is Cloud XR? Cloud XR is about the creation, management and use of what is now called digital twins of physical spaces. And this comes together with real-time services, of course, with the goal to offer XR experiences to users. So one of the key attributes of Cloud XR is to be persistent. The object, the spaces remain for all users at any time, whatever the application, without disruption. Cloud XR is also at large scale, so we are now moving from small AR spaces to city scale and probably at some point planet scale experiences. Cloud XR is about sharing also. It's multi-user and collaborative by nature. So on top of these technology drivers, we are having, of course, societal and business drivers. So on the society side, I think we are all now ready and eager to get our lives enriched with culture, with on-spot guidance, with continuous learning, and of course, entertainment. On the business side, of course, the main driver is about business processes optimization. This is about saving time, resources, reducing risk, while at the same time improving the human-machine interaction. So all these drivers are bringing cutting-edge marketing opportunities. For example, because Cloud XR is basically allowing to gamify virtually anything. For example, you can think of providing fully digital try-before experiences that are collaborative and shared. So ultimately, this is a way to enhance the engagement and the attachment to brands and products. So, like for traditional AR, I would say, Cloud XR, four main use cases are guidance, learning, real-time awareness, and collaboration. In my opinion, today, guidance and real-time awareness are probably the main business opportunities, but there are more to come, no doubt. If you think about guidance at factory level, for example, this is about allowing real-time emergency response after a machine breakdown. But on the consumer side, if I'm a tourist, Cloud XR will allow me to have on-spot and real-time architecture or historical information about the digital twin of the city I'm visiting. So if we put the focus on the mapping and relocalization side of Cloud XR, what is huge today is that we have already some solution providers who are getting very close to provide a planet scale experience. This is huge. If we put a focus on entertainment and cloud gaming, for example, This allows us to move from AR indoor kind of linear gaming experience to Pokemon Go-like gaming at planet scale. So it means that my gameplay will be updated real time based on all the gamers' activities worldwide. I think this is kind of exciting, actually. And well, here on the slide, you can see some of the very promising solution providers of the mapping and relocalization solutions. Augmented City from Italy or Immersal from Finland. I really invite you to go and check their SDK, their solution, because this is where the future of Cloud XR probably is. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Very, very interesting. So we had the intro with Anthony on solution to process from the cloud to the devices. With Stephanie, we can see this point of the digital twin, very interesting point, and metaverse and so on. And now we will let the floor to Kwesi, who's the CEO of a great company with name QuarkXR. So Kwesi, it's your time. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Krasi Nikolov. As Morgan said, I'm CEO and co-founder of QuarkXR. I think Anthony in the first presentation dealt the problem of Cloud XR and the fidelity, quality, and the untethered experience that it brings very, very well. I would like to add that besides gaming, XR as an industry has had a tremendous impact on enterprise and how people work and collaborate. And we've seen the issue of the way we call it triangle of cost, form factor, and image quality there as well. And we would like to use Cloud XR to break out of it. And our company QuarkXR focuses on the development platform. Our goal is to make Cloud XR development very easy, eventually almost a no-code approach that I can talk about a bit later. And also the advantages that Cloud XR approach has are pretty clear. You won't have to buy an expensive computer up front, and you can have the highest possible visual quality on headsets like the Oculus Quest, Pico, or Bifocus. But what are some use cases that QuarkXR is used in? I think by far the biggest use case of 2020 has been remote work and productivity. Two of our partners, Archer Technologies and SouthSpace, are working on getting people to collaborate in a virtual environment where they can work together on projects, access their regular desktop workflow, and share their experience with other team members. And other projects that we've worked with on are actually a classic example of where NVIDIA Cloud XR shines best. And on the right, you can see also the NVIDIA holodeck project. So basically getting the highest fidelity possible in 3D design and architecture is a great use case for Cloud XR. And finally, the third pillar of Cloud XR adoption, I believe, will be in industrial training. On the left, you can see our collaboration with Innoactive for Volkswagen, where you could train in a virtual factory and learn how to operate the assembly line before the factory is even built. Our approach in technology-wise is quite similar to what Anthony described. Basically, you have the processing done on a server, and you stream just the video output over 5G. The whole process is a lot more complicated, and Anthony touched upon latency, so I won't go into details here. But we've been working on this tech since 2016. We are a partner of Orange and Orange Silicon Valley. We've already worked on a few POCs together in the Cloud XR space. And the way people could use Cork XR is to cloud providers can do new offerings for Cloud XR, and the telecoms also can provide new 5G plans or private networks is going to be also a big use case of 5G and Cloud XR. This is the Cork XR framework with a few examples of how developers can integrate with Cork XR. Our topology API gives the ability of developing without writing much code, and in the end, no code at all. We have also various different APIs like haptics. We have a Dutch company called SenseGlove who is developing haptic gloves for the Focus and Oculus, and they use this API to run their content on the cloud and have haptic gloves on the client side. But this is the team behind Cork XR. We are a small company. We are a startup. We've been working on it since 2016, and we are open and looking for partnerships. If we have a minute, I will play quickly a 1-minute video to show you our latest SDK. But Morgan, do we have time?
Yes, of course. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So this is. Quest focus. We don't have to play the whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kwesi. I think we had an issue with your video. So it's always buffering for me. So I think it's the same for the audience. So maybe you can try to reload very quickly.
Oh, okay. Let me give it a try. But it looks like it's buffering. That's okay. Let's go with the Q&A. If anyone wants to see it, please drop us a line at founders@corkxr.com.
No, sorry. It seems that it works. Okay, sorry. It works. Just maybe it's okay. So perfect. Thank you, Kwesi. So we have 5 minutes till the last part of the session with Q&A. So maybe I will ask you, both of you, the last question. So we can see a lot of use cases for Cloud XR. So my question would be, what kind of use case could be the killer use case for the Cloud XR? Because there is a large field of applications. So maybe in few words, what could be the main use case for you? So maybe Stephanie, if you want to start.
Yeah. So maybe whatever I think the vertical considered a use case that would be a killer would allow real-time crowdsourced experiences, because that way, like in real life, actually, users would also be actors and creators of the digital space they are evolving it. And of course, a key driver for this is interoperability. So we need really to have solutions and devices and architectures, everything that allow to move from one application to the other without disruption. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
And you, Anthony, maybe your killer use case for you. We can hear you. Maybe you're on mute. So, Kwesi, the same question for you. So the killer use case on your side?
I think remote work is going to be by far, at least the first huge use case. Both 5G and Cloud XR enable you to work from anywhere, and having a virtual environment could make you a lot more productive. Collaborating with teammates from all around the world would be possible with low latency provided by 5G and with the high fidelity provided by Cloud XR. I think in a post-COVID world, we would see the decentralization of workforce continue, and we will see people working from just about anywhere. And maybe even going beyond the point where, for example, in the US, everything circles around Silicon Valley, have a more decentralized world.
Yeah, because we mentioned the processing power and GPU from NVIDIA to the devices, but I think the point also it's about social and to have some very seamless discussions. And thanks to the low latency, I think it would be also the key point for many cases, as you mentioned, Kwesi. Anthony, are you still there? No, I think Anthony is on mute. Okay, I will just jump back on a few topics mentioned by Stephanie, because Stephanie, you mentioned this idea of persistence. Yes. So can you just elaborate in few words on that, because I think it's another vision of the impact of Cloud XR on this approach to make this persistent world.
Yeah, so basically the whole idea about persistent is that we have objects and spaces that are created digitally in the XR world. And of course, when I'm leaving the experience and then when I'm coming back, I want to go back and to have the same objects remaining, not only for me, but also for all the other persons from my community or also from the outside world, having these anchored objects remaining. Otherwise, it would be a disruptive experience. So if we really consider the digital twin term, well, each and every day when you go outside your home, you are having the same kind of world that you can experience. And I think this is what we want to reach here with persistence in Cloud XR. This is having a continuous experience each and every time I'm coming back. Of course, it's enriched because your experience is evolving during the time. But yeah, I think the persistence is also within one experience, but it should also be applicable between the applications. So let's take the example of tourism, because I'm having these objects being emerged that I'm providing me information, but they can be for tourist applications and goals, but they can be also for learning perspective. So same objects could have for different applications a virtual reality. So I think this is where, of course, I was speaking about interoperability, because in an ideal Cloud XR world, we would have objects shared between solutions and between platforms.
Thank you, Stephanie. So I will give the mic to the audience. So maybe we can take some questions from the audience. So you can ask your question in the chat room. Any questions? So waiting for questions. So just to check if Anthony, you are back, or if you are solved your problem with your mic. No, Anthony is on mute.
And if we are waiting for questions, I think I will use this moment to try again with videos, because we are testing different stuff.
Okay. So who wants to start with a video?
I'm on it, Morgan. I've got the hand of the screen management.
Okay. So any questions? So I have a question from Richard Guignon. What is the maturity level of XR Cloud solutions? Production ready? So maybe, Kwasi, if you want to answer.
Right. I think there's still a few moving parts. First of all, the server GPU end, and then the connectivity between them. So in some situations, especially in the enterprise, you would have an environment where Cloud XR can work great. So on the enterprise end, it's much easier to use a Cloud XR solution today. On the consumer end, that's a little more challenging, I believe, and we are looking forward for better connectivity, like 5G adoption increasing. But I think on the enterprise side, you can definitely see people using such solutions soon.
Thank you, Kwasi.
Can you hear me
I
now?
think you are back. Okay. Hey, welcome back. Yes,
okay.
Of course.
Okay, sorry for that. Yeah. So yeah, about the question about Cloud XR and the capability of it, it's we have seen after some research that one of the biggest need for enterprise will be training and the capabilities to share knowledge between workers in the same enterprise. And Cloud XR is an enabler for that. And imagine having unlimited compute resource for whatever you would like to do, like high quality graphics rendering with very large amount of data sets, and that kind of unlimited compute power is enabled by using Cloud XR, because you can use the data center for a single user case. So with your device, with a very lightweight device, like untethered headsets, you can have this unlimited resources. And not only compute resources, but you can also imagine all the knowledge resources of the company.
So we have two questions.
Yes.
We have a question from Stefan Adamiak, was asking if there is a link between edge computing and Cloud XR. So the answer is yes, definitely. So I think Anthony and Stephanie, you mentioned it. And another question, 5G glasses are not available yet, question. So who wants to give an answer? So maybe I can try to give an answer. So we can see in terms of R&D, or maybe in Asia, a few glasses connected to 5G with a 5G slot, for the SIM or eSIM. So it works. And but for instance, more in Asia, So we think
if I can add something,
the next step, 5G glasses.
I think it's very important to point out that the XR2 chip, which is used in the Quest and some other headsets, already has 5G capability. So the XR2 chips headsets are going to be the first cloud XR devices, I would say.
Correct. So I think we are set. It's time, I think. Olivier, I think it's time to close the session.
But it's okay if you want to pursue with some questions. What we will do is just move the streaming to the other auditorium. But if you want to pursue some questions here, you can do.
Okay, so the last question from Richard Gagnon, maybe for who wants to answer, so you can see the question.
Okay, Abla, you can hit it. You're live.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I am Abla Benvinout-Fauché. I am head of digital at the Centre des Monuments Nationaux, French National Heritage. And we are in charge of 100 monuments across France. In normal times, we welcome 10 million visitors per year. And I am really happy to be with you today to discuss how XR can provide a solution for cultural venues and institutions regarding sanitary restrictions. Even before COVID, yeah? Can you hear me? Everything is okay? Yeah.
Yeah,
Even before, okay, fine. Even before COVID, many factors have hindered VR and AR market growth in the cultural sector. Poor VR headset equipment in households, investment costs in a context of low financial resources, some post-AR initiatives with poor added value for the end user. But the demand is here. In France, 6 people out of 10 are interested in visiting a monument with AR, for example, and projects are on the increase with higher and higher quality levels and strong narrative. So we will discuss how XR can provide new opportunities to cultural institutions and venues, to attract new audiences after the lockdown, or to stay connected with the remote audiences. We will be together for 1 hour, and we welcome 7 speakers. Every startup will have 5 minutes to pitch its project, and I will give you the microphone to ask questions. Time will be very short, and I'm sorry for that, but we wanted to give you a thorough overview of XR companies in the cultural sector. I will start with our first pool of speakers, Minsa Vaidue G4F, and I will give the microphone to Maëlys from Minsa. Maëlys, it's up to you.
Hello, thank you, Abla. Let me. Okay, can everyone see the PDF on the screen? Okay, it looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll start. So hello everyone. Let me begin by thanking Virtuality for letting me and a lot of actors of both the XR and culture industry to come forward and present the solutions of tomorrow. So my name is Melis and I'm a digital artist and a researcher currently finishing my PhD thesis about how XR technologies can be used to question and understand core notions of cultural heritage. And I also work at MINSAR as a researcher and tech coordinator. MINSAR is a no-code platform that allows anyone to create and share AR and VR experiences directly through an XR-compatible device, which means through an immersive headset such as Magic Leap, HoloLens, Quest 2, or a mobile phone and a tablet. And we've been working with cultural heritage for a couple of years now, notably with the Centre des Monuments Nationaux, represented by Abla right here, Musée d'Archéologie Nationale and Musée des Arts Décoratifs. So if we're here today, it's because indeed, today cultural venues and institutions are faced with a new great challenge: current sanitary restrictions and possibly on the long term, the growing fear of common touchable devices and multi-usage devices. For this, MINSAR offers, in my mind, three solutions. First, as I told you, MINSAR is cross-platform, which means that it can be reopened. An experience created with MINSAR can be reopened on the device of the visitors themselves. That's what the Musée d'Archéologie Nationale proposed in 2019 with MINSAR. They made an augmented reality experience inside of the room of comparative archaeology, as you can see, putting some virtual collections into the space. And people, by scanning a QR code, could open the experience on their own device, as you can see on the left part of the screen. Of course, these solutions only works if you can physically go to a museum, right? Well, in the framework of confinements and much harder restrictions of access due to sanitary measures, MINSAR provides yet another solution. Cultural institutions can indeed use MINSAR in VR to create an experience which will then be reopenable in augmented reality at the visitor's very home. I'm showing you an example here. Very quickly, inside MINSAR VR, I designed a small virtual exhibition around a theme that I imagined around 19th century French painting. As you can see, almost all the elements are in 2D, okay? It's 2D images. This was to show cultural institutions that you don't necessarily need heavy resources or heavy 3D to create an engaging and relevant experience for the public. Because as we know, 3D designers are, well, quite rare in the cultural institutions teams right now. So I have created my little experience with a certain number of animations and interactions. And on the right part of the screen, you can see that I could reopen it right after, this time on my phone and in MINSAR offices. Also, because MINSAR is cross-platform, I think it really opens the way to the reappropriation of the experiences made by the museum, by the visitors, who can be invited to adapt the experience to their life, to their context, to something that touches them. And then they can share their point of view on social media, the whole process, creating a sort of global work of art with several different points of view. So here I'm showing you an experience that was made by Digitage, who is 3D scan society in Paris. They made an experience with MINSAR for November 11th, where they put this 3D scan of a man who performs reenactment of historical events. They put this 3D scan in front of a memorial. So the goal of this experience was to invite people to reopen this very experience on their own and express their commemoration as they wanted, and then share a picture of the installation they made on social media. I think it's very interesting to use the power of social media and of collaboration, of sharing between people, because it makes cultural heritage so much richer and closer, even in context of sanitary restrictions. So again, there would be a lot more to say on this subject, because MINSAR has been working with cultural institutions for years, as I said. So if you want to know more, please don't hesitate coming seeing us at our booth in D8 here in Virtuality. So I think I've used up all my time, so I'll stop talking now, waiting for the questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Maëlys. Are there any questions from the audience? No questions?
it was perfectly clear. So that's good. If people have questions, I'll be around in our booth in D8. So really don't hesitate coming see us.
Okay, I've got a question for you, Maëlys, because Minsa raised funds a few months ago. Do you plan to expand your operations internationally?
I didn't understand your question. I'm sorry.
Do you plan to expand your operations internationally on an international level?
Yeah, indeed. Actually, we are already working. So Minsar is really working on a lot of sectors, not only culture, but a lot of sectors: design, education, architecture, etc. So actually, we are actually working already with firms and artists from America, from South America.
Okay.
So yeah, we are starting to really have contacts all over the world. So that's really pretty exciting.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Maëlys. So yeah, Sylvain.
Yeah, that's me. Loading the presentation. Okay, so here we go. First of all, Visual is a platform, so we don't provide content. We just give the opportunity to people who are developing content like studio, like Minsar, for example, to have very high-end quality models. Because today, if you look at the models, the quality is not there. You have a WebGL, so you can't load huge data, and the granularity is very poor. So the idea is to give access to anyone to a high-end content. We work with Quai, for example, and 200 museums in the world to share quickly high-end models. And today we are facing COVID-19. So every museum, they lose 80% of visitors. And we know that we have to digitize a lot of models. We have to treat those files, and we have to produce application. So once again, we don't provide application, but we provide this platform to give the ability to create a very good experience. And we are some competitors of Unity, competitors of Unreal, and competitors of WebGL. So it's another thing, and it's a French company. So today, when you are like Quai, you have no knowledge in digitalization. It could be X-ray, like a CT scan. It could be photogrammetry, and you have to face off what is the format of files, what is a mesh, what is a texture, and that's something that we help, because you don't have to deal with those kind of format. It's directly, instantly download in the cloud, and you can't upload it, never. So the data stay in the cloud. You can't store it. You can 3D print it. You can see it in a VR headset, or in an AR headset, or in tablet. It's completely agnostic. And so you can share your data instantly. All the compute is in the cloud, and nothing is uploaded. So you don't kill the battery, by the way, because if you have an experience on your own cell phone, you can check that your battery is drastically going down. We have a lot of partners. It could be institutional, it could be like Econem, it could be Microsoft, NVIDIA, and those telco company for 5G, for example. And some use case that we did 2 years ago, we were in Lima, in Peru, and we used to scan Memi and Fardo, and it was a documentary on Channel 5. Now you can find it on Disney Channel, and we were wearing HoloLens in Lima, and we could see inside the model and provide holograms. So it's Channel 5. There is no money for this kind of a channel. So the documentary. So there is no VFX. It was real, and it was the first time that we could see inside the model with HoloLens. And now you can do it in Quai. They changed the Wi-Fi system. So next few weeks, you can come to Quai and test the HoloLens to see inside the model and have this kind of experience. So for heritage, for example, when you have this kind of church, there is 150 million polygons, so you can't download it on your iPhone, but you can access directly through the cloud, through a real VR experience without any download, just a link, you click, no application, and you access at the full resolution of the model. We also work with a digital company, so digital education, so you can provide application for college and so on through the platform. We had this use case with Burning Man. It was very complex for Burning Man because artists, they don't know anything about 3D. So we had to find a way to help them to upload their content. And the beauty of that, you don't need to compile, you don't need to have skills around Unity or Unreal. You just have to put your data, and everyone can walking around with headset or with tablet, and it will work great. So if you have a drone, for example, you can put your photogrammetry inside the 3Dverse and share it to your customers or your friends, and you can be all together in collaborative mode. We work also in the medical field and in CAD, so we don't work only for heritage. It's a platform, so any kind of use case could be used here. So with the 5G now, we can deploy more, and we are scalable. So if you have an application, your application could be read everywhere in the world very quickly and with a very high-end experience. So the market of, you know, the market, it's a huge market, and we hope to have a community of studio and agency to provide more and more content easily with a very good quality for the public and for the research. Thank you. I'm good.
Thank you, Sylvain. Are there any questions? No questions? Okay, I have a question. We have a question from Sharak Shamalinia. Is there any regulations regarding the scanning of the museum objects in EU? Is it okay for everyone to scan any objects they visit in physical museums?
I'm not sure to understand the question because there is no regulation to scan data. You just need to, for X-ray, you need to take the piece out of the museum. So you need a kind of insurance, but you can scan any data in your museum. You know, today the public who use scan, it's a very poor resolution. So if you want to scan something, you need very high-end resolution, and it's a process. By the way, at Quai it's a market, so you have to pass a contract with the museum. Every year we have this contract, and we have a contract for photogrammetry, for X-ray, for 3D printing with Quai, and it's 10 years that every year we win at Quai. And Quai work with 200 museums in the world for the restoration and for everything. So it's a very high-end facilities. You don't have that at the Louvre, for example. But people from the Louvre and Quai, they talk to each other. It's the same curriculum for any architect, archaeologist, sorry, with La Sorbonne University. So yeah, there is no real regulation around the scanning, but it's a real job. You can't scan like an amateur. Photogrammetry, yes, but you can do any photogrammetry, but the photogrammetry, if you want to have a very high-end model, like 32K textures, you can't go with your phone for that. You need a real dedicated scanner. No, we have no difficulty to stream data because our technology, we come from gaming, by the way. So we work on AAA game and we have skills because people in our company works for Ubisoft, Electronic Arts, all big companies in gaming. The R&D is based in Montreal, 180 games company. So we developed this technology because we face of the lack of resolution for many games. But for heritage, it's the same. If you have a photogrammetry of billions of polygons and you have to reduce it to 100,000 polygons, it's like Sketchfab. It's just good for small games, but not good for people from museum. Yves Le Fur from Quai-Branly, he could tell you that he don't want to be a Disneyland. He want to see the real object in front of you. You have to feel an emotion around the object. If you have no emotion, it's just an illustration. It's not relevant at all. That's the point.
Okay, we'll take a last question from Camille Costs.
Okay. We don't have to compile object. You just have to put your mesh with the most resolution you need. You need to put the beautiful textures that you have, the most resolution, 32K, 16K if you want. And as you have the model, we have a PBR representation, so you can change the shader. The best is you can come to my booth and can give you an access to 3Dverse. You can test your own models, and you will see how it's easy to create an application on the web and ready to go for headset. It's a very different architecture compared to Unreal Engine or Unity or WebGL. Nothing compared.
Thank you, Sylvain. It's a great platform to boost normalizations at a large scale. I will give the microphone to G4F. Vincent?
Hello. Hello. Yep.
Hello.
Vincent. Hello. So I'll start with the video if it works. There we go.
J'entends rien.
Vincent, there is no sound.
This is strange.
Yeah.
But I'm there.
It's
I'm
a
there.
technical problem, yeah.
Only
Yeah.
only the audience can hear the sound. You can't hear it when you're on stage.
Okay. Thank you.
Actually, this is just it's a 2 minutes video, but just to help you to get what we do, because of course I'm not actually pitching a project. We are services, an outsourcing company dedicated to sound and localization services. And as you may have saw during the video, so we worked on also on augmented reality visits for different castles or museum, and on both the audio but also the translation. And I'll jump to this PDF just to cover a bit more the topic of today, because something we always forget is the sound, you know. And all this experience, it's underestimated. So yeah, we are specialized in all the audio real time or pre-render audio, binaural rendering, etc., etc. And the idea is to help people developing content either for VR or AR, or this is some recent credits. So let's say we're coming from the game industry, but working on for museum in the industry also, and covering really different field. For the culture, we've been working on cinematic VR film with Arte, and Des Poissons Volants, and also working on the Istopad application, delivering sound and multilingual localization for many castles. And yeah, concerning today's topic, actually I was more thinking about also the music concert, because we are really facing the same challenges that the museum nowadays. So we've been working with some concert hall to do live streaming of music, so live concert. Not especially in 360, okay, so that was not always a VR experience, but let's say that was a way to maintain the activity and to produce some entertainment. But yeah, this is a real challenge we all faced, and a lot of technical aspect has been really booming during this COVID. A lot of technos appear, and I've been also watching you know, the NBA. That was I'm a basketball player, so I've been watching what they've done, because they are always trying to do they are geek, you know, tech oriented. And if you look at what they've done for the previous final, you can really understand yeah, how they face these challenges of organizing and maintaining NBA finals, which is broadcasted all around the world live, with the sanitary conditions. And of course, you were able in the past already to watch the finals in VR. You know, you take a seat just nearby the players and have different point of view and watch the final live with your VR headset. But now they have also introduced interactions with a lot of, let's say, the public was coming from Visio conferences, and yeah, that was really interesting to see how they faced this challenge. And more personally, you know, I've been visiting some museum with the kids, trying to, at least, because sometimes the tech was not you know, good enough. But yeah, this is just to conclude, you know, I think all the cultural venues, and but also, I mean, from museum to concert hall to everybody has you know, faced this challenge, and there's a lot of interesting solutions coming out from this. So yeah, that was just a conclusion, but I think there's positive thing out of this COVID, and of course the sound is a real challenge, because if you want to really have a high quality rendering of live binaural down mix on your headset and with good head tracking, it needs to be fixed and really designed up front based on the camera positions and the ambisonic recording you could do. And there's a lot of topic to cover and technical challenges, but this is really exciting, and that's good. That's interesting.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. I
Thank
totally agree with you. And this COVID crisis has created new opportunities. And at the CMN, for example, we are developing remote guided tours, you know, and we will test live 360 tours with a guide, and yeah, it's very exciting. And one of the main issue is, can we monetize those contents? And
Exactly, that was
yeah.
the same for the concert. You know, we've tried different platforms, and there's a lot of indie platform competing with YouTube and so on to treating the monetization, because this is really the key. This is how we can still, I mean, this visit could be profitable, you know, at least, and because you need to pay the, you know, the host and the museum. So, and that was exactly the same for the concert. And we tried one, actually, Gaia from it's an indie platform, and that was interesting for that. It is based on donation and gift, because of course we are testing, you know. But yeah, this is the real challenge, is like for all mobile and tech application, is how do you ensure a profitability, a minimum profitability, to make this happen, you know. So yeah.
Thank you, Vincent.
Thank you.
Our time is almost up for this first pool of speakers. I don't know if there is any questions. Perhaps we can take one question. And if we don't have any questions, I will give the microphone to Adrien from Timescope. Adrien? Are you here with us on stage? Yeah, I can see you. Adrien, can you hear me? Okay, I think we've got a technical problem. Okay. Okay, Nino from Recast. Adrien will come back. He's trying to deconnect and reconnect. Can you start?
Hello. Yes, I can start if you hear me.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Fine, thank you. Yeah.
Okay. So I will put my presentation. Let me just make a selection. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So hello, everybody. My name is Nino Sapina. I am a co-founder of Recast. And today I will speak about our new project, a new product, which calls Cubecast. So our purpose is to engage as maximum as possible people in a cultural experience. even the people who are not very much about the culture in their daily life. So first, I want to talk a little bit about different challenges that in the cultural world that we see. First, it's transforming the, I would say, traditional collections into the virtual and finding ways to distribute to the audiences. So this is a big part, and most of many cultural institutions are already doing this job. Second thing is how to reach the people. Of course, today with COVID, it's I would say, most extreme situation. But even in normal days, many people don't go to the cultural institutions for different reasons. It should be their distance or inability or different kind of reasons. And finally, the widening access to all the audiences. So we believe that we need a new approach so the audience are attracted and interested to come and to have a cultural experience. So this means that we need to innovate to find new ways to reach these audiences, and also on different channels, should be in situ, but also at distance. So our solution is obviously about immersive solution. We are here for that. So we are coming from video games, and we believe that the gamified content is attractive and speaks to the wide audience and help to engage on both sides, either at the museum or at the heritage location or at distance. And we already done different projects in this area. So in this solution, we want to provide a solution that can be installed in situ in different kind of museums or visit places, which is obviously could be mixed or also virtual reality devices. So it's very easy to deploy without altering those places, which is very important because those places have a value itself. Then also to enable the creation of this kind of content in, I would say, affordable and in the timeline that are not years, but in months. And then a different business model that lowers the access price to this kind of experience, because we saw different clients who are really interested in this kind of solution, but for some of them the budgets are really high. What is also important that this kind of solution can bring also the revenues, the new kind of revenues, and also new kind of visibility, which is important, especially today. So I would like to speak about one experience that we built and that is quite referenced in this domain, which is Insurrection, which happens in the Museum of Second World War Liberation of Paris. And we built that at the summer 2019. It works with HoloLens device, which is mixed reality headset. It was a very big technological challenge because the location, it's underground with a very difficult technical I would say constraints. So we created a historical scene from Second World War where visitor can be in the middle of this scene and be a kind of play a role as a journalist to interview and to understand what is happening there. So thanks to this exhibit and this museum, we got a lot of coverage from the journalists and from the press, and also attracted new audiences, especially for this kind of museum, who is mostly known by the older people. Thanks to this kind of experience, there was also young people coming to this museum to see this experience, and after, of course, to visit the whole museum. So little bit, I want to show you a brief video, which is 15 seconds. So it's just a glimpse of how it works.
Pendant les heures historiques de l'insurrection, sous terre, en pleine capitale, sous les profondes catacombes, le colonel Roll.
Il permet aux visiteurs vraiment de rencontrer les résistants de l'époque et donc vraiment de vivre ces moments comme s'ils vivaient en 1944.
Notre sol, né de notre chair, de notre sang et de nos larmes, les forces françaises de l'intérieur qui libérèrent Paris sont devenues
Interessante.
ça devient un atout majeur pour le musée. On inscrit définitivement ce dispositif sur du pérenne. C'est une première en France.
Okay, so it's like a very short edit from the video, but I think it gives you a more visual idea about how this works. So obviously, all the experience is in the 3 dimension, and it's perfectly added to the real location. So I'll just go back to my slide. So this is a few images of how we created this with the video game technologies of motion capture, 3D capture, and also, of course, we use the historical archives, like a video from this time, that help out to create all these different characters or objects and the setting. And which is interesting also, I won't go that much in detail, but what is interesting that this experience is interactive, so it means people can do things while they visit, so they are engaged, and it's also helping a visitor to go in different directions. So it means that it's not like a sequential, so everybody do the same thing, but there are multiple paths through the experience, so they can really go in different ways to learn about this place and about the history that happened in this place. What is interesting about the subject that we talk right now is that this experience obviously is mixed reality, so it's adapted to the location, existing location, but the same experience can exist in a virtual reality because it's based on the same scenario and the same assets, 3D assets, which means that the people who are not in the museum can access this experience with the virtual reality headsets. So this is not released, but this is a project that has a big potential starting from the real experience.
Thank you, Nino. Your time is up. And
okay, our time is out. okay, I was at the end, so this is just another reference, but feel free to ask questions, and you can come to our booth at Virtuality to discuss more if you have interest in this kind of experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, if not, we'll try to welcome Adrien from Timescope. Is it working this time? Adrien? Okay, it seems that we still have a technical problem. I don't know if the audience can hear him. Okay. Nino, there is a question for you. What from Gael?
Okay.
What kind of business model and costs?
So what kind of business model and cost? So today with this project, we are moving to a business model where there is an initial fee, which is not the full cost of the experience, and the most of the cost it's into the I would say a subscription model where so the location can pay that through 2 years or during the duration of the experience. So of course the cost can be variable. I would say from smaller project to the big project. So it depends on the size of the project, but we find a way to lower the initial cost regarding this kind of experience.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, I have just one question for you. With COVID-19, are people reluctant to put AR goggles?
No, because the museum opened from July to mid-September until second lockdown.
After the lockdown.
And the museum was already put in place, the Charlotte and all the protections for the headset. So even before the COVID issue, it was quite hygienic and quite cleaned. So it continued like that, and people didn't have. we didn't have a slowing down the number of visitors because of that.
Okay, thank you. So Adrien has really, okay, I think he won't join us for the conference. So next speaker is UX Arts. Are you with us on stage? Okay, perhaps I will ask the speakers with, from the first pool of speakers to leave the stage. Sylvain? Thank you.
Okay, so I will leave the
And
stage.
G4F, and perhaps it will work now. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry for those technical problems.
Abla, I think we can move on with Fabrice since it seems like Adrian has a problem.
And okay, Fabrice?
Yeah, hello.
From Synergy, hello?
Yeah, right. So I take a few seconds to share the document. Okay. So I'm Fabrice Barbin, CEO of Synergies, and I'm delighted to be here today to speak about XR and culture. What I would like to share with you is the feedback of several requests we've got from customers in the past month. In fact, what we discovered, there's several ways to answer one single need, that is to ensure culture continuation during the lockdown and COVID period. So to ensure this kind of needs, we have developed three kinds of solutions. The first one is related to on-demand virtual visits, so on the web. A second way is to have some live and remote visits of the sites. And the last one is to have live, remote, but also augmented visit of a site. It can work for museum, for showrooms, for exhibition, artistic performance, or live events. So I would like to take a few minutes to have a deep dive on each topic. Regarding the first one, on-demand virtual visit, how do we do that? What we can do is to create a 360 degrees photogrammetric scan of a specific event. It can be used, for example, for exhibitions, things like that, but by definition are time limited. On doing that, we have a way to ensure to save the content and the ambience of the event on the web. It's a way to provide customers several ways to discover the content, meaning that you can discover it in 3D, in 2D, and with an interactive manner. One benefit is that this content is available using a simple browser on the web, but also in virtual reality. And more than only scanning the event, one of the main benefits is that you can enrich this virtual visits with additional content on media like videos, images, and things like that. So what we start to do is to create a 3D scan and then to enrich it. can see two limits to this approach. When you would like to discover the exhibitions, it's a personal experience, meaning you use your own web browser on your side to discover the experience, and there's no interaction between several visitors. But it's a first way to answer the needs. So as you can see, you can have a 3D representation of the exhibit, and you can navigate in it. I would like to share with you a short video. So, yeah, here is a video. So it's a scan we have done for an artistic team called COEF 180. It's a way to discover an exhibition made in industrial wasteland. As you can see, what we have done is we have created a 3D scan, and then you can get several ways to discover the exhibition. You can add some point of interest and add additional content, like you can see some videos, for example. So only using a browser, you can navigate in the exhibition and discover the content. You can get 3D model or a map model, for example. If I come back to the presentation. The second approach we have proposed to some of our customers is the ability to get some live remote visit. What I call live remote visit is to have someone on site during the exhibition or on a specific museum or showroom or things like that, wearing an HoloLens and using an application provided by Microsoft called Remote Assist. The goal is to share video and sound using the HoloLens. And if you mix this capability with a Teams live sessions, you can share a visit with several hundreds of people using their web browser to follow a specific visit. The main benefits are that you got real time on free visit, meaning that it's not predefined location. You can interact with the people on site, and you can adjust the visit based on a request from the visitors, for example. For the people on site, it's got on-free movements, and you can get a large number of attendees offshore for these visits. And the main benefit is to get voice interactions. The only limit is that you do not have any augmented content. It's only a way to visit, I would say, real content in real life. So the next way we see to enrich cultural visits is to provide live remote and augmented visits. It's a mix between the two first approach. What we start to do is to create a 360 photogrammetric scan of a specific location. Then we use this scan to transform the location in a 3D cloud point, and using a specific piece of code provided by PTC and called Vuforia Aerial Target, we can create easily an app to enrich with additional content like videos or things like that. And using that, we can use HoloLens 2 with Remote Assist on this specific app that is developed with enriched and augmented content, and share a live visit using a Teams Live. In this case, the main benefits is that you still have a real-time visit on the free visit. The people on site have on-free and free movement, of course. You still have a large number of attendees, several hundreds of attendees if needed. You still have voice interaction, but you also get additional information and content. You have the ability to move in a large-scale environment, and it's an easy way to develop augmented applications. If I share a video, here is a sample of a webinar we have done on this topic a few months ago. And to illustrate this kind of augmented visit, we have scanned our own location at Synergies, our quarter, and we have added additional content. So as you can see, when we move in real time in the location, we can discover the location, but also to discover additional content. So for example, some specifics about an offer, we can add some images, we can add some videos, for example, a promotional videos of HoloLens there. But you can also add additional content, I would say 3D animated content. For example, if I look on this table, I've got a Viking lunar representation. I can click on a specific point of interest to add another element in 3D. You can also add some documents like some product sheets, for example, or some explanation about a specific content. And last, you can also have 3D animated contents. So for example, we have there a 3D representation of an lens to provide some information about how it is made. So as you can see, by mixing this capability to 3D scan the location, using this app to add additional content, and then mixing with HoloLens and the ability to have some video conference, you can share an augmented and live sessions of discovery. Just to finish, I come back last time to my presentation. Just to say that at Synergies, we have a one-stop shop approach dedicated to mixed reality, meaning that to answer this kind of use case, we can provide the whole solutions, meaning hardware, software if needed, but also services to create content, to create app if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabrice. We have 4 minutes left, and the next session will start in a few minutes. We have 2 questions from Gail Solignac about the cost of HoloLens 2 for museum. A lot of, yeah, it's an enormous investment. How is it possible at large scale?
To be sure, to be clear, the goal is not to provide an HoloLens to every visitor. Of course, if you would like to do it, we can do it. But in this kind of use case, and taking into consideration COVID period, the goal is not to provide every visitor with the HoloLens, but to have one single people on site wearing the HoloLens and sharing on the web in a real time real visits. So it's a good way to not be obliged to invest at large scale.
Okay, and there is another question. Could this experience be adapted to a smartphone?
Yeah, we can do that. What I saw, I showed using HoloLens can also be done with tablets and smartphone if needed. Yeah.
Okay. And I've got another question for you. Have you already tested such kind of visits in a museum?
Yeah, this kind of visit in the museum, we have done it, I said, with an artistic team, local artistic team, using 3D scanning and augmented content. Yeah, so yeah.
Okay, but and do you have prospects for the one? I mean, with other partners or cultural institutions?
We are,
experiment or test?
yeah, we have done several deployments already for teams of artists, and we are currently discussing with several museums. I cannot say the name right now, but yeah, we have ongoing projects. Yeah.
Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you very much for
You're
the
welcome.
presentation. Okay, we've got 1 minute left. Okay, if we don't have any question, we'll stop. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you all, and you can keep in touch with all the speakers on their booth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julien, you can start.
Okay, thank you, Olivier. So, hi everyone. Bonjour, buenos dias. Welcome to this talk about the immersive ecosystem in Latin America. I am pleased to share this talk with Mariela Limeruti, coordinator of innovation and creativity for the San Juan province in Argentina, and Jorge Aguado, technology ambassador for the city of Buenos Aires. Thanks to both of you. But let me first introduce myself. I am Julien Brun, director of Virtuality in Latin America. I've been living in Argentina for 3 years, and I'll explain you why we chose South America for Virtuality and what do we do. Let me share a small presentation. Here we are. Okay. So why Latin America? Today, Latin America is a talented territory in virtual reality, augmented reality, in particular for its universities, creativity, and cultural diversity. Many countries have a long history of creation in movies, video games, animation, and now virtual reality. For example, there are more than 200 companies dedicated to these technologies in Argentina. Latin America is the new place for the creation of virtual reality. We did the first edition of Virtuality Buenos Aires in 2008. Last edition in 2019 was a huge success. It gathered 70 exhibitors, 40 speakers, and more than 2,000 visitors. Virtuality is co-organized with the city of Buenos Aires, and you can see some of the partners and the exhibitors of Virtuality. We have a huge support of the French Institute, and you can see some of the partners: Facebook, Samsung, Atos, Microsoft. I will show you some images. We were in a beautiful place last year. We were in the Centro Cultural Kirchner, which is a beautiful place in the center of Buenos Aires. You can see that we had also an immersive dome with many movies from France, with the participation of Athos and the French embassy. And virtuality is also present in San Juan. I will let Mariela talk you about more in details about Virtuality San Juan. The next step for Virtuality to go to Tierra del Fuego. Next year we will be in Ushuaia, Tierra del Fuego, in Medellin in Colombia, in Paraguay, in República Dominicana, and we plan to go to many other countries. What are our goals or objectives? First, in each city, we select the best companies to be then exhibitor in Buenos Aires and then in Paris. We want to make from each city, we implant Virtuality, a local hub for immersive technologies. And the co-production with France are also a main goal. Since 2018, we have been at the creation of Gloomy Eyes, who since participate to Sundance, Annecy, Venezia, and for example, Metro 20. I encourage you to visit the Latin America booths that are on the fairs. You can see we have a booth from the French Embassy and the French Institute from Argentina, a booth of the Gobierno de San Juan, de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires, de la Provincia de Tierra del Fuego, de la Alcaldía de Medellín, a booth from Total Austral, UX Art, Virtual World, which is a partner of Virtuality in Argentina, and a booth of TechDesk. So please, if you want to have a look, you can go. They are all in the hall 2. So thanks. I will let Mariela present you what we did in San Juan and what we are doing with the province of San Juan. Mariela,
Yes, hello, Julian, and our colleagues of the government of Buenos Aires. Nice to meet you in this extraordinary platform now, no? First of all, I want to thank you, Julian, for the opportunity to be here. I think it's really extraordinary, this platform, a new way of meeting, no? Which make us not only to feel another reality, the virtual, but also connect us in between each other, no? So our province, San Juan, is in middle west of Argentina, next to the Andes, next to Chile. Here in our province, I am working in the Secretary of Science, Technology and Innovation in the government of San Juan. And one of our aims in the Secretary is to get this group of local developers of immersive technology. I mean, our main is to offer them some another possibilities of what they can get along. We were working in connecting each other with our colleagues, not only from San Juan, from all over Argentina, from everywhere. We think this is this event, the virtuality, is a great possibility for this. And not only the connection is what we think is important, is we also have to work to help them to find new customers. No? We believe that there is a good potential in our province. Now we need to work in reporting and doing more interesting this virtual world in public and private field. I mean, institutions, organizations, companies, and every enterprise, and to show them the advantages they can get through the virtual products we can offer. No? At this time, we are here in this event, in this virtual event, showing some of the projects of our province. Also, in the public competitions we launched, we undertook at this last year. One was about the Ingentia Prima, this honor. It was a paleontological discovery, which was something totally new for the science. We promote a competition to do an app for mobile devices. It is ready and you can get it at the Play Store. The name of this app is Dinosaurier. But also we launched two competitions more, an app about the wine of San Juan and a video with the 360 technology. I think I can say this so. To see with helmets. No, these two projects, these two public competitions are fast ready and they are presented, exhibited in our stand. The app of the wine of San Juan is a real need we have here in San Juan to show our wine production, our wineries, our wine labels. So we will present soon with Virtuality a catalog, an immersive catalog with all the developers of our region, not only from San Juan, but of Cuyo is the name of our region, and their projects. We will continue by sure working in this way, the way of enhance our development and our territory also, no? So thank you so much to Virtuality for the opportunity to do this work together and the future works also. And also thank you so much, Julian, for the learned together, no?
Thanks, Mariela. Thanks to you. So maybe, Jorge, you can tell us about the dynamism of the city of Buenos Aires. Jorge, if you want to. Jorge, tienes tu micrófono apagado, tienes que prenderlo. You have your mic muted, so we don't hear you. Jorge? Jorge, tienes tu micrófono apagado, no te escuchamos. Hola, no sé si me escuchas, Jorge, pero tienes tu micrófono apagado y no te escuchamos. Bueno, Jorge has a little technical problem, but he will be back in 1 second.
I hope you can hear me now.
See, we can hear you. Perfect. Thanks, Jorge.
Okay, perfect. So sorry for that. I would just at least saying that thank you for the invitation, and thank you, Mariela, also for your presentation about San Juan. And let me tell you in this, I'm gonna try to keep my 5 minutes. Just simply tell you what we are doing at the city of Buenos Aires in order to foster what we think is one of the technologies that definitely seeing what happened this year, not only in Buenos Aires, but in the world because of the pandemic. It's a technology that has huge potential in order to help us transition the way we interact with the public through our services, and going into a more immersive and virtual and digital agenda. At the City of Buenos Aires, we've been working mostly from the economic development of the city in the last 4 years through our science and technology direction and through our agency of investment, in a way in order to help different companies that are at this sector trying to make businesses here in Argentina in two main ways. The first one through a technological lab that we have, in which what we have their facilities in order to help any company so as to take in front their initiative or virtual reality, augmented reality, programming or developing 360 degrees virtual scenarios and all the stuff. And through our agency of investing in two ways. One, helping any company from abroad in order to come to Buenos Aires and start making businesses here, but also once you are here, taking you in a way that we can help you going global from Buenos Aires to the world and helping you making businesses abroad. But besides these two ways that I told you, we are now, since December last year, and getting into this new government of Buenos Aires, we have a broader view or way to work with the digital economy. We have done an organization within the government that is the Secretary of Innovation and Digital Transformation, in which we have consolidated all the capabilities that we have at the government itself. And in that sense, we also make this area in which I'm working, that is, I'm the technological ambassador of the city, in which we try to work three main things. One is to position Buenos Aires as a global actor for the technological and the digital transformation. But the other two that are the ones that I want to talk about it is the way we can create technology and the way we can make all the tools needed in order to the people of Buenos Aires, and by saying the people is the government, the citizens, and the companies, can adopt emerging technologies but much more faster. And with these two things, what we can do at the city, actually, and we want to give you, is a way in which we can put down the risk of innovation at a technical, at an economical view, and also to give you a detailed long-term view of what you can do at the city of Buenos Aires. And just to mention a few things that we are doing, in the adoption strategy, we are working on a sandboxes law. For sure, we think that that will help any company that has a new solution, a new product, or a new business model to test it at these sandboxes that are going to be virtual but also physical, so as to see the changes needed in the regulation, so as to foster that business, and to foster it in a way that we are going to make all the possibilities for these new businesses to develop, but also to make the economic totally open and to have broad competition, but also help the citizens in order to be secure. This law is going to be launched at the beginning of the next year, and within that we're going to be having open calls to receive anything that any private company would like to test here in Buenos Aires. And talking about the creation strategy, definitely we want to have midterm plans for different emerging technologies, and we are working now on an artificial intelligence plan, a fintech plan, and a biotechnology plan. The first one that we're going to finish is the one of artificial intelligence, in which we're doing it totally collaborative with all the ecosystem here in Argentina. I'm talking there at the private, at the public, and the academic sectors, in which we're going to be doing all the things needed to be done the next 3 years, so as to foster implementations, but also creation of the technology in Buenos Aires. And within that, we're going to be having a lot of implementations also that are going to be needed for the government. So these are just two things that I wanted to mention and to show you what we think that from the city of Buenos Aires we need to make, so as to bring more companies of any technology, but of this one too, but that has a vision to be innovative. And we think that from the city of Buenos Aires, we can help you in all the things needed. We can be a good buyer, so as to have the first public client, and also be a good platform for you to start making businesses from Buenos Aires to the world. So I hope that gives you a sense of what you can do and how we can help you from Buenos Aires. And we also have the whole a stand from the city of Buenos Aires, in which you can talk to the people over there to see how we can start making interactions and help you again.
Well, thank you so much, Jorge. Maybe we have some questions from the public. Mariela, you have a question from Mariana.
Okay, I am reading here.
I will read it if you're okay with this, Julian, because on YouTube people don't get the questions written. So Mariana said, congratulations to Latino America Presents. Mariela, is San Juan one of the provinces that invest more in science and technology? Is that why you have strong presence in virtuality? And what is the goal of San Juan in relationship with immersive technology and the social application? So many questions.
Yes. I think I can say it is one of the provinces which more invest in science and technology. There are many here in Argentina that they have a good development in this area. and in science, but in our province, what I can say is that our secretary decided in connection with the main government to invest in science, in technology, and in all related with innovation, just like an extra hand to can get and to be in the new world, no? And of course that with participation in virtuality has in connection with this. We are looking all the time new possibilities for giving our different groups related with, how I said, with science, with technology, with innovation, to give them possibilities to connect them, to be with new improvement in work. And the gold of San Juan is not connected with this decision about technology and science. There is another ministry in our government, which is the responsible of manage this industry.
Thanks, Mariela.
Yes.
There
is
yes.
No, there is another question. Mariana is asking me. Okay, Mariana. No, it was the social application, but it was responded, I think.
Okay. So I don't know if we have other questions. Well, thank you very much, Rore. Thank you, Mariela. We are going to close this session. So thanks to all of you, and you can visit the booth of the city of Buenos Aires and the booth of the province of San Juan in the hall 2 of Virtuality Experience. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thanks to you.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye, Jorge. Ciao, Mariela. Gracias.
Ciao, ciao.
Hi, hi everyone. Gabriel, if you want to begin, we can begin. Yes, thanks.
Bienvenue à tous, merci pour votre présence. Excusez-moi, je parle en anglais. So thank you very much for coming. So we have this amazing experience here in Virtuality, like a month ago, working all the people with this amazing Ibero-American XR development project. Thank you all the groups. Thank you, of course, to Olivier, Valentina, and Juliet from Virtuality for give us this incredible virtual experience. And of course, thank you very much all the rest of the team, the mentors, like Marta from Spain, Ignacio Di Mattia from Argentina, and Fausto Cantú from Mexico. And so we have amazing master classes too, that they share his wisdom and time with all the groups here. So merci Juan Carol of Atlas V from France. Merci, gracias Sergio Ramírez from Mexico, from Virtualware, and of course, Damien Turquier. Thank you very much for being in Argentina to help us to show all the mysteries that we resolve making of this amazing project. So if you want, I can introduce my colleague here, Remy Guité from Argentina, like the audiovisual attached cultural and audiovisual in the South Con. Please, Remy, go ahead, and thank you for your support.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. It's a great pleasure to be there with you on the scene of this presentation of the pitch of this call for project we made together. I just wanted to say a few words about the relationship France and Argentina and above all Latin America have in terms of co-creation and co-production, and the reason why we are there, the Institut Français d'Argentine and the French Embassy in Argentina, to support the events and to try to bring new creators to the scene. Well, as you know, there is a very long relationship between France and Latin America in terms of co-production in cinema. There are creators, there are producers that share long experiences, and there are also schemes of public institutions that support this creative community. Aide au Cinéma du Monde and the co-production agreement that make possible people to create together in an international framework. There are also events that foster it. The first and foremost of it is Ventana Sur. It's been 12 years around in Buenos Aires. It's in association with Marché du Film and INCA, the National Institute in Argentina for Cinema and Audiovisual. So that's something that is really functioning. What was lacking and what we need is a place for immersive content. And I think that's what Virtuality is bringing. And it's not only bringing it on its own, but it's bringing it along with Ventana Sur. And I think that's a great news for all the creative industry, the producers, the creators, and the institutions with them. This year, as you know, Virtuality and Ventana Sur are linked. Virtuality has become, with our support, the place for immersive content in Ventana Sur. And Virtuality, which is far more than just immersive content of art, is becoming, though, a place for immersive projects in Latin America, and we're very glad, and we want to support that further. And just to say thank you to Virtuality and to all the projects that were sent, because it was a great call for projects. I think it's one of the best that we ever had in Latin America for immersive projects, and that's a great opportunity for them to be there and for us to have them. Because if we have creators that are looking for international co-production, we have to be there to support them, and that's our role. Gabriel, thank you for the great production of this call for projects, and congratulations to all the candidates and to all the people who have submitted there. Very glad to be with you and to hear your projects.
Thank you, Remy. It was an amazing opportunity. We have the support of the Institut Français and all the French collaboration. Of course, we don't work alone to get this amazing project, so we have for first time the support of Ventana Sur, but including this year in this edition, like a committee from pre-selection that it was from Brazil, Fabio Hofnik, we have for Argentina, Maria Belén Poncio. So all the characters and talents that help us to get the opportunity to share the talent in immersive for Iberoamerica. So I don't know if you are ready. Maybe we can start with all the first part of the projects. Please remember that we have a short time. The audience, maybe we can make some question, maybe one for each combo of the project. So please try to be short in his answer. So thank you very much and good luck. Let's start. Please, we love to invite to the stage to Hermafrodita from Uruguay. Matias, please. Macheo de Alcalá from Argentina. Silvina and all the ladies, please. And of course, Jessica from Dead Nature Collection. So Jessica, please, go on.
Hi everyone, do you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Yes? Okay, 1 minute. Okay, thank you. Hi everyone. I'm so happy to be here. This is my first time as an avatar and I'm enjoying it. Thank you for the selecting of my person. I hope you like it. I'm Jessica Rolle from Entre Rios, Argentina. I'm a professor of industrial design technology, a PhD candidate in art, science, and technology. This immersive Ibero-American project is linked to a research in art, science, and technology. This is the result of that. I have to be brief, so I'll go through the slides and I'll say in those which are more important. So the most summarized idea that I can show you is this image of a painting from the 17th century. The challenge of this work is how to bring this type of art to the present, using the new possibilities of new tools such as mixed reality or virtual reality. So I've been working for a long time with scanning, scanning the exterior of human bodies and other objects, such as cars or sculptures. From there came the idea of using a CT scanner to scan fruits inside and outside. So the test with all fruit is more complex, as you can imagine. So as a first step, I start with just only one fruit. And in the following slides, I will briefly show you the work done and the results that motivate me to keep going. So now you can see the work of the fruits. This is the grapefruit. This is some renders. Another test outside and inside the grapefruit. Some textures, some details, and other details. And this is two position, different position. This is two-dimensional work. So you know that I have to be brief. So maybe it's too fast, but well, now I would like to take a few seconds to tell that this project, this Ibero-American immersive project, Dead Nature Collection, has the intellectual support of Gabriel Guidi and Frank Fischer-Naller. They develop artist work like this, gigapixel presentation of Maria de la Gracia and Leonardo da Vinci. They helped me to go further with this idea and so much more, so I need to say that, but I continue. So to refresh, the idea of this project has two aspects: to develop a collection of fruits and vegetables in a hologram format, an interactive image, and to produce a disruptive art, a new level of three-dimensional pictorial art. And as you know, to go further, looking for partners and investors. However, I did not stop, and I started scanning the first 3D painting. It has a lot of fruit in it and vegetable together, and it looks magically beautiful. This is only one. This is. So this is now where I am now. This is a model. You can see the results in the following image. The outside and the inside of the fruit, a real image. This is the most important for me in this project. This is real image. A CT scan, you know, this machine take the real shape of an object. So this is another result. I would like to point some details about this project. It's an educational project. This project shows how our society can mix in a single work art, science, and technology. This project improved the application of hologram in history and traditional art. And the main idea is to define a strong beginning of the 3D pictorial art. So now we can watch two videos, short videos, that are an approximation of the size, dimension, and color that were made in a 3D grapefruit as the first test. The video have no audio, so well, I don't know how to show the videos. Do you know how can I show the videos? Here. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. And if you have any question, please contact me, jessicaraude.com.
Thank you very much, Jessica. It was an amazing project that we feel that Argentina and Italian work in the great connection too. So I want to thanks to Mia Rodriguez Sarmiento that is with us in the auditorium. Mia, it was a very important part of the pre-selection committee that they need to say thanks again because I lost her name on this. So let's go to the second team, please. Hermafrodita Matias, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Matias Chumino from Montevideo, Uruguay. I'm a multimedia artist, VFX director, and musician. Most of my work is what we could call experimental. I try to give my work a poetic quality that touch emotion and provoke thought. I'm here today to talk about Hermafrodita, my VR work in progress. This is a video trailer.
Okay, Matthias, please go to your next material, please.
Yes, I try to put a PDF, but no, don't work.
So close the video window, please.
Okay, I continue with the presentation.
Yeah.
This year, during the COVID pandemic, I reflect a lot about the meaning of isolation. That's how I saw about a character from one of my favorite books, The Hermaphrodite of Les Chants de Maldoror, a poetic novel by the writer Isidore Ducasse, Comte de Lautremont, an Uruguayan French writer that's always been present as an influence in my work. With that in mind, I started with this, inspired by this character. Even in a forest clearing, isolated from society, Hermaphrodita is an immersive experience of contemplation and exploration in virtual reality. I use a collage techniques using elements from different eras and different places and make them live together in this realm. The user can navigate this virtual world, reflect, contemplate, meditate, and get taken out of their surrounding completely to the immersive experience. I use a 3D scan of a Roman sculpture from the 2nd century that was later found an interview by the sculptor Bernini in the 7th century. I place it inside a virtual reality environment, which is a dreamy forest in the French countryside. For the generative soundscape, I collect field recordings from Paris and Montevideo and manipulated them to enhance the immersiveness. When the user moves freely around the world, the sound combines an interactive piece that gets more complex and the user navigates the experience. As a consequence, the experience of Hermaphrodita brings poetry and classical sculpture of the contemporary world, creates new meaning to them, break it down to pieces and build it again in a magical anachronism that it's only possible in the virtual realm. The experience is very engaging, and for what I have seen the time the user stays in the virtual world experiencing and navigating between 5 and 10 minutes. I imagine this work can be showcased in many ways. In museums, as a VR installation, as an immersive projection in a room or dome, inside VR platforms, or in festivals as an experimental short film. This format of exhibition could be replicated with other art pieces or artwork as a new format for museums or galleries. To finish Hermaphrodita, I need your financial support to hire somebody to help me prepare the work for exhibition or someone who would like to do it in collaboration. I would also like to have access to a VR headset to test the work. In order to keep expanding my work, I continue developing immersive experience. I would love to be in partnership with a company or another artist and have financial aid to be able to dedicate more time to my artistic investigation and VR development. I believe I found my voice in this media, and I'm positive I can produce great content that will engage people around the world to experience VR. Thank you for your time. I'm looking forward to working with you.
Thank you, Matthias. Uruguay will be an amazing spot of immersive content next year, so thank you very much for sharing your project with us. Okay, for the next project now is Macheo de Altura from the province of Jujuy, Argentina. Please, Silvina, join us.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me well?
Yes, please, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. I'm so glad to be here. My name is Silvina Ferro. I am from Argentina, and I represent Mataca Films, an emerging production company located in Argentina and Uruguay, and founded together with Gisela Villanueva and Melissa Iglesias. We are three bold women related to cinema industry who like to explore the possibilities offered by new technologies. I'm here to present Macheo de Altura, a holographic experience. Carnival is one of the oldest celebrations on the planet And why does it survive through the centuries? Carnival survives because it's a party that brings joy and a moment of freedom. In Jujuy, northwest Argentina, Carnival is a colorful and exotic. Thousands of people come from abroad every year to enjoy it. We want to bring that experience closer, taking advantage of new technologies, especially in these particular COVID times. This work is designed to be able to function the same in this special context. Macho de altura, where it can be translated to English as match at heights, it means a kind of spontaneous love affair in the hills. In this party, devil is the protagonist. People fall in love under devil's charm. Our target audience is for adults between 20 and 40 years old. We designed an experience in 3 steps that last 30 minutes. And this is the structure. Previous step. With QR code and answering few questions, you will identify yourself with one of the carnival troops. And now you'll have your avatar. Step 1. When you enter, you receive a little mask according to the color of your troop. In this space, you'll find 3 stations with photographies, objects, and by a QR code, you can hear curious details of the carnival in your language. Step 2. Now that you have some knowledge about this particular Jujuy carnival, you go to the second space to have a multi-sensory experience. As soon as you come inside, you'll be surrounded by ambient music and fresh basil scent. Basil is an important symbol of carnival. After that, a holographic journey will transport you straight away to the party in the hills. Hologram doesn't need any devices between you and this piece of work. We consider that as a value. On the other hand, the photons combination highlights the vibrant colors of carnival besides of its dreamy texture. Often used in publicity field, we take on the challenge of use the hologram narratively. At this point, we know that after this experience, you will want more, and that is why we thought about step 3. Here, the challenge of the devil dance awaits for you. You must choose your partner among those people present, and together, through motion sensors, you must follow the devil's rhythm to win an amulet. After this whole experience, you are free to go for some typical food and buy an original souvenir. Sitting at one of the tables, you can eat a tamal, which is a preparation made with corn, and say that you have already experienced a Jujuy carnival. Now I'll show you a teaser trying to express something of the spirit of Macheo de Altura. The images are holographic capture. Let's watch it. Well, we have some problems with the video, but I think you can see some of the images, the holographic images. Well, we are looking for technological partners who can support us in carrying out this work and investors who bet on the application of new technologies in cultural diffusion. Macheo de Altura can be replicated anywhere in the world. We believe that cultural transmission must be creative, playful, innovative, and attractive for the next generation. If you want to join us, you can contact us by the email and the telephone numbers you see on the screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Silvina. I don't know if in the auditorium you have some question for Machado Altura, because the another things are leaving the audience. So, if not, let's continue. Any question, please?
I have a question, if I can ask.
Yes, Remy, go ahead, please.
Is this installation supposed to be set in Argentina, in Jujuy Provincia in particular, or anywhere in the world?
Sorry, I can hear you well. Can you repeat the answer, please?
Do you plan to have the installation set in Argentina, in Jujuy, or in any place of the world?
No, this installation, it can be replicated in the whole world. We are gonna film the holographic videos in Jujuy, of course, but it can be presented all over the world.
I think that's great news. That's a great dispositive. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much. Please send me a mail and we can chat and talk about, I don't know, your projects or whatever.
Thank you, Silvina. Thank you, Remy. So let's go to continue with the next combo of the project, please. So thank you very much, all the people that are assist this show through YouTube. I think it's like 50 people that are live seeing this presentation. So let's continue. I don't know if Identia, the co-production between Spain and Argentina, is in the stage. Fernando, please.
Hi, hello everyone. Hi, Gabriel.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Excellent and clear.
Okay. Okay, go on. Today is a different day. We come back to the so-called new normality, or perhaps it's in the new normality that had returned to us. Deep inside us, we know something had changed forever. In positive, this pandemic has taught us to better value life and humanity. Without any shadow of doubt, nature has reminded us who we are and our role in this world. Because of it, in this very important day, I have decided to share this thought with you. Today is the future we could avoid. Shall we deserve a second chance? My name is Fernando Casal Picasso. I am the brains behind Identia. Welcome all of you. You may have heard about the term carbon footprint. Let me introduce in a few words. It is an environmental indicator of the total amount of greenhouse gases that are generated by our actions. The main issue we face is the CO2 emissions, and particularly the CO2 emission in digital technology. But there is a big challenge. In order to prevent, become aware of it, that's create Identia. Identia is an international immersive experience with a commitment to generate a strong digital media campaign. I mean to raise awareness and educate on green energy and carbon footprint, to create immersive, interactive, and customized contents according to market needs, a connection between communities that are worried about the future, a future that is more present than ever. Identia puts forward an immersive trip by focusing on carbon footprint. The user wakes up, educates, and call to action in order to raise awareness about the climate change. Our main is to connect with the community that shares our values and learn from them. To get it, I present our character Adela. We must wake up her. Will she able to save us from thus destroying nature? Like an escape room, the user must find the clues, solve puzzles, find Easter eggs, and stealthy moves to avoid the drones. Our final goal is waking Adele up. Waking her up, the user is linked to her through a connection AR that will establish a contrast between the present and the dystopian future of the 23rd century. In her fight to reduce the carbon footprint, she will give us tips to be aware of it. While doing it, we will be able to witness different locations of Adela present. This is the setup of a project. Our target is plus 12. We are an animation and video game production company from Argentina, Spain, and Colombia, including Maldito Mouse, co-producer in the well-known immersive series 4 Feet. We are in development stage, searching international co-production and new partners. I thank you all. This is all equipment and companies. I returned the first reflection. Today is the future we could avoid. Shall we deserve a second chance? Of course we do. It's the time to improve our present. It's our chance to live a better world. We live a change, a global reset. It's now or never. If you want to have a deeper knowledge about the project, please write and the contact or keep in touch around. If I have a little bit more show you teaser. I can?
Okay, let's try, Fernando, come on.
Okay, it's too heavy, maybe. I don't know what happened with the video.
Oh, the clock is ticking. I don't know if you can resolve very fast.
Okay, sorry for the video.
Fernando, thank you very much for the presentation, of course, for the statement of evidencia.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Okay, the last one of this pack, please let this warm welcome to Monte Venus. Paula, please.
When was the last time you dedicated time to touch and explore yourself? Do we really know how to enjoy our bodies? Hello, everyone. My name is Paula Orlando. I'm from Argentina, and I'm the co-director of the transmedia virtual reality project called Mons Venus, together with Carla Finco and Marlene Greenberg and Damian Turquier as VR director. I would love to be able to speak to you today as an avatar without gender, but unfortunately, there weren't too many options to assign myself. Fundamentally, because Mons Venus proposes a sensory and interactive journey into the depths of pleasure. Now, please, everyone, close your eyes. Imagine yourself in an infinite black space. You're in the middle of an immense fire. Everywhere you look, there's fire. And in this fire, there are many objects burning. Objects related to limiting mandates that weigh on our sexuality. The mandates burn, the fire explodes, we are translated into a new space. This is how Mons Venus begins. Now you're in a jungle, a dimension that overflows with freedom. Here, you must choose a path that will trigger a sensorial journey that seeks to encourage the enjoyment and discovery of your sexuality. There will be instructions that will guide you throughout the entire trip, where you will have the opportunity to give and receive pleasure until reaching a climax that leads to a sea of agitating vulvas. Here, an aquatic big bang will be triggered, representing the birth of a new world. The journey ends, but the experience continues as you will be given a QR code that will lead you to an interactive web page where you can share experiences, questions, and feelings anonymously. As creators, this allows us to continue the journey and dialogue throughout time with our audience. Since the birth of this project, and when sharing our experiences, we have understood that sexuality is lived in different ways. Mons Venus arises as a need to think about an experience that focuses on pleasure and the reunion with our bodies. In the middle of a global pandemic, we understood the importance of listening and knowing each other. As women, as creators, and as political subjects, we're going through a moment of a lot of reflection, questioning our experiences, established norms, reviewing our history, but fundamentally asking how and in what way we want to live our sexuality. And that is why we created this experience. We want to immerse the user in a world of textures, colors, and sensations, where they will be able to interact with their environment and experience pleasure with all their senses. This is an invitation for everyone. There's no language, and there's no pre-established rules. It's purely sensorial. The VR experience is for a single standing player, and we will create two exhibition possibilities. In one hand, we will create an installation in festivals, museums, cultural venues, and exhibitions, where there will be small cabins so users can have some privacy. And also, we will have a downloadable version so people can experience Mons Venus anywhere in the world. Our project is currently under development. We are interested in continuing to nurture the script and make a prototype early next year. Plus, we're currently looking for a co-producer that can join our team and work creatively together. Mons Venus is a way of reconciling with our sexualities. Pleasure is a right for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paula. Let's explore together all this new empower moment, okay? So now we have the opportunity to know this history from Ecuador. Please, Juan Pablo, illuminate us with Masquerade.
Okay, thank you, Gabriel. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to start. Hi, everyone. Greetings from the middle of the world. I am Juan Pablo Giles. I am the creator and director of Masquerade. I'm from Ecuador. Masquerade is an embodied VR game that is all about dances and masks, an interactive VR experience that through body movement and putting on different masks takes the user on a magical journey across traditional festivities from towns and tribes around the world. Why VR? Because our users can step inside a magical universe that they normally would not have access to. It is all about using dance as a tool for education and entertainment while bonding with distant cultures. It's a chance to experience culture and heritage in a powerful and synesthetic way, an option to explore culture using VR and immersive technologies. So our motivation is that these festivities and ceremonies can not only be preserved, but also keep alive. Masquerade will employ three different technologies, layers that combined will enhance the experience in terms of narrative, aesthetics, and functionality. First one, 360 environment. This layer will serve as a real scene that can be modified with certain graphics and model elements. The second layer, with 2D animation and 3D modeling, the real environment will gradually change according to the user's progress in the story and dance performance. Then, volumetric capture. This is how users will be presented to their dance guide and then step inside the different magical universes. It will guide the users inside the game, but also create a strong aesthetics to the different magic entities. The user experience will be, first, the user enters a 360 environment where he sees various mags. Then choose a mag and puts it on, moving to a 360 environment with a realistic feel. The dance guide character appears in front of the user with the mags, moving and inviting the user to be part of the dance. The user moves his body and dance, following the steps of this guide character, and through movement, the user transforms the environment. As the user dance moves becomes better, more chunks of the story are unveiled until a climax is reached and the whole environment completely transforms. The animated setting fades out while the guide character slowly vanishes and the user enters a 360 stereoscopic video right in the middle of the traditional festivity related to each max. Masquerade is all about VR people seeking body interaction experience. It is primarily aimed at users between 18 and 35 years old who are passionate about interactive VR narratives and are curious about fantasy, magic, mythical themes. And it is also obviously aimed at people who like dancing experience, but also all the XR, storytelling, cultural heritage, film, and documentary aficionados. We will focus on VR platforms like Oculus Store or Steam. This is the main part of our business plan, but also for web VR, international festivals, installations, museums, location-based entertainment, events, educational institutions, and dance schools. Masquerade is in its development stage. This year, we have been selected in some XR industry programs like the Cannes XR Challenge from the Marcelo Film. We are working on the development of the first prototype in Ecuador in order that by 2021, we can register the contest of a character and his mags who will represent the Ecuadorian festivity. By 2022, we will have the MVP capable of starting a first circuit in festivals and markets and then seeking full financing for the remaining festivities and mags for the global experience. So we are looking for technology partners, especially in terms of volumetric capture and mechanics, investors, alliances, and funds to boost and kick off our development and production process, labs, markets, and incubation and business accelerators to improve our project. Masquerade is a project created by Iman Transmedia, a production studio from Quito, Ecuador, that develops interactive, immersive, and transmedia projects. Our works have been selected at festivals such as Bogo Shorts and Electric Africa, and we also won the July edition of Kaleidoscope Social Impact Grant on this July. We have the collaboration of the Yakuza Pixel Studio, also from Quito. They're going to help us with the 2D and 3D animation and all the VR development. These are our contacts. We are going to be here or in the hall for someone to want to talk with me or with my team. And finally, I want to, if I have time, I want to present you the video concept of Masquerade to show you more about the spirit and the energy of our experience. I'm going to put the video right now. Please. Okay. Well, I think that is in loop, but sorry for this error. Thank you very much. We all that. I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Juan Pablo. So we are a little delay about the time. So if you something have a question, please get the opportunity to see outside of the auditorium. Sorry. Please, we must continue with the third group. So thank you, Juan Pablo. See you in Quito. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Gabriel, and thank you all. Bye-bye.
Okay, in these crazy times we live in COVID and pandemic, we try to use virtual tools and maybe helps and maybe have some these little inconvenience, but thank you for your patience and support. So the idea is to do the best. Maybe in the next opportunity will be increase our goals in this area of technology. So, okay, the group 3 continue with Conexiones Kene from Peru, Sunflow from France and Argentina, donde nace el silencio from Argentina. So please let this warm welcome to Rodolfo from Peru, Conexiones Kene. Thank you.
I can't put my video. Okay, wait, please. I don't know what happened. Gabriel?
Rodolfo, please take the control of the screen management.
Wait, yes, wait, please.
Okay.
One moment.
If you don't have problems with the video, use another presentation. Okay. Thank you.
No, this is correct. Now, this is. Okay, my name is. Okay, I have a problem with my video, but no problem. I have my PDF. Please wait. Okay, my name is Rodolfo Rascue. I am Peruvian and cinematographer and creator and director in this project This project is Kene Connection. It's a Amazon Peruvian project. Kene Connection is an interactive documentary that explores Kene design in a space where is this produced and inhabit. A true interactive website, the user navigate through different space and journey between the cities of Lima and Pucallpa, while exploring issues relative to the identity, tradition, representation, and migration of the Shipibo Conibo people. The Kene is the Shipibo Conibo people ancestral geometrical design. It identifies and represents their culture and cosmology. The Kene, as well as the Icaro, Helen song, are part of Peruvian inhabit heritage. For Shipibos, the Kene means connection. It represents the river, the roots, the chains, the trade, and the history. This is an interactive platform with video and VR 370. The main characters are Olinda, Silvano, and Olga Mori, great Shipibo mothers and artists from the community of Candelario who will guide us through the history. This interactive project used of digital media for documentary and representation this culture. We hope the motivation to explore the relationship between man and nature, to revalorate the Amazon Shipibo culture, preserve and documentary this traditional with new media. The interactive web documentary with VR 360, where user will learn about Kene and Shipibo culture by following the main character and their journey between Pucallpa and Lima, the capital. The user can select a way for the journey in the video and VR. You can see in the screen some examples. Now, there's a ceremony in Piri and in VR, no? Video and VR. In city and the jungle, in the Amazon jungle. New ways, Kene installation that combine augmented reality with Kene anime design and VR experience about the Kene vision of the character, which will combine their own 3D Kene design create using a VR painting tool, CG images of the Amazon and the sound of the Icarus, the traditional chants. The distribution plant is the interactive platform installation with pedagogical proposal in museum, universities, college, and cultural center, and VR and AR immersive show. Now, the project is currently in post-production state. We already have all the audiovisual material, video and VR 360, and the interface design needed for the project. So now we are looking for financial support or co-production to develop the state for post-production, which includes website programming, VR, AR, immersive experience design, and distribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you, Rodolfo. Thank you for the support of the people of Peru that are trying to get the ecosystem they are increase and traveling for all the world. Okay, so the second project in this combo is Sunflow. Okay, Gonzalo, please join us.
Okay, hello everyone. Okay, my name is Gonzalo Paz. My partner Gaston Carvajal and I created a digital creativity company called VR Artisan. And this project, Sunflow, is co-produced with Novella. It will be an Argentine-French co-production with one of the most awarded immersive studios in the world. I don't know if we can see the presentation or not yet. I'm waiting. Here. Give me 1 second, please. Still loading, sorry. Okay. So this will be an Argentine-French co-production with one of the most awarded immersive studios in the world. We want to thank Nobel for their trust. The inspiration for this project came from the philosopher Walter Benjamin, who believed that experience and knowledge came from the unexpected, the spontaneity we feel when we travel. So this pandemic ruined the possibility of traveling and discovering new places and new stories, at least physically, but we can still magically and virtually travel ourselves. All of you, of course, are invited to get lost in Sunflow. Sunflow is a virtual reality experience that will place the user in the position of a tourist, taking a guided tour for a town built above the clouds, in which the inhabitants love the sun and want to see it in all its splendor. The official guide will tell you all about the habits and customs of the Sunflow residents. You might also learn a few stories and funny anecdotes along the way. The people of Sunflow celebrate sunrise every day. Oh, yes, now it's okay. So this is Sunflow. This is the world of Sunflow. This is the characters. So they celebrate the sunrise every day, which is why breakfast is the most important holiday, enjoying the sun, cooking muffins and delicious food. But when the sun goes down, they start to get sad because they are not sure that the next day it will come out again. So in this experience, the story starts with the first sunbeams and sunrise, and you start visiting other places as the stories move forward. You can see the different parts of the day, finishing the experience at night in this village. That's what we want to create, a digital journey similar to a road movie. The hallmark of this project is the way that it is made and imperfect oriented aesthetic. The environment is already made in virtual reality and was painted by hand by Gaston line by line. Although this digital, it does not lose its artisan identity. So this helps the magical realism proposed by the experience and greatly speed up production times. Sunflow is now open for funding. The project is in the writing phase, and both institutional and private investors can reach out to express their interest. Partnerships, such as brand sponsorships, among others, are so possible. So that's the Sunflow project. You can see here how it's made by Gaston, painted on VR. I don't know if I have any more time. I can show a little example of this.
Sorry, but we don't have more time.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Gonzalo. Thank you, Gaston, of course. Thank you, Paul from Navelab, to give us the opportunity to show this amazing development project. So,
okay,
let's move for the next part of 3 projects.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Gonzalo. All the questions for Gonzalo, please go outside to the auditorium and share these ideas and concepts. Okay, let's move from San Juan in Argentina. Please, Tatiana, take the control and end of this part of the presentation.
Hello, everyone. It is a big pleasure to be here today. I'm Tatiana, producer of the project Donde nace el silencio, where silence is born. We started this project together with the director, Ana Clara Bustelo. This is a narrative 360 series, a drama with double tone of suspense. Sorry for the presentation. I'm going to continue. There are 6 self-concluding chapters of 12 to 15 minutes of duration, where Silence is Born tells the story of Lucrecia, a 15-year-old teenager who lives in a small town in the Andes Mountains. Despite this beautiful and large landscape, she feels trapped between the mountains, between the mandate and tradition of this oppressive, sexist, and traditional village. She dreams of escaping and going on a search of new possibilities, but when a ship in the plot gets sick, she decides to stay to save it. The fight for the liberation of the animals ends up turning into a fight for her own liberation. We chose virtual reality for this project because it will be the medium that allows the viewer to feel the loneliness in which the protagonist immerses herself. The camera will allow us to appreciate the painful and terrifying silence of the village to the immensity of nature and the ambient sound of the mountain range will make us feel the confinement, both at the same time. This is essential to work on the suspense and dramatic tension of the story. The dimension and the strength of bodies, human and animal bodies, take a strong part in the story, to the difference to the protagonist, with them and with the camera. We work from our company, a production company dedicated to the creation, development, and production of audiovisual content in various formats and for different screens with a strong authority sound. This series has already a co-producers. They are immersive films from Buenos Aires with extensive experience in VR content. They were participating in the major festivals such as Rotterdam and Cannes. We have already worked together and we complement each other very well because they are more technical profile and we are more narrative profile. At this moment, we are in the development stage.
You can start, guys. Thank you.
Okay. I wasn't sure if we were waiting for
Great.
more people or not.
Yeah. So I'm Robert Scoble. For those who don't know who I am, I've written 4 books on technology. I've interviewed thousands of entrepreneurs, and I've been following Apple since I was 13 years old in 1977 because I grew up in Cupertino in Silicon Valley. And so I'll bring a lot of those experiences to bear. Hart, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Yeah, my name's Hart Woolery. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called 2020 CV that specializes in creating augmented reality and machine learning experiences. I've been working with technology not as long as Robert, but pretty long time. And I've most recently started to kind of focus on the machine learning and AR fields in the past 3 years. So yeah, I'm excited to share my thoughts and experiences.
Well, those are interesting fields. We're supposed to ask, are we going to count on Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft to develop the XR industry? And I think this, a year from now, we're going to see Apple in the market. And maybe we won't be able to buy the final visor. So what I'm hearing Apple is coming out with is probably around next June at the WWDC, they're going to announce an audio headphone with all the visual computers in it that will do augmented reality. And then in 2022, they're going to sell a visor that's going to snap into the headphone that's going to have 2 Sony 4K displays on it.
Is that headphone the same as the AirPods Pro or however they're branding it, or is this a different?
No, this will be an over-the-ear headphone. It's called Studio. At least that's
right. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, the kind of
and in the
speaker-looking ones.
Anyways, we don't want to make this all about A. It's about FM. But where I was going is these companies are starting to uncork multi-billion-dollar investments, right? Facebook has spent many billions of dollars. Apple has spent, I'm hearing, more than $10 billion on this product that's coming. And so I think that's going to be an interesting thing to watch this next year as these companies start to uncork really interesting new products that can see, right? And can show us things. So how are you thinking about this world? I'm sort of an early adopter, user, journalist, futurist kind of person. I have my own biases, but you're actually building things in this world. How do you look at the coming onslaught of product from these big companies?
Yeah, I kind of see the whole world of AR and MR, XR, whatever you want to call it, as having 2 layers. You know, one of those layers is kind of, in terms of software, not the hardware. One of those layers is kind of a generalized layer where things are built to satisfy everyone's needs. For example, ARKit and AR Core. And then beyond that, there's a more specialized layer, which is what I feel that people outside of those big companies can help bring, because companies like Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft aren't going to be focusing so much on the specialized use cases of AR. They're focused more on bringing mass adoption to the users. And I think there's certainly individuals working on generalized layer as well, but there's also probably the greater share of them working on the specialized layer of AR. And so as far as the software goes, I think there's those 2 distinct areas. And the hardware, I think we are more reliant on the big players to get it done, just because it's such a capital intensive process to develop something at the stage for augmented reality or virtual reality that it's hard for an individual company to raise enough money in order to build something capable.
Yeah. So we're getting a lot of questions already from the audience, like where do we see Magic Leap, and will Facebook develop their own virtual trade show platform, and will the Wave XR be a revolution in this music industry? So let's talk through some basics, I guess, so everybody's on the same page. What we're talking about is a pair of glasses or a device on your face that's going to see your world in 3D, build a 3D map of that world, and each thing on the world. So let's say I'm in my son's bedroom right now, right? So there's beds, there's shelves, there's dressers. The computer is going to know that. It's going to know where everything is in 3D space. And it's going to cut everything up into little, my thesis is they cut everything up into a point cloud, right? That's how the LiDAR sees you. And then it converts that either to voxels or to some sort of polygon so that developers can lay things on top, right? Is that a good way to put it?
Yeah.
So basically where we're going is every part of the world soon, like within the next couple of years, is going to be programmable. You can put a virtualized microphone on that thing, and we can talk about microphones a lot. You can put a virtualized speaker on that thing, and you can change the way it looks. You can change, the bed to an Eiffel Tower if you want. Right? I don't know why you do that, but you're going to be able to do some really crazy things pretty soon. And those of us with a Magic Leap already can do this stuff, right? Or I have a HoloLens, right?
Yeah, I think, that's the ultimate goal, is to be able to recognize anything in the world in 3D and essentially virtualize it so that we can either make it more entertaining or more useful in some way. And, I'm really amazed at the kind of amount of progress that's been made just over the last few years. And I know this next decade will certainly bring, much more refined technology. But yeah, I think that ultimately, and this applies to my company too, is that our goal is simply to understand the world around us and be able to project whatever content we want on top of it. And that's kind of the holy grail of AR or mixed reality.
Yeah. I've talked to Meta, Mayron, who ran Meta, which was a glasses company a few years back that was trying to come up with one of these devices, and they had $200 million worth of investment. And then I talked to Mayron at Magic Leap, who has had almost $3 billion of investment. Why is that not enough to compete with these big boys, these big companies?
Yeah,
they
say hardware is hard. I think the problem really is making it wearable. I mean, our technology is there. It's just a matter of miniaturizing it to a form factor that people will enjoy. So it's a lot of the issues we've seen with those companies is just, it's a trade-off between how fast the product is and how wearable it is at this point in our capabilities. So as things get faster, those will become less of a challenge. But right now, I think that's the biggest reason why Magic Leap and companies in that vein have struggled to produce something that can be mass adopted at this point in time.
Yeah, I look at it as building a meal. If you want to build lasagna, you better have pasta, right? So,
yeah.
And the meal here is how do you bring a new paradigm shift to the world and get all sorts of people like you to build on this new paradigm, right? To shift from building stuff for mobile phones or 2D screens to building things for this new 3D world. And when I look at the ingredients you're going to need, you need a brand, right? So Facebook is building a pair of glasses, for instance, and they have already announced that they're partnering with Essilor or Luxottica which makes Ray-Ban and Oakley and a bunch of different sunglass brands, and has distribution. They have Sunglass Hut retail stores. So I started looking at retail store, brand that people want to have on their face, and particularly, do they trust the brand? And when people talk about Apple versus Facebook, even if they came out with the exact same product on the exact same day, I have my thesis about which one we're all going to choose. Which one would you choose between Apple and Facebook, and why?
I think most people would answer Apple to that. And the answer for me personally would be twofold. One is the privacy, although, I consider myself less worried about privacy maybe than the average user. And the second is just that I believe Apple has a much better understanding of human interfaces than Facebook right now, and that really, every product they've released shows that they have a good understanding of how people use products, how to make products simple, and how to make them easily understandable for people who aren't complete technical users.
Sorry, I had my
No
thing
worries.
muted. Yeah, I totally agree with you. When I talk to people, almost everybody's like, I'm going to buy the Apple. Now, what they haven't thought about is what's the price going to be, right? Because I'm expecting these Apple headphones to be somewhere between $500 and $1,000, and the visor that'll come a year later or 6 months later will probably cost $1,000 as well. So that's $2,000. Basically, let's just call it $2,000 for this product, and you might need the phone, which is also another $1,000. So that's $3,000.
Right.
But when it comes to Facebook, we're not going to pay that much money for a Facebook device because it has advertising on it, right? So they're going to use the advertising revenue stream to subsidize the cost of this development effort. I mean, they have a lot of employees working on this, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of money being spent. And so Facebook already with Oculus Quest, so people who don't know what an Oculus Quest is, Oculus Quest is a VR device, so I can't see the real world through it. If the device isn't on, I can't see the real world. I'm only seeing a virtual world, right? That's what virtual reality is. And it's a standalone device that costs $300. It's actually a really, I think, a really key device. I don't know if you're in agreement with me there, but
yeah,
I think it really shows the future.
A Quest 2.
Yeah, and so
yeah,
I think this is an interesting way to look at the world too, from the world of Facebook. Oculus sold about 1 million units so far, right? On Oculus Quest 1. How many do you think it's going to sell in the next year?
I'm not sure, but I think that they've certainly made it more interesting for the average consumer. Every person that I've had try it on that's either worn a headset before or hasn't, they've all been amazed by it, and their first impression was great. And I think that that speaks a lot to the future of that industry. Is one of my friends that tried it on, he's not really in the technical early adopter or anything like that, but as soon as he tried it on, he wanted to buy one. So
yeah,
and I think it's definitely accessible at that price point too for a lot of people. So that's the other interesting piece to it.
Yeah. So I think they're going to triple sales this year over last year, right? So they're going to sell somewhere between 2 and 5 million units. That's where I'm going to go with it. And when Apple comes in the market, they're going to sell a lot more. It's my thesis, right?
Right.
Because Apple has 450 stores in the richest places in the world. Apple gets a lot more free publicity than Facebook does. When I go to an Apple press conference, there's 25 satellite trucks out in the parking lot. When I go to a Facebook one, there's usually 2 or 3, right?
Yeah.
So the interest in these two companies is completely different.
Yeah.
They also don't have a brand yet, so now they have to get along with somebody else, right?
Right. Yeah, I think
They
that
don't have their own silicon factories. Like Apple just announced their own silicon. They have
right.
the kind of pricing pressure to bear because they buy hundreds of millions of phones a year. They cut hundreds of millions of phones, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
you
that's a
start
good
thinking
point
about
too.
all that, and you're like Apple's like IBM when the personal computer came out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah,
They're in a real
they
powerful position.
yeah, certainly, and I think the recent line of MacBooks with the M1 integrated kind of goes along with that thesis where once
Yeah,
everything's in controlled by Apple, that the products become impossible to compete against. And that's another great point that other companies are relying on outside chip manufacturers. The amount
yeah,
of um, streamlined hardware access is never going to be able to compete. Just as these new MacBooks showed that all their older Macs, even the higher end ones, can't compete with them. That it's
yeah,
entering a next level of territory of capability. So be interesting to see if how that plays out with whatever Apple's developing for the
yeah.
visor or whatever else they have in store.
Yeah, well, Lawrence asked an interesting question. He says, you talk a lot about the way it's going to be sold between Oculus and Apple, but don't you think content can make the difference? On the Oculus, there are mostly games and nothing else. Absolutely true. And this is going to be the brilliance of starting with a headphone, which I believe was a decision made by Steve Jobs. So remember when Steve Jobs said to Walter Isaacson that I figured out TV, that I figured out how to disrupt TV, how to do TV better? Remember that before he died?
Yeah.
This is the product he was talking about, right? So he's going to start with an audio headphone because we use audio. I'm using Apple AirPods right now to talk to everybody, right?
Yeah.
So we use headphones a lot more than we would use visuals for listening to music, for entertainment, even for education. Being able to hear sound around you and being able to talk to things is going to be pretty mind-blowing. What's coming is your Coke can is going to talk to you, and you're going to talk to the Coke can, right? But first they're going to
And
start
not
with
be called
audio.
crazy anymore.
Have you been called crazy a few times?
Oh yeah, many times.
My friends say I'm crazy too. So I understand what you're going through.
Yeah.
And for people who don't know this, there's people who've been working on these technologies for 13 years, right? Maybe even longer, right? The 3D sensor that I just got in my iPhone, I saw at CES 8 years ago in the Consumer Electronics Show in a back suite and where PrimeSense was showing off stuff, right? And that team had been working for 5 years before they came to CES, right? So they've been working for 13 years on these things, and it's just starting to ship, right? So that shows for people who are going to computer science, trying to get into this industry, pick something that has some that's going to take a while to ship to work on, because you'll have a job for 13 years at least. Is that how you look at your world? Because you're doing the same thing, right? You're betting on a field that really hasn't happened yet, right?
Yeah. So pretty much throughout my career, I've kind of had the luck or foresight, whatever you want to call it, of entering an industry that's emerging. And I think we're still years away from the point where AR companies can easily create experiences that are on the level of software sales of other, top-selling software before them.
But
And
it
because a
is
lot of the
coming, and
yeah,
it
it
is
is, and a
coming,
lot
and
of
it's really hard to contain the excitement right now because I'm seeing some mind-blowing things. I mean, I'm seeing something. I saw something this weekend that cuts your room in half, and the other room is you in your living room.
Right.
Right? Soon
Yeah.
we're going to have the ability to completely visually and audibly mess with our world in such a way that it's just going to freak people out multiple times, right? Because somebody like you will figure out how to mess with our minds in a new way, or bring new education or new retail experience or new entertainment experience, new kind of music, right? We're soon going to be able to walk around music, which is going to be mind-blowing. That's why Steve Jobs started with the headphones. He's like, how do I turn audio into a completely different experience than it used to be?
Right. Yeah, and I think, you know, going back to what I was saying earlier, that the software layer right now is, and AR is heavily dependent on machine learning, and that field has been making huge strides since I really knew very little about it coming into
It didn't exist 10 years ago. I was
Yeah.
the first one to bring an AI program called Siri to the world. I was the first one to see Siri. And that was 10 years ago. It didn't exist 10 years ago. And now a third of our M1 chip is neural network, right? That's crazy.
Yeah. And it's interesting how Apple's embraced that, and Google has embraced that in their products. And I think there's certainly a lot more that's going to come out of it. We're going to see come out of that maybe before the visor gets here.
Yeah, when you buy one of these new Macs, these new M1 Macs, and you get a third of the chip is running neural network.
Yeah.
I was talking to somebody at Apple, and they said, all that is unused. When you're in an average Mac program, it's not using neural network or machine learning right now, right?
Right.
So that fact, there's a huge amount of human investment just sitting there unused, right?
Yeah, largely.
Billions of transistors sitting there waiting for our instructions, right?
Yeah, and even beyond machine learning, their chip has dozens of specialized processors in it for everything, and all those are used for different things to some degree. But I think you're right that machine learning is beyond what we see with like products like Snapchat and stuff. What is it really being used for on the client side?
What is coming in the next 24 months? The headphones. Hell, it's coming in the next 12 months. Will completely scan your house in minutes and catalog everything in them and know what they are. At some level. A Coke can for sure. If you have a Coke can on your kitchen counter in front of you, it's going to go, oh, that's a Coke can, right? And it's even going to know what is it a Diet Coke can or a Coke can or a Mexican Coke? How full is it? Yeah, see, you're going even further than I am. But when I talk about these headphones, I'm going to actually write a post, don't put them on because they're going to steal all your privacy, right? And the second reason is that these are really going to be like heroin. They're going to be so fun to play with that you're not going to want to take them off, right?
Yeah.
People are already having that experience with a VR machine, right?
Yeah. Yeah, certainly.
So wait until you put on one of these and everything around you is all of a sudden talking to you, playing music, and interacting with you, and you have virtualized screens anywhere you want, right?
Yeah, it'll be
So
really interesting.
let's think about going into a bar, right? And this is why this investment takes so long and so much. So when I worked at Microsoft 15 years ago, an engineer showed me an array microphone, right? This device had 4 little microphones. He could control the focus of the microphones in software, right? So I'm hearing this Apple device might have up to 9 microphones. So it can focus. So let's say we walk into a restaurant wearing these things, right? I'm going to hear only you because it's going to know I'm talking only to you, and it's going to turn everybody else off. It's going to have next level noise canceling. This is why Bose got out of the market, right? Because Bose realized they're not going to be able to compete with Apple when Apple comes out with these headphones next year. right?
Right.
Apple's already taken all the headphones off of the store shelf that were going to compete with it because it was supposed to be announced a month ago and it's slipped until next year sometime.
Mm-hmm.
They already took all the other products off the store shelf because they're signaling to everybody in the industry, stay the hell away. We're going to take this space, right?
Well, it's actually a smart move by them.
So let's talk about this world where the entire world is a 3D map. In fact, Apple has already driven a mapping car down my street and turned that into a 3D thing. You don't know it. Apple has it, right? Apple has a 3D map of the entire world being built, right? Down to probably a millimeter resolution, which is a huge data center, right?
Right. Yeah.
What does this mean for privacy and our approach? Because I think trust is going to be the #1 mentioned word next year.
Right.
What does that mean?
Yeah,
What does that mean to trust a big company with that kind of data? Because it's going to know everything you touch, everything you hold, everything you eat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone you meet. Facebook knows this too. The Facebook strategy document for 2024 has lots of things where you're going to walk down the street and play games with your friends, right?
Right. Yeah, I think in Apple's case, they certainly seem to have taken the lead in terms of being upfront about what's used with their privacy, even as a developer. If you're using anything that the user presents to you, you kind of have to disclose that in your terms and conditions. And with Apple, hopefully they don't do anything too nefarious with it. But I think that I see the two sides of it. One is collecting the user information, and Apple seems to just want to leave that on the device. They don't really care too much about putting that out in the cloud. And the other is the information
That's not
Apple
true.
itself. Well,
that's not true. When you're wearing your watch and it's listening to your heart rate, doesn't it go to the Apple cloud and stay in the Apple Health Service? This is going to be how this device works too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you're absolutely right that Apple is taking more care with our data.
Yeah,
than
I guess
other
that's
companies.
a better way to phrase it.
And they also don't put a lot of advertising near our data because they're not an advertising company like Facebook or Google. So this puts Apple and Microsoft in different positions, right, than Google and Facebook are, right?
Sure.
And Snap.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Others.
And
Amazon.
they
Amazon is going to come out this a very different way than the other companies, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that and the other side of that is, what are they going to do with the information they themselves collect? Like let's say if they have a 3D map of the world, what is the kind of ethical usage of that without violating people's privacy or building something that protects its own users?
Apple is doing more human factor testing with this product than they've done on all products combined in its history. The reason they're doing so much human factor testing is Apple knows this product category is very freaky. It's going to scare a lot of people. When people realize their entire house is scanned, including everything in all their drawers, and everything in their closets, everything in their refrigerator, everything's going to be scanned soon, within the next few years, right? Certainly by the time 2030 hits, we are wearing devices like this from a number of different companies that know everything about us, right? So that's quite freaky.
Yeah.
Right? Think about talking to Siri. They're building a new Siri for this device, right? And they're building a new search engine, which I think Apple has the legitimate shot at threatening Google and Facebook with this device, right?
Right.
Because think about talking to Siri today. For instance, I have a Coke can in front of me, right? Or a hint water. I say, hey, Siri, how much is 20 of these on Amazon? Now today, Siri has absolutely no clue what I just said, right?
Right.
But tomorrow it's going to know I'm looking at a hint water bottle and I'm holding it in my hand. and it can segment each thing and do AI lookups on it, right, with computer vision. How good is this computer vision right now in your view? Because you have a front row seat because you're using these technologies. Where's the leading edge of computer vision right now?
I think that in terms of scene understanding, we're pretty far. We can, certainly doing things like recognizing what you're looking at is not difficult. It's not perfect, but it's I'd say like 90% good enough, to understand what you're looking at, and that will only improve with the new data we're getting through LiDAR and things like that. It's going to be more.
I think
more
this
than
stuff
just,
is going to improve for. I think this stuff is going to improve for 40 years, maybe longer, right?
Yeah. It's the new.
When you say we're just at the beginning,
mm-hmm.
people don't have. We're so far at the beginning. We're talking about it before products are shipping.
Yeah.
But even when the product ships, it might be a new. Apple might ship something that consumers go, it's not what I really want. What I need. It's too big, too ugly, too heavy, too expensive, right? Doesn't do enough yet. So it might be another 5 years before somebody else comes out with a really killer product that everybody has to have, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's the good point that incorporating kind of what we're seeing isn't a great use case for our phones because we're not going to be pointing it. It takes too much effort to point it, look it up, something, all these kind of friction steps to getting to what you want versus just looking at something and talking and having all of that information available to the sensors, whether it's your audio sensors or visual sensors. That's definitely going to bring about a paradigm shift in how we're interacting with the world. And, I think that's going to be really interesting to see what people will do with it, how it will be abused and kind of, is it necessary or is it really helping us out? And I think for the general user, it could, and certainly within specific industries, I think that's what I find really interesting is, how are these things going to be used for doctors and mechanics and things like that.
So let's break up the future into a few time segments, right? There's the next 7 months before Apple announces this product, if I'm right? And I might be totally wrong. All the sources I have might be misleading me. Might not happen. It might get flipped again, right? It might get canceled. I don't know. Until Tim Cook announces this product, a lot of this is a little bit of guessing at what's coming based on a lot of feedback. But let's assume I'm right, that it comes in June. So we have 7 months, of trying to build a business like you're trying to build a business. So you don't have an Apple headphone to build it on, right? You have to build it on mobile phones and VR devices, stuff that's out today. Then I start seeing once Apple announces, then the visor comes in 2022. I think Apple is also coming with a pair of glasses in 2023. So they have a plan for a whole roadmap of products that they're testing out right now, coming at us. In that so 1 to 3 years from now, I split that up, and then I anything older than 3 years from now or newer, it's harder to guess who wins and right, because we haven't seen all the products, we haven't seen how customers react to them, we don't see what the price is. There's a lot of unknowns still to come in the next few years as these new products come, because Apple's not alone, right? There's going to be another HoloLens. There's supposedly a Magic Leap is coming, Unreal is coming, another Pico is coming. I know the people at Barjo are working hard on this kind of device class too. So Facebook's coming. There's a lot of devices that are going to come over the next couple of years, and it's hard to know what wins. But we could talk about longer than 3 years ago. I'm asking this question for Robin, who asks, what are your views on the market being boom? You're talking about B2C, but will B2B be the main source of growth? My thesis is B2B is where the money is right now, right? Because consumers don't have any of these devices. How do you look at this world when you're building your business?
Yeah, I think
These time frames. Take us through the time frame. Yeah, take us through the time frames and talk about how you're thinking about them. Yeah, go ahead.
I think that the hardware side of it is, I agree definitely on the B2B side. I think the software side is more on the B2C side. And that's just because consumers can only afford, their phones at this point, and most of the software around AR or virtual reality headsets are on devices that people can actually afford. But the interesting, the hardware growth is going to be on the B2B side, where they're going to sell first to the military, to medicine, to, whatever the case might be. And I think, Apple might be a unique case where they're going to probably try to attack the consumer market first with their whatever kind of visor or headphones they release. So yeah, it's, I see it, both industries kind of fueling the growth. It's just a matter of what's the biggest market for them to sell to.
It's all right now. It's about finding a customer that'll pay your salaries, right?
Yeah.
And that's a really hard thing to do right now because there's not a whole lot of devices. There are, I'm working with a surgery company coming out of Cleveland Clinic, and they're using HoloLens to do a new kind of surgery. There's all sorts of examples of that where a company found a new need and got a customer and is building themselves and maybe got some funding to reach this new market, right? Like surgery in this case. Your company is trying to go more for a broader band consumer play, right?
Right. Yeah. So we're, currently working with Snapchat to develop specialized machine learning lenses, and also building our own, individual iOS apps and AR apps for consumers. So really kind of more toys than useful products at this point. But I think, as the
but
technology
the toys are the
emerges, that can always
fundamentals.
change.
The toys are building the fundamentals of your software team, right? Because now you have to understand how to look at the world, right? Are you looking at a building? Are you looking at a park? Are you looking at a human being? Are you looking at a dog? Are you right?
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah. The thing I always, exactly. The thing I always say is that nobody cares if your toy breaks. It's just about having fun with it. But people care if your tool breaks, then they get upset. So it's definitely easier to build toys than tools.
Well, until you figure out, until you get such big scale that you're having to build new tools for your development team, and then you spit out another Slack, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
So
yeah,
you can come up with a bunch of different companies out of this next world coming, can't you? I mean, there's going to be many, many. I already have a Twitter list with 2,000 companies that are active in this space, right? And I think that's going to double in the next 12 months.
Yeah, I think
Think about that one.
Certainly growing opportunity as the hardware and underlying software advances come, and they're going to continue to come. It's just a matter of time before these companies are, going to be. Right now, there's kind of a little bit of a feeling like, oh, the industry is not ready yet, but it's just a matter of time. It's not, it's anybody who looks back 10 years from now is going to be like, why didn't I get into this sooner?
Yeah. So with these devices coming soon, even with your phone, you could put a mariachi band on my front lawn, right?
Yeah. Not that I'd want to, but can do pretty much
this is
anything you want.
This is the Hello World app for the Apple headphones that I've heard from several people. Philip Rosedale told me this. He says you're going to put a band on your front lawn and you're going to walk around it. You can see it on your phone, right? Today you can pull out your phone and see it. In the headphones, you're going to hear it, right?
Right.
And you're going to be able to walk between the band members and walk around the band.
Right.
All right. And you can hear this band from almost a block away because what we're about to get is not 7.1 surround sound. It's billion to one surround sound, right?
Yeah.
Infinite surround sound, really. There's going to be infinite little virtual speakers all around you that can play music or play sound or play entertainment, whatever. And you can see it on your phone. When the visor comes out in 2022, or if you buy a Magic Leap or a competitive product, because they're going to be full-on glasses, right, around that time frame, we're going to be able to see this virtual layer and live in it. And that's going to be mind-blowing, right? That's when we're full into this new world, right?
Yeah. I think, even just seeing people's complaints on things like Zoom about not having any spatial awareness of who they're talking to or, who the people they're talking to are addressing. I think some of those will be interesting use cases for making this audio more useful and more engaging to whoever is wearing the headphones.
So think about Siri in a new way. Hey, Siri, I hate the way this bedroom looks. What should I do with it? And Siri will say something like, I'd get rid of the brown wall. And you're like, how does it know my wall is brown? Right? Because you're only going to be wearing an audio headphone and talking to it, right? And it's going to be able to see for the first, until you get the visor, right? Yeah. And so Apple's going to take us step by step into this new world and let entrepreneurs like you really rethink what computing means. Because this is not a computer that I grew up with as a 13-year-old, right?
Right. Yeah.
It also shows the kind of investments that need to be made because Verizon's investing in 5G and so is a whole bunch of companies, right? That's going to bring this kind of experience to us. Qualcomm is building a whole bunch of chips for these things, right? I followed the ecosystem of supply chain, right? Where does Sony get all of its parts, right? Or where does an Apple get all of its parts? And like in your current iPhone, the 5G radio is made by Qualcomm, right? So I started looking at the industry scale that these companies have to pull from technologies from other companies, right?
Yeah, I think that.
Does that make sense? Why an Apple has more market power than, let's say, a Magic Leap in this space?
Yeah, certainly. I think the way I kind of look at what you're describing is Alexa or Siri with context, and that's one of the biggest things lacking right now. Whenever I'm talking to Alexa or Siri, is they have no context of the situation or what I'm trying to convey. And once you bring that in, it's definitely a meaningful change.
Everybody's going to think Siri is more brilliant than Google.
Yeah, the best way right now for me to look anything up is to go to Google and manually type it in, which is kind of slow if you think about it. Now I can really do it in a kind of seamless way.
Yeah, it's going to know you're in your kitchen within milliseconds of you turning on the device, right? Because when you turn on this LiDAR, it's going to make a 3D map of your kitchen in a couple milliseconds, right? And then it's going to start noticing, oh, there's an oven, there's a dishwasher, there's pots, there's salt and pepper shaker on the table, right? It looks like a kitchen, right? If I can write, I'm not that smart. I'm not a guy like you who builds companies. But if I can think through how an algorithm might work like that, other smarter people have already done it, right? And written a patent about it, right?
Yeah, I mean, everybody has the same ideas, I like to think, and it's just a matter of who's actually building them. And
Yep.
certainly, with your background, you've got kind of an idea of where this technology is probably headed, and you probably spend more time than anyone, in this field looking for what opportunities these companies are going to take advantage of next.
Yeah, and Irina and I wrote a book that just came out this year called The Infinite Retina, and we found 7 industries that are going to be majorly changed in the next decade because of these technologies, right? Transportation, education, entertainment, retail, manufacturing, and there's a couple others, healthcare, fintech, right? They're all going to be radically changed by these technologies. Particularly, keep in mind, spatial computing to me is computing that a robot, like an autonomous car or even a Roomba robot rolling around your floor, that's using spatial computing technologies, right?
Right.
So spatial computing is any technology where a human, a virtual being, or a robot can move through the computing, right? Can move. The computer is the space you're in. You can walk around it. You can navigate around 3D spaces, right? Like with VR, right?
Right.
And with these new glasses on, you're certainly getting the purified version of spatial computing. It's using all the technology, right?
Right. Yeah, I think
So,
that there's going to be a lot of new ways to build software for people who are moving, and you're not distracting them, making them look at something or touch something. It just brings a new kind of input device and an interface for the average user, which we haven't had since computers existed. We've always been tied to first the desktop, then a laptop, and then a phone, and we're kind of gradually freeing ourselves from those physical restraints.
yeah. So let's talk about retail. My friend got an R&D job at Walmart, so we've been talking a lot about Walmart. Walmart's going to have the ability for you to wear these Apple headphones or any device into their store, right? Bring your device. Wear your device to a Walmart. And when you walk in the door, you're going to hear music in a completely different way. But as you walk through the store, it's going to know what you're looking at, so it can help you buy things, right?
Yeah.
Eventually, it's going to be pretty freaky helping you buy things. Like you
to
hold
look
2
them
dresses up.
It's going to look them up on Amazon for you.
Well, no. Think about this: if you're holding up 2 dresses, that you're thinking of buying your wife or something like that, right? Or you're shopping with your wife, and she asks you, which one do you like better? Well, Siri can go, well, the one on the left looks better with your purple pants. And you're going to be like, what? How do you know I have purple pants? No, I scanned everything in your closet. Get over it, right? And someday in the next decade, we're going to get to this level, right? Where we're going to, with the AI, is going to be able to see what we're seeing and tell us about it, right? And tell us whether it fits into our homes or not, right?
Right.
So think about going through a shopping mall, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does let's say I'm wearing a device, magically for HoloLens. It doesn't matter. What's going on in the device when I walk in the shopping mall door in the future?
Yeah, probably
Do we have to load an app?
Whatever the brands want you to see, you're going to see.
I think it goes way beyond that. I think we might load an app for the shopping mall, right? So you walk in the shopping mall and there's a sign, hey, you have the new Apple Studio headphones. We've enhanced our shopping mall for those headphones. Load this app. Look at this sign. Load this app, right? All of a sudden, shopping mall app loads up. You're going to be able to ask it things like, where's the Levi's in this shopping mall, right? There's a company coming out of SRI called 360 Rescan. They're building a helmet for walking into the shopping mall for the shopping mall worker, for somebody like you, to scan the entire shopping mall in 3D with much better resolution than you're going to get with even a LiDAR on an iPhone. Because an iPhone can only see about 20 feet, the LiDAR.
Right.
We should talk about the LiDAR because we have LiDARs. Everybody should be playing with these things now, right?
Yeah.
In your new iPhone, there's a 3D sensor on the back now that can see 300,000 points of data and make a 3D scan of your house, right?
Yep.
What is somebody like you, what do you want to do with that scan?
Yeah,
That
I
tells me
think
how
that
you're thinking.
it's so before we had LiDAR and before we had access to the depth cameras on the iPhone, we really just had images. And one of the problems with images from a machine learning perspective is that we just have no sense of depth. It's hard for us sometimes to segment objects from the background because they blend in or the edges aren't clear enough or whatever the case may be. But now we have a additional layer of data that we can use to understand the world around us, and that's really the main advantage that things like LiDAR present, is that we can, in addition to knowing what we're looking at, we can tell how far away it is, what its three-dimensional features are, which help us determine its orientation. For me personally, it's kind of just been started experimenting with feeding this data into things to, like, for example, put a virtual wristwatch on your hand, which was difficult before without any kind of tracker because it's hard to determine the orientation of your wrists and what direction it's facing because your wrist is relatively featureless. But now we know at least how far away it is from the camera, and that gives us more insight into kind of overlaying this three-dimensional content.
Yeah.
Guys?
To give you an idea of the
Oh.
jobs that are coming. Yeah, we're done, huh? We're coming to the end.
No, it's okay. It's really interesting. It just,
Yeah.
we are close to the end of the event, but if you need 5 minutes more, it's okay, Robert, as you want.
Yeah, we'll just wrap it up with what. Go ahead. Hart.
Yeah, I'll just say if there's any questions from the audience, I'm happy to answer them now for a few minutes, or if Robert has anything to add.
I'm watching the questions as well, and I'll see if we can go through some of them real fast.
We have some questions.
But here's, yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Oh, sorry, my mic was not okay. So where do we see Magic Leap coming back into the mix?
Magic Leap is still going to be a tethered product next year when they come out with their headset. And the reason that they're still going down that route is they think it gives them a competitive advantage over the other devices where they can put a lot of GPU in the puck that's going to have to sit on your belt. And when I say GPU, that means that the resolution of this 3D display that you're looking at or interacting with can be a higher resolution. It can be a millimeter resolution instead of a centimeter resolution, something like that, right? Am I explaining that right, Hart? That the more GPU you have, the better the apparent resolution of this 3D world that you're going to be looking at is?
Yeah, I think that, with Magic Leap and other devices, it's really just going to be improving the optics and the capabilities of world understanding around them. And I think that, like I said earlier, that the business to business is going to be the driver for companies like Magic Leap. I don't know if they have a consumer market yet.
Well, they have a few sales, but they're going to struggle. I'll be honest. I'm skeptical about Magic Leap. I think they're going to struggle in the marketplace because they just don't have the advantages the big companies have. And we talked about a few of them. But let's say I'm a car designer at Ford. They have a VR lab a few miles from my house that I've visited. And those models that they're moving, because we could all meet at Ford, right? You don't know that, right? If we all had VR headset, we could all go and look at the new Ford car, right? Or truck and walk around it. But the truck that you're looking at, the virtual truck, has trillions of polygons because you can go into the shock absorber on the truck and see every part that goes into the shock absorber, right? In 3D, and tear it apart in 3D, and right, and look at it. And that's a lot of data. And so devices like Varjo and Magic Leap are going to go after that customer who's going to spend, $1 million on a room, creating a new environment for their car designers to work in with a lot of computers and a huge data set, right? That's probably not where you're going to use your Apple device, I assume. But you never know, right?
Great. I
Right?
think I got a great question to conclude because I'm interested in, of course, it's will Facebook, it's a question from Bill, will Facebook develop their own virtual trade show platform? After trying Oculus venues, it seems like they'll create a business version.
I assume that there will be a number of approaches to this because we haven't decided on one yet. And if I'm right that next fall you're not going to care about anything about Apple, everybody's going to be talking about Apple. That's my theory. That's my theory. We'll see if that proves true. You might have a different theory. But Facebook is obviously going after multiple markets that have billions of dollars of revenue on them. And events is a huge, huge market. So I would expect that all the big companies are going to try to do it themselves or are going to buy the most popular ones pretty quickly. Right?
Yep.
I mean, Salesforce just bought Slack for billions of dollars this week, right? That's a good example. Go ahead,
I agree with Robert's take, and that also I think that depending on a certain hardware to put on any kind of business event is challenging. For instance, this is a virtual event where we can use a Oculus Quest if we want, but certainly we're not forced to, because if that were the case, there would be fewer participants and fewer people engaged with the show. So I think it's a little bit of a chicken and egg problem where you need mass adoption before you can really of Oculus Quest before you can really create the business use case around it.
You had to have the iPhone before Uber, right? Uber could not
Right.
come before the iPhone, right?
Yeah, right.
So anyway, this is going to be a
Perfect.
fun 24 months to watch, and thanks for everybody for coming out and thinking about the future for a couple minutes. Really appreciate it. And thanks, Hart. And thanks
Thank you.
thanks to Virtuality.
Thank you very much, guys. We were very proud to have you for our first virtual trade show. I think this is the end of this trade show for this year. I hope you enjoyed it. I think we will close the connection in a few minutes. So if you want to have a look on the booth before the end of the trade show, feel free to hurry to go to visit them. And I really hope you enjoyed this version of Virtuality. We will work very hard to come back in 2021 with an improved version of TeamU events. And we will have a lot of work to do this. And we would be very happy to get your feedback to improve the platform and to improve the features with your feedback. So feel free to come on the Virtuality booth where we have put a link directly to fill up a survey, and we will share this survey with our newsletter as well. And yeah, big thank you to all of you, and particularly to Robert and Hart for being here for this closing session. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.